This is only a short story, but one I really want to share. There was this girl who I'd been seeing for a few months that I was 21, and she was 24 and had a boy about 2 years old. She was basically normal, had a good job, and took care of her kid, okay. She was kind of a dim bulb, though, not very bright, that I was bored in the relationship and really didn't want to become a stepdad to the kid. So I ended it in a no problem, right? I run into her about a month or so later at a bar, and we end up going back to her place for a night of XX. The next morning, she makes coffee and breakfast that I go to school, and she goes to work that I get incredibly sick on my way to school and vomit multiple times that I make it to school, and I'm still puking. So I find the nurse or medical office and vaguely recall being loaded into an ambulance that it's all blank after that I come to in the hospital. And the doctor tells me that I OD'd on a huge amount of meth and had about 5 minutes left to live before they figured it out. And by the way, he tells me there are some federal agents here to talk to you. It turns out she planned this whole thing and decided that if she couldn't have me, then no one could. She went to jail but got a reduced sentence for turning on the family member who was making and distributing the meth. Osaka University boasted one of the most extensive library collections in the country, drawing scholars and students alike to its prestigious halls. Yet beneath its grandeur lay a dark secret that few dared to speak of. Rumors whispered of a hidden section of the library known as the Dark Night, where forbidden knowledge and ancient tomes were kept under lock and key. Curiosity led Karina, a freshman at Osaka, to seek out the elusive section despite warnings from her peers. Late one night, Karina ventured into the depths of the library, following a trail of flickering lights and echoing whispers. As she entered the dark night, she felt the chill run down her spine, the air thick with the scent of decay. Among the dusty shelves, Karina discovered a tome bound in black leather, its pages adorned with strange symbols and sigils. Ignoring the warnings etched into its cover, she began to read aloud from its pages, unaware of the dark forces she was about to unleash. Suddenly, the shadows around her began to stir, coalescing into sinister shapes that loomed over her like specters of the night. Terrified, Karina tried to flee but found herself trapped within the dark night, the walls closing in around her. Desperate for escape, Karina searched for a way out, stumbling upon a hidden chamber concealed behind a tapestry. Inside, she found a mirror adorned with ancient runes, its surface shimmering with an otherworldly glow. With no other options left, Karina reached out and touched the mirror, hoping it would transport her to safety. To her astonishment, the mirror rippled like water, and she found herself standing outside Osaka University, the shadowed stacks disappearing into thin air behind her. Shaken but alive, Karina vowed never to speak of her harrowing ordeal, knowing that some secrets were better left buried in the darkness. This is narrated from the perspective of a female. This happened a few years ago in Rome, Italy. I was walking alone along the street that leads to the train station. It was around 2 p.m. on a working day, so almost practically no one was around. There were not many shops either on that street, and the few that existed were closed. A man was walking in my same direction just a few meters ahead of me. Casually, he turned back and noticed me. It was one of those instinctive reactions that you cannot conceal. His face said it all. He was roughly 6 foot tall and well built, not exactly the body structure you would like to see such a face on. His eyes openly said, "I've been to jail and I'm highly likely to go back again." He went along his way ahead of me and then turned again a couple more times, slowing down his pace. In a few moments, the situation was reversed. I was walking in front of him now. I didn't turn around, it was useless, I knew he was following me. I didn't hurry up, I just pretended I didn't notice him. I was listening to the radio on my smartphone with earbuds in and just simply kept on doing it. But you can imagine just how much I was panicking on the inside, all alone on the street with a 6-foot-tall criminal walking after me. I kept walking, struggling to the very last bit of my soul, acting as if nothing was happening, while desperately searching for an escape out of the situation. Then, after a few more minutes like this, I saw 2 men talking vivaciously outside of their shop. I seized the occasion and stopped right after them, pretending to scroll up and down on my phone. With the tail of my eye, though, I kept glancing beyond the 2 men, and I was right because after a few moments I saw him stretching his neck trying to spot me. He saw I had stopped and he was leaning against the wall near the 2 other men. He then turned back and went away. I'm pretty sure that I must have had a guardian angel that day who sent those 2 men and placed them at the right time and right place. Nothing else happened, but only because I was extremely lucky. To all the ladies out there, never take for granted that you're safe just because you're in broad daylight. And never give in to fear. It was the summer of 1994 when my mom was just 17. She had gotten a job folding clothes and stuff over at our local Jersey Walmart. Super excited to earn a little cash like any teenager, her first shift started normal enough, I guess. The manager set her up tidying racks in the junior section. A couple hours in, though, she noticed some scraggly older dude, 40s maybe, lurking nearby, pretending to shop. She said she could feel him watching her stack shirts and shorts from the moment she clocked in. But it wasn't until later when the guy started showing up wherever she was working, wandering the ladies' underwear aisle and areas without even hiding that he was trailing her. She asked some supervisor for help, and they were just like, "Sorry, girl, can't kick him without solid proof." So she had to just keep on minding the racks with this creepo on her heels, staring at her. At one point, she turned to see him leering at her further down an aisle. "Come over here and show me those cute little panties, sweetheart," he said, making her skin crawl. She rushed away, but he kept popping up to bother her and make uncomfortable remarks about her body. Come the end of shift, she was majorly freaked, knowing the stalker guy could be waiting for her outside. But she had no choice but to finish up and get her stuff from the back room to leave. She even tried getting a coworker to walk out with her, but they all just wanted to jet. So here's this 17-year-old petite girl having to traverse the empty, darkened store alone and get to the lot before this psycho can grab her. And what do you know, he pops out as soon as she turns into the last aisle near the rear exit. He then said, "There you are, pretty young thing." She froze, panicking at the sight of him lurching towards her, grinning. She made a break for the doors but only made it halfway across the parking lot when he caught up and dragged her back, screaming. Pinned her down, trying to rip at her top as she's kicking and clawing back. Some night patrol guard came running over from around the corner, yelling loud, which caused the creep to book it just before doing who knows what else to her. Cops took my mom's statement while she shook and cried there with ripped clothes and bloody scrapes everywhere. My mom's parents were shocked, obviously, and pulled her from the job after. She didn't leave the house alone for weeks after that trauma. Even now, all these years later, just driving past that Walmart gives me chills knowing some monster lurked there waiting to terrorize my mom trying to earn a paycheck. My mom says growing up is accepting that evil hides in plain sight. I say thank God that guard showed up, or I may not even be here telling this ugly tale. The world failed to protect her innocence that night. I'm an only child and grew up in a small town. My parents were hardworking and often struggled to pay the bills, so they usually worked a lot of overtime or even had multiple jobs. Because of this, I was left home alone pretty frequently. I was 13 at the time, and this night both my mom and dad were working closing shifts, so I was at home by myself after school until 10 or 11. To keep myself busy, I'd usually watch TV or go for walks in the woods behind our house. After getting home from school and having a snack, I went outside and started walking along my regular path while the sun was still out. It was a 2.5 mile trail through the woods that almost never had anyone else walking on it. Strangely though, about a mile into the walk, I saw a guy on the trail up ahead. He was sitting with his back against a tree, wearing a dark blue jacket and had a red baseball cap tilted downward, covering his eyes and most of his face. From the way he was slumped over, it almost looked like he was sleeping. So I continued walking, trying to quietly pass by him. As I got just a couple of feet away, though, he lifted his head and instantly locked eyes with me. His eyes were tired and red, and he had this disturbing frown like he was upset or something. As I passed by, he started standing up, and getting a strange feeling about him, I began walking faster, basically jogging the rest of the trail and back home. I didn't see him follow me, but I locked all the doors just in case. Again, I was only 13, and even though I was used to being home alone, I still got scared pretty easily. I stayed inside and checked the windows one last time before trying to distract myself by watching TV. Only a few minutes after turning it on, though, I heard a voice at the back door. I paused the TV and listened, hearing a man call out multiple times, repeating the word, "Hello." I stood up and looked down the main hallway. That same guy with the red cap and blue jacket was standing at the back door, almost pressing his face into it as he tried to look inside. I quickly went back around the corner, but he must have seen me because he immediately stopped calling out and instead started trying to force the door open. I just froze up in the middle of the living room, listening to the door jolt back and forth against the lock. After several attempts, though, he left. I called my parents, and they called the police, but he was never found. Having been followed home and them trying to break in, though, I can only imagine what they were trying to do to me. Halloween night, I don't know what year it was, but it was probably like 4 years ago, and it was a Saturday. I'll keep this short and to the point. My friend Jamie and I were set on doing something scary that night, and that ended up being a visit to the abandoned house way up the road from our campus. It was at the top of the hill, and some students referred to it as the Blair Witch House simply because it's all by itself on an enclosed property and it had been abandoned for years. So come 10 o'clock, Jamie drove us all the way up the road and parked his car in the dirt outside of the property. We walked up the hill to the house, and even just seeing the unlit house standing in the dark gave me goosebumps. We both came with backpacks full of tools like flashlights and knives, just in case, and he even brought a crowbar. Surprisingly, he didn't need it though because the front door was already cracked open. This is where the flashlights came in because, of course, the inside was as dark as it gets. The house seemed to be scrapped for just about everything because nothing was left except junk, nothing very exciting. Then there was a thump from upstairs. Jamie and I looked at each other, and we agreed to go upstairs and check it out. He led the way up the stairs, which were extremely rickety. He got to the top, and there was a small hall with 3 doors. We passed the first room, which was a tiny bedroom with an old collapsed bed frame still in there. There was a second door on the left. This one led to an empty bathroom. There was one more door, this one on the right of the hall. We stepped inside. This bedroom was definitely the master bedroom. There was a bed frame sitting in the center of the room. There was once carpet on this wood floor, which had apparently been ripped away over the years. We stepped fully inside the room, looking for what could have made the thumping sound. Then the door to the room slammed shut. There was suddenly a white flash that filled the room, then another. It seemed like camera flashes. Jamie screamed and opened the door back up to flee the room. I did the same. Neither of us looked for whoever was in there with us in the moment. we were way too scared. We ran back to the car, and Jamie drove us back to campus. A week later, Jamie sent me a picture through text. He was holding a photograph. In the picture, it was of the two of us in that bedroom of the house. He said they were left under his windshield wiper in the parking lot of our dorm building. I told him to throw them away and park somewhere else from now on. We only told a few close friends about this, and we never went near that house again. This took place around 2008, if my memory serves me right. My family and I had just moved to Costa Rica, and we enjoyed spending most of our time at the beach, particularly one near a lovely little river where I liked to swim. It was on this same beach that 9-year-old me found a dead body floating in the ocean. To give a little context, I had been playing on the beach, which we thought was relatively safe, so my parents were farther up. How wrong we were about it being safe. I remember seeing something floating in the water, but I wasn't sure what it was. I went to investigate and found a dead man just floating there. Part of his leg had been hacked off. It was obvious he had not drowned. The man had clearly been murdered. Around this time, we had heard about a recent string of murders that had happened both on the Caribbean side of Costa Rica, where we were, and on the Pacific side. The murders had been happening every 6 months, rotating between both regions of the country, so there was reason to assume this murder had been done by the same person since it seemed to fit the timeline. As far as I can remember, the details of the murder were never disclosed in any of the local newspapers, only that the man had been a tourist from England. So there was no way for anyone who had not seen the man on the beach to know the specifics of his murder. Eventually, the whole thing blew over, and we returned to that same beach. I can't quite remember the time frame, but it was definitely within a few months of me finding the dead man that this next part happened. One day, I was swimming in the river with my mother when a very strange man popped up out of the water, startling us. He had a spear gun in hand and a snorkel mask on. He began talking to my mom, and I think we could both tell that something was just off about this guy. I wasn't really paying attention for most of their conversation, but I do remember him bringing up the recent murder on the beach. He seemed to know a great deal of details about it, which, as I previously mentioned, were not available to the public. It almost seemed as if he was trying to confess that he was the one who murdered the man without directly saying so. He also talked about how he traveled between the Caribbean and the Pacific side of Costa Rica, spending half a year in each spot. Eventually, they also got on the topic of what he did for a living. He went into great detail about how he made the masks for the movie Eyes Wide Shut and that he would make those masks, and presumably others, based on real live human emotions. He specifically liked capturing the look of fear. We were totally taken aback by this guy and didn't really know what to do. Eventually, he just got back into the river and swam away, and thankfully we never saw him again. I do not know if this is related or not, but the weird string of murders suddenly stopped after that. Walmart attracts the weirdest people. It was Black Friday, meaning me and my brothers were going video game shopping. Our first and only stop was Walmart. The place was absolutely mobbed, and being Walmart, it was mobbed with the wrong kinds of people, gross, weird, and just creepy people everywhere trying to save a few bucks on already cheap products. We rode the escalators upstairs to the video game section. I was looking for the latest Call of Duty game personally, but my brothers were looking for some other game I don't remember. Then out of nowhere, some creepy heavy oldish man who smelled like vomit walked up to me and said, "You like video games, huh?" "Yeah," I said. I began to slowly slide away, just to show that I wasn't interested in conversation. "My son likes video games too." Maybe you should come over and play some with him. He really craves company." The man gave me a creepy smile. "Oh, no, I'm not from around town, sorry," that's all I could think of saying. I didn't even give him a chance to keep this conversation going. Hell, I wasn't obligated to stand there and talk to this guy. I simply gave him a smile and called my brother's name out while walking away just to seem distracted. I did a quick backward glance. He was just staring at me as I walked away. I made it to the next aisle over and immediately felt comfort in being next to my brothers. I waited around until they finally found their game, and we headed over to the checkout counters. The lines were insane. I knew it would probably take 10 to 15 minutes just to make it to the counters, so I took that opportunity to check out some of the jeans and t-shirt sales. At one point, I found myself in probably the most secluded corner of the store checking out some t-shirts when someone grabbed my arm hard. I thought it was my brother messing with me, so I turned around and told him to go off, but it wasn't him. It was the man. I started calling for help, screaming that I didn't know this man. Some people came over and stared, but that was about it. The man let go and walked away. I don't know what he was thinking or planning on trying in a public place. I didn't tell my brothers what happened out of embarrassment, but they picked up on the fact that I was quiet afterward. "It's nothing," I kept telling them. We got into my brother's Camaro, and when I sat down, I looked to the entrance of the Walmart. There he was, sitting on the bench facing me. As we were leaving the lot, we had to pass right in front of the store. I got one last look at the creepy man. His head moved ever so slightly to constantly face me, even through the car window at night. I gave him the finger, but it didn't seem to influence him in the slightest. That was the last I ever saw of him. Walmart attracts the weirdest people. This story happened almost 10 years ago, late summer 2006. I was an 18-year-old freshman in college. I went to a tiny college at the opposite end of the state I lived in. I lived in the basement and ground floor of an old dorm. My floor was men only, but the floors above us were women, and then the other side of the dorm was all men. I have some stories that are sort of creepy, but this one takes the cake. At the time, it didn't really click as that creepy. Hindsight is 2020. I was young, naive, and full of you-know-what. I was in the best shape of my life at 6 feet 2 inches, 180 pounds, and handsome. I'm 10 years older now, though, and I put on 100 plus pounds. I was a young, good-looking college guy in my dorm. There was a communal bathroom for all 20 guys to share, 2 stalls, 2 urinals, and 2 showers. That was it. One of the showers had an air vent that was about 7 feet up, but on the outside, it came out on the ground level. Well, one hot summer day, I'm taking a shower and just talking and joking with the guy in the next shower behind me. All of a sudden, I hear someone else talking to me. I think that maybe someone has come into the bathroom and wants to use a shower or something. That thought quickly leaves my head as I realize that the air vent has been opened, and the dorm's maintenance man and janitor is now looking at me through the vent. This guy was 50 years old and looked like the actor Clint Howard, the ugly redneck guy in a lot of Adam Sandler's 90s comedies. He had a thick Appalachian accent. He somehow knew my name. I don't remember ever giving it to him, but I had said hello to him a few times. He was also trying to make small talk. It was very weird. I mean, I was weirded out by the college janitor peeping on me and then trying to start a conversation while I was showering, but for some reason at the time, it didn't really register that what he was doing was super creepy and illegal. I just thought he was being weird, and I politely asked him to close the vent. The guy in the shower next to me told me that the janitor did that all the time and he thought it was weird and creepy too, but harmless. I guess it was a huge joke that the best time to shower was later at night until the perverted janitor tried watching and started making conversation. It was apparently a common occurrence on my floor. My floor was mostly made up of the freshman football players. I was not one of them, and I guess the janitor liked to talk to these guys about the team in football through the air vent while watching them. I still shudder at that thought. I would see the janitor occasionally around the dorm after that, but I never experienced him spying on me again, thankfully. I also never told the resident life or college administration about the janitor doing these creepy things. I hope maybe someone spoke up one day and maybe he was fired, but who knows? Our first story takes place under the unforgiving glare of the desert sun. Miles and miles of sand stretch in every direction, baking under the intense heat. Imagine finding yourself stranded in this desolate landscape, the silence broken only by the wind whistling through the dunes. This is the nightmare that became a reality for one unfortunate traveler. He had been driving for hours, the monotony of the road lulling him into a false sense of security. He had ignored the gas gauge, its needle dipping dangerously low, too focused on reaching his destination. Then it happened. The engine sputtered, coughed, and died, leaving him in stunned silence. He was stranded miles from civilization, the nearest town nothing more than a dot on a map he'd hastily consulted hours ago. Panic began to set in, a cold dread creeping up his spine as the gravity of the situation sunk in. The sun beat down relentlessly, the heat radiating off the sand making the air shimmer. He had a meager supply of water, a granola bar, and the clothes on his back. Hope, it seemed, was in short supply. Days turned into a desperate struggle for survival. The relentless sun sapped his energy, the scorching sand burned his skin. He rationed his water, each sip a precious commodity, but dehydration was a constant threat. The vastness of the desert mocked him, a desolate wasteland stretching endlessly towards the horizon. As darkness fell, the desert transformed into a chilling tableau. Gone was the oppressive heat, replaced by a bone-chilling cold that cut through his thin clothing. The silence was broken only by the howl of the wind, a mournful sound that echoed his growing despair. He huddled in his car, a meager shelter against the elements, with fear as his only companion. Days turned into nights, each one blurring into the next, a terrifying cycle of scorching days and freezing nights. His hope dwindled with each passing hour, replaced by a gnawing fear that he wouldn't make it out alive. He had become a prisoner of the desert, trapped in a desolate wasteland with no escape. One day, while stumbling through the sand, his vision blurred from dehydration, he spotted something in the distance. Was it a mirage, a cruel trick of his exhausted mind? As he stumbled closer, his heart pounding in his chest, he realized with a surge of hope that it was a road, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through the desolate landscape. With renewed determination, he dragged his weary body towards the road, each step a victory against the relentless grip of the desert. As he finally reached the roadside, he collapsed, his body spent, his spirit broken but not extinguished. He had escaped the clutches of the desert, a survivor of a terrifying ordeal. His story serves as a chilling reminder of the unforgiving nature of the desert, a place where running out of gas can be a matter of life and death. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and the will to survive, even in the face of overwhelming odds. It all started on a rainy night. My dad had wanted me to babysit my little brothers while he went to the bar to play pool and drink. I'd gotten them to settle down for the night and I decided to go order some food and chill, playing some CS while I waited. About 30 minutes had gone by and I was wondering why the hell my food was taking so long. I finally heard a knock on my door and there was a rough-looking man who said he had my food. I tipped him and he went on his way. I closed the door and walked back to my computer, completely forgetting to lock it. If one of my protective friends hadn't said something while we were gaming, things might have gone a lot worse. Them asking to make sure I locked the door was a potential life-saving question, because in fact, I had completely forgotten to lock the door. To me, it wasn't the biggest deal at the time, but I'm glad they said something and you'll see why here in a minute. I checked on the door to make sure it was locked, and of course, it wasn't. So I locked the door real quick and went back to gaming. My computer, by the way, was in my living room, and to the right of me was my kitchen. In the kitchen, there was a giant bay window facing directly into where I was sitting and gaming. I started eating my food while gaming, and I heard my front door knob jiggle. I thought maybe I was just scared and hallucinating it since I was home alone and my brothers were asleep in bed, until my dog started barking at the front door. That was the exact moment I realized that something bad was happening. Whoever was there started banging and rattling the door handle. Freaked out, I ducked under the counter beside me, called my dad, and then called 911. While I was on the phone, my little brothers ran out of their room screaming that someone was standing outside their bedroom window, pointing towards the lock, and smiling and waving at them, trying to get them to open it for him. I completely lost it and started crying, but I had to hide my brothers in my room, in my closet, and I told them to not come out at all. I thought he was going to try the back door next, which was a glass door that he could have easily rocked back and forth to get the lock loose or even just shattered the door completely. All it would really take to break it was an object to swing at it, like a metal bat or something. So I was freaking out. I grabbed a knife and waited for my dad and the police to show up for what felt like forever. I was scared that I was going to have to defend my little brothers and myself in a life or death scenario. I was only 13 at the time, so I was really scared. The cops finally showed up, and the person had disappeared. But every night after that, I was scared he would come back and we would finally meet. I have no idea if it was someone random or the Chinese food delivery driver from earlier. I just hoped he would never come back. Luckily, he never did, but that didn't stop me from being scared shitless every night, especially when I was home alone. It's especially creepy when you think about how us kids were alone. I think he knew that and he was trying to prey on us, but luckily he gave up. Hopefully, he heard me calling the police or something, and that's why he ran. I guess we'll never really know for sure. My name is Maury. I'm from the USA. Years ago, I worked in a home for older people as a nurse. I had the night shift. We were together drinking coffee on the second floor. All of a sudden, we heard a loud bang, so we thought a client had fallen. We decided that I would take the second floor and my colleague would take the first. Maybe we could find out what happened. While my colleague walked down the stairs, I looked at the monitor, which was on the second floor, and I saw someone in the department on the ground floor. He was inside the closed apartment. You could walk in over there, but you needed a code to get out. People with dementia lived there. We watched for a while, and the guy was stuck, he couldn't get out. We decided to go inside a room on the second floor of one of our clients because you needed a special key to go inside. We thought that was safer. We explained to her what was going on. She was perfectly capable of understanding the situation, and of course, we called 112. I explained the situation, and they told me they would come right away. I called my husband, who also had the night shift as a security guard in another town not too far away from us. He was just talking with the cops while I called 112 and said they were on their way. When I hung up, I looked outside and saw that guy climbing out the window. So I called back. They asked if something had changed. The police arrived, and we did a walk with them throughout the whole building. The guy broke the door in the kitchen. His stuff to break the door was there on the ground. The police couldn't really do much. I don't even know if they found the guy. Later that day, we heard that they were riding around the building 2 hours before the guy went in, and the guy had walked all over the ground floor, all while we were having our coffee on the second floor. That's a pretty scary thought. The next day, I had one more night shift. Though I don't have that much to fear, it was still pretty scary. So I asked if I could bring my 2 dogs. We had 2 golden at the time, and they were actually okay with that. So I brought them with me the next night. Nothing happened. The dogs walked with me the whole night, and of course, I let them outside now and then to do their thing. The other night, 2 other colleagues had the night shift, and guess what? They came back. They had robbed the safe. I always thought that the guy we had was just looking around to see if he could get away, but they had planned to come back for the safe the next night. But I'm guessing the 2 golden scared them off. I wouldn't go inside if there were 2 dogs like that either if I didn't know them. Later on, I always brought my dogs if I ever did the night shift over there. Most colleagues would be happy if they worked with me because they felt safe with the dogs, and so did I. The funny thing was that the dogs knew the route we always walked. After a few times, I didn't even put their leash on, they just knew. If we needed to help a client, they just waited in the hallway until I was done. A few clients knew it because I told them, knowing that they loved dogs. So when they needed our help, the dogs went with us in their apartment. Both the dogs and clients loved that. I had some spare time this night, and having chugged a few coffees earlier in the day, I figured I'd use this energy to go out and make some money. I was delivering for DoorDash, cruising on the highway to my next delivery. It was super late, the roads were empty, and the night was very peaceful, basically every delivery driver's dream. On my way there, though, my phone started buzzing. It was the customer calling me, but before I had a chance to answer it, they hung up. Since it only rang for a couple of seconds, I thought it must have been an accident. But in case it was not, I redialed their number. It rang for a while, but they didn't answer. I shook my head and blew it off, not thinking about it for the rest of the drive. I got off the highway and drove into the neighborhood. It was a very regular street with average houses. When I got up to the house my delivery was for, I parked right in the driveway and started walking up to their porch. As I was setting down the bag, I saw that the front door was cracked open. I didn't know if it was meant for me or not, so I just lightly knocked on the door and called out that I was dropping off their food. As soon as I did, I heard a somewhat disturbing sound come from down the hallway. It was a muffled thump that almost mimicked my knocking, like someone was banging on a door. A bit shaken, I opened the front door wider and called out again. I wasn't sure what to say, so I just repeated myself, saying that I was delivering their food. A few quiet moments went by, then I heard a door open from the back of the house, and a guy came around the corner. He looked distressed and bothered, but I couldn't tell if it was because of me or something else. The guy walked down the hall and right up to the doorway I was in, not saying a word as he started to reach for the bag. But that's when I heard those thumps again from down the hallway. I looked past him in confusion as he turned and looked as well, then quickly turned back and looked at me, recognizing that I heard it too. "Is everything okay?" I asked carefully. The sound echoed through the walls again as the man just kind of stared at me, as if he were trying to think of what to do. "Why don't you bring the food inside for me?" he said, almost in a demanding tone. Nervously, I picked up the bag but quickly realized how terrible of an idea this was. I felt threatened, like I had to follow him, but I also had a feeling that if I did, I wouldn't be making it out of there. In my hesitation, the guy's face showed he was even more bothered, angry even. He then reached out and grabbed the food right from my hands, then slammed the door in my face. Stunned, I stood there and listened as his footsteps went down the hallway and the thumping stopped. I couldn't do anything else at this point, so I hurried off the porch and got back to my car. I ended my DoorDash shift after that one and ended up reporting the really disturbing scenario to the police. I think what ended up making me report it was that the man tried to get me to go inside his house. If not for that, I may have not felt there was enough evidence to do anything. Unfortunately, though, police informed me hours later that the man denied that anyone else was there and declined their request to search his home. At that point, there was nothing left to do other than speculate. I believe there was something truly horrible going on, and he was possibly ready to do the same to me, but I don't think we'll ever know for sure. At night, I like to play video games as a hobby quite a bit. This is my scariest experience while doing so. I remember that I was playing online on some game with random people. I had a headset and would talk to them. Most of you know that in online gaming, people sometimes say some crazy stuff, but on this night, it seemed pretty tame. I remember towards the end, shortly before I would go to bed, I was starting to get tired. I was playing this one game with basically just one other person. It was a man, and we were talking about the game over our headsets. During the game, I remember he asked me some somewhat personal questions. I didn't think too much of it and figured that he was just making conversation. The things he asked me were what my name was, to which I only gave my first name, and where I was from. I only told him my state, and I'm pretty sure I asked him the same questions back, but I honestly don't remember his answers. There wasn't anything really that creeped me out or anything. There were maybe a few more questions, but nothing that stood out. I remember that after a while, I got tired, and I told him that I was getting off. I do remember him asking why, and I said that I was going to bed. Afterwards, he sent me a friend request on the game, which was not a big deal. But it was either the following day or the day after that, he sent me a friend request on Facebook. I did not know it at the time, though. When I would go on Facebook, I would accept most friend requests unless it was clearly a bot. This guy appeared real, and I accepted it, not knowing who he was at all. He started to message me a short time later. I remember he said hi and asked me what I was doing and stuff as if we were friends. I asked him who he was and he responded, saying we had played video games together a few days earlier. That's when I realized this had to be the same guy. Obviously, I had no idea what the guy looked like. When I heard this, I was surprised that he had found me on Facebook. I never told him my last name or the city that I was from. It kind of creeped me out. Plus, based on the guy's page and photos, he did seem pretty weird. I decided at that point to delete him as a friend. But the day after that, the guy followed me on Instagram. He then started messaging me there. He asked me why I deleted him and sent me like 4 other messages. When I saw them, I deleted and blocked him from Instagram as well. I thought that was the end of it, but a couple of days later, I got a text message from him out of nowhere. An unknown number texted me. When I looked, I figured it was a wrong number until the texter said their name, and it was a long, angry text about how I blocked him and stuff. This creeped me out more than anything. I blocked his number and hoped that I would stop hearing from him. Obviously, I deleted him from being friends on the game as well. After this, I did stop hearing from him. I still wonder, though, how he found me. I mean, the only thing he had to go off of was my first name and state. How did he find my number? My only thought is that he possibly messaged somebody who knew me on Facebook, claiming that he was my friend and wanted to know my number or something. I never asked around, so I can't confirm it, though. Either way, it's really creepy what he did, and I'm glad that I haven't heard from him since. I worked from 9 to 5, then came home 8, and then worked on the old house to get it ready to sell. One night, after an exceptionally long and rough night of working on the house, I was on my way home when I saw in the sky something that routinely is not there. I stopped to watch the object only to see it not move at all. Now, realize this is around 1 a.m., and it's not a hot air balloon or anything like that, especially since I have never seen one in my area of Ohio. What I was looking at was an oval. It was wider than it was tall. The object, as many people explained, was not giving off light but was illuminated, if that makes any sense. I was so tired I almost wanted to shrug it off, but I just couldn't for some reason. Not only was it way too bizarre, but what I had been wanting for the last 48 years was happening right before me, my first and so far only UFO sighting. To say I felt spooked would be an understatement. I got back into my car and drove the short 1,000 feet or so to get to my driveway and to the safety of my new home. I knew there were details I was not able to see because of the way the craft was illuminated. Then it dawned on me, nobody's gonna believe me. So, at 1:30 a.m. on a school night, I went into the house and scared my daughter and son by waking them up to witness what was in the sky. I hoped to God it would be there still, and sure enough, it was sitting right there where I left it. I am covered in goosebumps just recalling my daughter's reaction. My son was a huge skeptic, but even at the age of 12, when he witnessed it, looking back he knows what it was. I saw fear in his eyes. He stayed out with us for about a minute or two, then went back inside. My daughter and I were almost speechless. It was beautiful in a way, but we both agreed that it gave off a feeling of fear or dread, like we were not supposed to be seeing this. Then it struck me, I should get some binoculars. I happened to know right where they were because I did most of the boxing for our move. I grabbed the binoculars and was stunned at what I saw. The best I could describe it was it looked totally old on the bottom, like it was made from old clad iron ships long ago, pounded out metal, like with rivets and seams. The top looked very modern, I guess you could say. I remember it had something that resembled what I would call headlights on the back window, like some old cars. I also remember the top almost being shaped like a genie's lamp. My daughter looked through the binoculars and had a terribly similar description. Then I saw something that freaked me out even further. It now looked as though the craft was sitting on a long, thin, yellowish pedestal. I could not figure out what I was now seeing. I gave the binoculars to my daughter, by the way, she was 16 at the time, and asked her to explain to me what she saw at this time, what had changed. I could hear the absolute fright and quiver in her voice. I will never forget what she said, "Dad, there's a beam of light coming out from under whatever it is. I'm scared, Dad. I think we should go in." We could not shake that feeling of fright and the feeling that we should have never seen what we did that night. Both of our bedroom windows faced out directly where this craft could be seen. I found out later my daughter stayed up until morning on live video chat with her friends, absolutely terrified. After showering, I laid in bed exhausted but overwhelmed by what we just saw. It was at this point that I noticed the craft was moving, but at such a slow rate it was undetectable until I was able to compare it to something stationary, which was my vertical windowsill. I will never forget that dull, eerie, pale yellow light this craft illuminated. I forgot to mention that if you held out your arm, the craft was just slightly larger than the width of your thumb, if that makes any sense. I was told later that that is quite large. Eventually, the craft traveled out of sight, and I crashed from exhaustion. I hope you enjoyed my fun fact. What do you think causes people to snap? Is it stress, jealousy, rage, maybe cabin fever? I don't really have an answer, but you need to listen to this. A few years ago, my boyfriend at the time bought us 2 tickets for a getaway cruise vacation. He had just been promoted in his job, and he decided to splurge and get us first class. It was honestly one of the most luxurious experiences that I've ever had. It sounds corny, but I felt like Rose on the Titanic the way the staff treated us. We were having a great time. We'd see live performances during the day and go dancing in one of the private clubs they had for their exclusive members during the nights. One night, I believe it was the night before the ship was to head back to port in New York, my boyfriend and I decided to go to bed early. We were in our cabin suite. My boyfriend was brushing his teeth in the bathroom, and I was lying on the bed scrolling through Instagram when there was a loud knock on our door. I called out to my boyfriend and asked if he ordered room service. He yelled back that he didn't, and I got up from the bed and went to the door. I was about to open it but decided to look through the peephole instead. I believe this small action was what saved our lives. As I looked through the peephole, I saw a disheveled-looking man standing in front of our door. He was breathing heavily, his eyes were wide, and there were red stains smeared all over him. I didn't quite know what to think as I stared at him. 20 seconds must have passed when he started banging on our door again, but this time much harder. The door handle started to jiggle as he tried to get in, and I yelled for my boyfriend to get over here now. The man was now screaming that he needed to come in and show us something. My boyfriend pushed past me and looked through the peephole. He yelled to get away from our door right now. The man did not listen. He continued to bang on our door, screaming to let him in. He was banging so hard that the edges of the doors started to splinter. Terrified that he was going to break in and do God knows what to us, my boyfriend called for security from the cabin phone. We stayed pressed up against the door to prevent him from getting in. When we finally heard other voices outside, we heard security yelling at him to stop what he was doing. I thought there was going to be some big fight and the man would retaliate, but it sounded like he just listened to the security. We could hear him being detained, and we figured it was now safe to open our door. After about half an hour of explaining to security what happened, we soon found out the grisly details of what this man was doing. Only 2 cabin doors down from us was where that man and his wife were staying. They were going to ask her some questions about her husband, but found out she had been stabbed over 40 times in the chest and neck. The man had used an ice pick that was in their cabin freezer. After he mutilated his wife, for some reason, he wandered over to our cabin and was asking to come in. He had the ice pick in his hand when he was knocking, and I'm positive he would have killed me and my boyfriend if I had not looked through the peephole first. The weird thing about this whole story is I remember seeing that man in the breakfast lounge with his wife. They seemed like a normal, happy couple enjoying a cruise vacation. My boyfriend later explained to me that he probably caught cabin fever and just snapped. This experience actually left such a traumatic imprint on me that I was unable to continue my relationship with my boyfriend. Sad, I know, but that's how badly it messed me up. I've since gotten better, but believe me when I say I will never step foot on a cruise ship again. I'm a police officer in South Italy. I've been doing this since I was 22. For the most part, it's not as exciting as it's cracked up to be. Not a whole lot happens in my county. Usually, the worst calls are disturbance calls or an occasional shoplifting, with something a little more serious sprinkled in there once in a blue moon. I've done just about every possible shift there is. I did my time on the night shift, and there were definitely some weirder calls during the night shift than the day shift. But this one time, I was working the night shift, and I didn't get any calls. I was just cruising on a quiet road with no streetlights and woods on both sides. I saw the reflection of taillights suddenly approaching on the right-hand side of the road on the grass. As I got closer, I saw that the driver's side door was open. I started to veer onto the grass as I slowed down, fully planning on getting out to see if the driver needed assistance. I saw someone step out of the car, stand by the door for a second, then start to run into the woods. I radioed the codes for a suspicious person or vehicle, then got out of the car with my flashlight on and my hand on my holster, just in case. In this situation, I had to expect the worst. I got to the front door of the car and looked inside, half expecting to see someone else sitting there, but the car seemed empty. There was a seriously foul odor emanating from inside the car, though. It smelled like a rotting animal. I called out to the woods, asking if anybody's there and needs assistance, and I stepped to the tree line, waving the flashlight around. I went back to the car to take a closer look inside the passenger side. There were multiple bloody tissues and paper towels on the floor on the passenger side, as well as the rear seats. They were soaked in blood. The entire papers were dark red. At some point while looking inside the car, I heard footsteps inside the woods. I spun around with my flashlight and yelled, "Come out of the woods." I didn't see anyone. Someone was hiding in there, and that was confirmed when I heard a deep voice somewhere beyond the trees and shrubs. I had no idea what the voice said. I responded, saying, "Show yourself, are you hurt?" I prepared to unholster my gun as I walked a little closer. I repeated myself, asking, "Are you hurt?" No response. The voice I heard before didn't sound like a person in pain, bleeding out. Additionally, why would they run into the woods upon seeing a police car? Something was way off. I went back to the car and requested assistance. I noticed, as I investigated the car further, that it had no plates. When I went back inside the rear, I found something that made me almost puke from shock. There was something heavy wrapped in bloodied paper towel. I unwrapped it with my gloves on to find a severed hand. It took me a hot second to realize what it was because it was completely dark red, soaked in blood. Now, this situation went from a 5 to a 10. I radioed that there was a possible murder and needed backup. I now put my cruiser's lights on to help other officers more easily identify my location. When backup arrived, we did a thorough search of the woods, looking for possible blood trails. Nothing, though. There were not even any blood trails leading from the car, which meant that the hand and blood on the tissues I found may not have been from the person who I saw run into the woods. Eventually, the K9 unit had to come and search for the person. Hours upon hours went into the search, well past dawn, turning up nothing. The vehicle was taken into custody. It had been reported stolen by a resident of a nearby town, who said he had no idea who could have stolen his car. Fingerprints had been collected from the steering wheel, and DNA testing had been done on the hand. There was not a single match to anybody in the database. To this day, there was never any progress in finding out who the driver of that car was and whose severed hand that was. In 2014, a man named Blair and his wife Farah were spending a weekend together on Vancouver Island, which they had done many times before. The couple has a lot of experience on the island and just camping in general. Vancouver Island provides an optimal camping setting because of its mix of scenic beaches and dense forest. The couple had many successful camping trips on the island until something truly terrifying happened to them on their final outing on the island. Blair and Farah were far from any roads or civilization, enjoying the solitude. They set up camp on a beach, a good distance from anywhere, and kept a fire going. To get to the trail leaving the beach was a kilometer along the beach and 2 kilometers to the road through the forest. The couple had met another camper named Claude from New Zealand, who they ran into earlier that day on the beach. Claude was planning on sleeping in his van, which he parked back up on the road. The couple invited him down to the beach for a fire, and the three shared a bottle of wine, talking amongst themselves around the fire. This is where things started to get a little creepy. The sun was starting to go down by this point, and the trio kept hearing what sounded like female voices from behind them in the bushes dividing the beach from the forest. It wasn't too dark out yet, though, so it was still possible that they were just other hikers or campers nearby, or even a group who anchored offshore and the sound was just bouncing in a weird way. All three of them could agree that they were hearing female voices. On that note, it was getting late and a little dark, so Claude said goodbye and set out to hike back to his car before it was too dark. Blair and Farah stayed by their campsite and stoked the fire because Farah was starting to get creeped out by the voices, which continued on into the darkness. It sounded like two female voices speaking, but whatever that was being said was unintelligible. It sounded to the couple like the voices were not far beyond the tree line now. They stayed up very late tending to the fire, and only when the voices had finally stopped did they decide to put out the fire and go to sleep in the tent. Before doing so, the two had scanned the cove with a flashlight several times looking for boats that could have been the source of the talking, but there was nothing in sight. It was around 3 a.m. when they laid down, finally ready to catch some sleep, but about 15 minutes after they laid down, Blair and Farah heard footsteps in the area around their campsite, over by where the fire was. They came from the direction of the bushes toward the inland behind them, a direction that was not traversable by people. The couple lay there hoping it was just a bear or any animal, because the only bears on the island are black bears, which usually are very timid around people. The footsteps went from the fire, then over to the tent, then back into the woods. 5 minutes later, the footsteps came back again to the fire, and now, clear as day, there were two female voices talking gibberish very loudly. Their communication did not resemble any languages known to Blair or Farah, and they seemed to be talking over each other, having what could barely be considered a conversation at full volume in the dead of night, very far away from civilization, without using lights to navigate through the dense brush relatively quietly in a direction that seemed impossible to traverse on foot. The two voices moved from the fire pit area over to the tent, still talking at a loud volume. They stood over the tent talking for a few seconds, then went completely dead silent. They went back into the woods to never be seen or heard again. Blair and Farah lay there completely frozen and afraid for a long time. They woke up around 11 a.m. the next day because of how late they fell asleep. They packed up first thing and never returned. The couple probably made the best decision to remain quiet in the tent, not drawing attention to themselves from whoever or whatever was outside. This happened to me when I was a junior in high school around April or May of 2019. I live on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, but for privacy reasons, I'll leave out the school name. I played the double bass in our school wind ensemble, and every morning we had rehearsal in the band hall. We were about halfway through rehearsal when I heard a knock on the band hall door, which opened to the outside. I don't think anyone else heard the knock because we were in the middle of performing a psalm, and I was standing with my double bass on the perimeter of the ensemble along with the percussionists, so I was closer to the door. Before anyone could say anything or react, one of the percussionists who I knew just blindly went over to the door and opened it for the person outside. We had been repeatedly told by the band directors to never open that door for anyone on the outside unless it was a student, and even the students had to show their student ID badges through the window before being let in. However, we still have to open that door a lot for other students as it locks on its own, so he probably just opened it without thinking and didn't look through the window. As soon as he opened the door, the person forcefully came in and walked to within 15 to 20 feet from where I was standing. It was a middle-aged Latino man, about 5 feet 6 inches, wearing a gray hoodie and cargo shorts. I immediately noticed that the guy had both of his hands in his hoodie with what appeared to be a heavy object. The band director saw him first and immediately stopped conducting, and the rest of the band turned their heads around to see what was going on. The band director asked with a nervous but forceful tone, "Can I help you?" The man replied in broken English, "Yes, I came to check out my daughter." The band director asserted, "This is not where you check out students, you shouldn't be here." The man then asked where he should go to check out his daughter, and to my surprise, the band director directed him to go out the band hall double doors and make a right down the school's main hallway to the front office. The man thanked the director and quickly walked out of the band hall into the school. During this whole conversation, I had my double bass turned in the man's direction and stood behind it so that it would maybe somewhat shield me from any bullets. After the man had disappeared down the hallway, the entire orchestra was speechless for a minute or so, processing what just happened. The director immediately called the school security, and within a minute or so, the school was on lockdown. The director turned off all the lights in the band hall, and we all crammed inside whatever tuba lockers we could find. A whole 5 minutes passed until 2 armed security guards came running full speed through the band hall in the direction that the man had gone. Another 10 or so minutes passed, and the lockdown was over. The school never came out with an official statement of the event, nor could I even find any local news articles about it. I suppose the school was trying to keep the whole thing a secret, for such a stupid breach of security would certainly damage its reputation. But I later heard from multiple other students that the man had just committed an armed robbery somewhere near the school and was fleeing on foot from the police when he decided to take refuge in the school, pretending to pick up his daughter. I also heard that he was found with a gun on him, which explains the heavy object I noticed in his hoodie pocket. The fact that I was standing literally 15 or so feet from an armed intruder inside of a school for a whole 2 minutes still terrifies me to this day. Although I know the band director was probably trying to keep his cool so as not to piss the guy off and cause him to shoot all of us or something, I still think he made a huge mistake by directing the man to go further into the school instead of telling him to go back outside and enter the school through the front door like every other parent or visitor has to. Had that man had worse intentions, that situation could have ended tragically. I'm glad I'm not in high school anymore because now I know firsthand how easily such things could happen at the hands of a careless mistake. This takes place during the first week of school, my freshman year at the University of Iowa. I was just starting to get comfortable with my roommate. He was dedicated to the idea of rushing a fraternity, and rush week was starting the next week. But the parties were starting Thursday of the first week. My roommate didn't want to go alone because it would be harder to meet people that way, so he wanted me to go. I happily agreed to go with him, even though I had no interest in rushing a fraternity. I still had intentions to go to parties. After all, I was attending a party school. My roommate wanted to go to one frat party on Thursday and then parties at different frat houses on Friday and Saturday. On this Thursday night, we were headed to perhaps one of the lowest ranked frats. I'm pretty sure it was an underground one too, but his logic in attending was to have a backup frat in case the higher ones wouldn't give him a bid. The frat house was really far from campus and in a much more slummy downtown area. We pulled up to a corner house, and if it weren't for the blasting music and cars parked everywhere, we would never have pictured this house as a frat house. It literally looked like they settled with the first house they found. We knocked on the door to immediately be greeted by some short, chubby guy in a white t-shirt holding a solo cup. His shirt had sweat stains by his armpits and mid-belly area. He told us to come right in. The party itself was in a horribly dimly lit room with probably 50 guys bunched up into the living room. It was hot as hell in there. To make it even worse, I think I saw maybe 2 girls at the entire party, neither of them even close to attractive. I gave the party a good 20 minutes, talking with one overweight foreigner after another, all giving off anti-social vibes. Eventually, I waved for my roommate to get ready to leave, but a huge group of guys by the door made us decide to wait a little longer to avoid the awkwardness of leaving early. I continued to drink the cheap beers they were serving. I think I downed 5 cups before I could even feel a buzz. A heavy guy approached me with a tiny bottle in his hand and handed it to me, smirking and saying, "That'll get you shit-faced." I fake laughed and thanked him, expecting him to go away, but he just watched me as if he were waiting for me to drink it. So I did. It was maybe 2 shots worth of some kind of hard liquor. The guy then started making conversation with me, and every time I hinted that I was trying to get away, he would try to pull me further into this otherwise one-sided conversation. Things started to get really blurry pretty soon. I remember feeling dizzy all of a sudden, and the room seemed to be getting darker. That was the last thing I remember before waking up in a dark room, lying in a bed. I could hear the sound of music muffled behind closed doors, so I knew I was still in the frat house. It was a very dark room, however. I could still make out certain furniture in the room and a small closet door, not much else. But even over the blaring music, I heard the sound of a plastic bag being crunched from the closet as if somebody had stepped on it by mistake. I ran out of that room and down the stairs back to the overcrowded living room. I found my roommate and pushed him out the front door, past the group of guys still standing in a circle right next to it. During the car ride back to campus, I told my roommate I was drugged. He almost called the cops, but I said it would be foolish and pointless. My roommate then asked me an awkward question: was I taken advantage of? I didn't feel any type of pain, and my clothes were all still on, so I assumed not. When I did a time check, I realized I'd only been out for maybe 10 minutes before waking up. Whatever the guy gave me must have been a dud or something. Thank God. That was my college experience of attending an underground ghetto frat party, and it remains my scariest life experience. This happened when I was in high school, long ago. My mom just recently found the paperwork about it when she cleaned out her office upon retiring from the police department. I remember being upset and scared when it happened, but reading the details as an adult, it sounded even worse than I remembered. I was 16, female, working at a flower and gift shop. It was nighttime, and a man came in short, overweight, balding, and in his 40s, just plain creepy. He told me he needed an apology gift for his girlfriend, so I offered a bouquet. Obviously, it's a flower shop. He said she didn't like flowers because they die. This was the first weird thing, as he came into a flower shop. Then he went into detail about how he hit her and asks me if I think he was right to do so. This was long ago, so I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was something along the lines of, "Not if you want her to continue being your girlfriend." He then tells me what a great job I'm doing and asks when I get off work. I don't dodge answering, and he leaves. Nothing more from this guy for 6 months. Then, right before Valentine's Day, he walks in the door 1 minute before closing. It was dark, and from the outside, it looked like I was working alone, as my coworker, about 40 and female, was in the bathroom. Instinctively, it felt like a predator had just entered the room. You know when something isn't right, and everything felt not right. I then notice he has a tarnished revolver tucked into the front of his windbreaker, which is halfway unzipped. It was obvious that he wanted it seen. I quickly scribbled a note to my coworker that said, "He has a gun," and handed it to her when she came out of the bathroom. She calmly walked over to the phone and looked at me wordlessly, asking if she should call the cops. I shook my head no, as I felt like he would escalate the situation. God forbid he heard the police coming and took a hostage or something. I was just going to try and act as calm and normal as I could and hopefully not tip the situation into something more dangerous. He spent about 15 minutes wandering around what was a fairly small shop. In retrospect, he was probably waiting to see if my coworker would leave, as it was now well past closing. Finally, he places an order for pickup on Valentine's Day, which gives me his name and the info for the police report that I'm sure is about to be filed. He buys a card and pulls out a wad of $100 bills, which he slowly thumbs through, looking for the right one to use for payment for his $40 order. I asked him if he wanted a bag, as it wouldn't be very inconspicuous if he just showed up at home with the Valentine's card. He replies, "No, I don't feel like being inconspicuous tonight," which seemed like an obvious reference to the gun hanging out of his coat. He finally leaves, and we quickly lock the door and watch him sit in his truck outside. We were not about to exit the shop until he was gone. Finally, he pulls out of his parking spot and moves to another spot further away and continues to just sit there. I don't know how long we waited, but he finally left. I called my mom crying, and she called the police, who came to the shop the next day to take a report. I told my best friend at the time what happened, and she told her mother. Her mother happened to work with the man and informed security at her job. She said he was very weird, creepy, and liked to talk about weapons a lot. Security at his job, which is a large company with government contracts and things related to tech and security, pulled him into the office and questioned him about it. He claimed it was a glove in his pocket, not a revolver. The police were pissed that his company made contact with him about it before they did, and he successfully dodged the cops with multiple calls and visits to his apartment. My mom, much to my teen fury at the time, made me quit my job, which was devastating as I loved it there. But in retrospect, it was totally the right call. I never saw him again. When I was 16 years old, I decided to surprise my parents with a bouquet of flowers for Valentine's Day. We've always celebrated this as a family holiday rather than a romantic one. I didn't have a car to drive to a florist, but my high school was within walking distance of a hospital that had a gift shop selling floral arrangements. On Valentine's Day, I set off for the hospital by myself, cutting across campus to walk through a network of side roads populated with specialty doctors' offices that keep odd hours. The sort of buildings where traveling doctors mainly hold surgery consultations or prefer small procedures a few times a month. The trip there passed without incident. As I was walking back, though, I noticed an unkempt 1990s car close behind me. While my memory of the car is hazy, I am left with the impression that there were at least two men inside whose faces I could not see. Initially, I assumed that the driver was simply afraid of hitting me, which is why they weren't passing by. So I made a point of dramatically walking further into the grassy shoulder of the road, demonstrating to them that they could safely drive ahead. But they still refused to pass me, continuing to creep along behind at a slow pace. Beginning to suspect the driver was more interested in me than a destination, I began to walk faster. The car confirmed my suspicions by matching my speed. Despite the impracticality of my shoes and the threat of spilling water from my vase, I started to run as fast as I could. That was when they hit the gas and again matched my speed. I realized at this point that the car was 100% following me and that there was no one in sight to notice. I needed to get away. I bolted into the first parking lot I saw, and the car turned in after me. Despite there being only 2 or 3 cars in the spacious front parking lot and no other sign of activity at the office, this car did not stop to park. The driver instead opted to pursue me into the partially under construction back portion of this lot, behind the office. I passed every available parking space, cornered against a pile of debris and rubble from the construction, coming to a diagonal stop less than 3 feet away. Before anyone could emerge from the vehicle, I somehow managed to scale the small prominence of rubble with my vase in hand and jumped from its peak to land painfully on the other side. Fortunately, it was a plot of undeveloped land within sight of my high school campus. I took a quick peek back over my shoulder to see if they were still in pursuit, but the car had sped off. After I reached the top of the rubble pile, it was now nowhere in sight. They had not parked in the lot at all. They had no business there. The driver was 100% following me. I sprinted at top speed and didn't stop until I was soaked with sweat in the dead of winter, panting in the student lounge among my classmates who didn't seem to care when I told them. Possibly because our hometown is supposedly a human trafficking capital, the crime rate is outrageous. Although I'm convinced that this was something more informal than human trafficking, as a dilapidated car suggested poverty, and I have read that human trafficking usually arises through grooming rather than being snatched off the streets. In retrospect, I should have told an adult or alerted campus security. At least I called the non-emergency line of the local police station, but I was young, foolish, insecure, and afraid of getting in trouble for leaving campus when I didn't have a signed permission slip permitting me to do so. I kept trying to convince myself that I had misread the situation or was overreacting. I don't know what I would have even told the police had I called them, as I was entirely ignorant on the subject of cars and couldn't have identified the make of it had I been asked. I couldn't see the faces of the occupants. I was also just worried that my parents would restrict my already extremely limited freedoms if they knew I had been in danger. I feel horrible having never told anyone and truly hope that my secrecy hasn't led to someone being hurt or killed. I believe the only missing people aside from runaway children or elderly adults with dementia in this city right now are men, aside from one woman a few decades ago. I've always loved libraries, their quiet atmosphere, the smell of old books, and the chance to dive into a world of fantasy always drew me in. So, when I got a job as a librarian at an old library on the outskirts of our town in the USA, I was over the moon. But my joy quickly turned to fear when I realized this library harbored eerie secrets. My name is Carrick, and this story happened to me last fall. I was a new employee at the library, which was built at the beginning of the 20th century. It was huge, with high ceilings and walls covered with shelves of books. Most of them were old, with yellowed pages and worn covers, but that didn't scare me. On the contrary, I was captivated by the atmosphere. The first few weeks were ordinary. I helped visitors find the books they needed, organized new arrivals, and occasionally conducted tours for school children. But one evening, when I stayed at work later than usual, something strange happened. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and I was about to lock up the library when I heard a strange noise. It sounded like a quiet whisper coming from the far end of the library. At first, I thought it was the wind, but as I got closer, I realized they were voices. They were talking to each other, but I couldn't understand a word. I followed the sound and found it was coming from the section of old books that no one had touched for years. This part of the library was darker and colder than the rest. I turned on the flashlight on my phone and began to examine the shelves. The books were covered in dust, and at first glance, nothing seemed unusual. But when I touched one of the books, the whispering suddenly stopped. A chill ran down my spine. It felt as if someone or something was watching me. I decided it was just my imagination and went back to work. But the next day, it got even stranger. When I arrived at work, I saw that the books on the shelves had been rearranged. None of my colleagues could have done it, as I was the last one to leave the library yesterday. Days passed, and the situation only worsened. Every evening I heard the same whispering, and every morning I found books out of place. I started losing sleep and felt constantly exhausted. My colleagues began to notice my unhealthy appearance, but I couldn't tell them the truth, fearing they would think I was crazy. One evening, when I again stayed late at work, I decided to solve this mystery. Armed with a flashlight and a camera, I returned to that section of the library. I started recording everything, hoping to catch something on video. The whispering was louder than before, and I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up in fear. Suddenly, I saw it. A shadow darted between the shelves. I began to chase it, but it disappeared. I checked the camera recording, but it only showed an empty space. Then I noticed one book sticking out from the shelf more than the others. I pulled it out, and a hidden passage opened before my eyes. It led to an old room that seemed to have been abandoned for many years. The room was cold, and the air was thick with dust. On the table lay old records and diaries. I began to read them and discovered the horrifying truth. This library was built on the site of an old cemetery. During construction, workers found ancient graves, but instead of reporting it to the authorities, they just walled them up. The souls of those buried here were angry and could not find peace. They tried to communicate with the living through the books, leaving messages and moving them. I realized they wanted only one thing: peace. I decided to help them and the next day contacted the city authorities. After lengthy negotiations, they agreed to exhume and move the remains to another location. Once this was done, the whispering stopped. The library became quiet, and I felt the fear gradually dissipate. But I will always remember that eerie whispering and those shadows that haunted me at night. Every time I pass by that old section, I feel a shiver down my spine, reminding me of the echoes of the past that have now found their peace. This took place 2 years ago, and I can still recall every moment in almost perfect detail. It was nearing the end of school. Everyone was on their way to their last period, which for me was history, a class that I not only wasn't good at, but I also disliked the teacher, and at that point, I honestly had no motivation for even showing up. So ultimately, I decided to ditch and hide out in one of the bathroom stalls located near the very back of the school. Almost no one went back there, so I figured no one would find out anyway. I was in the furthest back stall playing some game on my phone when the ear-deafening sound of the principal coming over the intercom made me jump. "Lockdown, lockdown, this is an emergency alert. Please follow lockdown procedures. Go into the nearest room or building, lock the door, and turn off all light." It was a lockdown announcement, though I honestly didn't pay any attention considering they were all practice, and so I just continued to sit there in the stall and wait. But just then, all the lights to the building seemingly shut off all at once. The hum of the light faded along with the buzzing of the AC unit, which meant all the power to the school had been cut off. The bathroom had gone pitch black, and that's when I was actually starting to get worried. Power was never cut off during practice lockdown drills. I texted my friend asking him what was going on, and literally right away he answered back with the text saying, "Dude, where are you? It's a real lockdown, everyone's asking where you are." I told him I was in the bathroom, and he responds saying I should hide, but where else could I go? I wasn't just going to run out into the hallway to find a better spot, so ultimately, I decided to stay and hide in the stall I was in. I turned my phone's brightness down and texted my friend again. I asked him what the reason was for the lockdown, and after 5 long minutes of waiting, he replied saying that apparently there was a kid armed with a knife banging on classroom doors and asking to be let in. Both my classroom and the bathroom I was in were on the same floor, so I turned off my phone and tried my best to see if I could hear anything. There were running footsteps, and that was shortly followed by the sound of the bathroom door opening. I was absolutely horrified at what I was hearing. Whoever entered walked towards the stall next to me, went inside, and shut the door. I held my breath for what seemed like forever, then to break the silence in a shaky voice, I said, "Who's in here?" It was silent for a second, and then I heard a voice reply with, "I'm just looking for a place to hide." I heard there was a lockdown over the speakers. That didn't really answer my question, but the guy sounded around my age, and so I decided I'd just let it go. We sat in silence for what seemed like forever when finally we got another announcement telling all students to exit the school in an orderly fashion through the front doors where cops would be waiting outside. I exited the stall but was surprised to see the guy next to me didn't. I asked him if he was coming and he replied saying, yeah man, just give me a couple minutes." I thought that was weird, but regardless, I left the bathroom and started heading towards the front exit of the school. As I was walking, my phone went off. My friend had texted me. He said that apparently a kid who was maybe a couple years older than us tried to rob a nearby gas station at knife point. The guy actually stabbed a couple people, and when he was unsuccessful in getting any money, he ran to hide in our school to blend in as one of the students. But what horrified me the most was the last sentence. My friend said that the cops outside were saying that the kid was still inside and that he was hiding somewhere in the back of the school. Reading this changed my walk to the front doors into a full-on sprint. Right as I got outside, I would frantically inform one of the police officers of what I had experienced, and after they searched the bathroom, they found it was empty but that the window inside was broken. The kid had broken and escaped through the window. Needless to say, for the next few school days, I'd gotten a lot of unwanted attention because of what I had experienced. As far as I know, the kid still hasn't been caught, and it's still just difficult for me to come to terms with the fact that I was unknowingly hiding in a stall right next to the guy I was trying to hide from. Years ago, I did a somewhat light-hearted video about the creepiest children's drawings. I made jokes about a lot of them, but a few on that list did seem like they might have had some sinister backstories. Over the years, I've gotten a handful of kids' drawings with backstories emailed to me. Today, I'm going to be compiling a few of those into this video. This was the drawing made by a 6-year-old boy in 2012. The picture was found in his room by his older sister, Tracy, who sent this to me. Tracy was 14 at the time, and she showed it to her parents. In the picture, the family is around the dinner table, drawn in a typical 6-year-old skill level. The reason Tracy showed it to her family is that she could recognize all the family members at the dinner table, even the family dog and cat. However, she couldn't recognize the man sitting on the floor kind of behind the table. Tracy said in her emails to me that when she was asking her little brother who that man was, he kept shrugging his shoulders and saying he was not allowed to tell. The man was drawn to be dressed in all black and had reddish-brown curly hair. As you can see, because of her little brother's refusal to explain who that fifth person in the picture was, she showed it to her parents, explaining that he likely had an imaginary friend or was pretending to see ghosts. After the parents confronted the child at dinner, asking who the man in the picture was, the boy made a pouty face and shrugged his shoulders. He did this any time they asked, with the most detailed answer from his mouth being, "I'm not allowed to tell." The parents, specifically the dad, weren't fazed by it, as really a 6-year-old could draw anything and create some kind of crazy story in their head behind it. Tracy would often be responsible for watching her brother when their parents weren't home. One day, when she was left in charge of watching him, she heard her brother talking to someone in his room. Upon getting to his room, she learned he was just playing with his toy car set on the floor, talking to most likely himself as he played. Tracy asked if he was talking to anyone, and he looked at her and shrugged his shoulders again, pouting his face. Tracy then noticed some candies on the floor of her brother's room, a specific kind of green apple-flavored candy that she'd never seen her mother buy before. She asked him where he got this, and he ignored her, going back to playing. Tracy took the candies, and that angered her brother, who yelled for her to give them back. She waited until her parents returned home to ask if either of them had bought the unusual candy. Since the boy was only 6 and it was summer break, receiving the candies at school wasn't even a possibility. The random candies appearing in the boy's room became a concern. Even as the boy was scolded and pressed by his parents as to where he got the candies from, he still just made his pouty, angry face and ignored them. The boy was grounded by his father until he would answer the question, so he wasn't allowed to leave his room. The family checked the closets in his room, under the bed, and even the closets outside of the room. The idea that someone was inside of the house was out the window. On that same night that he was grounded, Tracy sat close to her bedroom door instead of on her bed so that she would easily hear if and when her brother in the next room would start talking. Sure enough, when he did, which, to note, was way past her brother's bedtime, she jumped up and ran to his room. She opened the door and saw her little 6-year-old brother standing at his open window, talking to a man who looked as though he were about to climb into the room. Tracy screamed for her mom and dad, causing the man at the window to flee, and her brother began to cry. Once Tracy told her parents that a man was talking to her brother through his window, the police were called. The boy still refused to talk at first, but with the police there, he eventually said that his friend told him not to tell anyone about him or that he couldn't come and play anymore. When asked his friend's name and age, he said he didn't know. When asked what the two of them would do, the boy said he would come with snacks and candies for him and just play with toys. When asked how they met, he said they met in front of the house one day when the man stopped on his bike and gave him some candy. After offering to come back with more candies and snacks, Tracy's brother told him which bedroom window was his, and that's when this started. Back in 2018, I worked for Domino's. It was my first night. I was just starting out. I was only working there because I needed the money for college supplies for my dorm. That night, I was being trained. When you're being trained, you're accompanied by the manager on your first few deliveries to see how you do and evaluate you. It was late, around 8 o'clock, and we got an order. Our store wasn't electronic like they are today. We couldn't see where the locations were on a big TV. We had to look them up on our phones for directions. We got the directions and the pizza. I still remember the order, for large pizzas with 2 bottles of PIB. We loaded them into the car, and it was my car since I was the one being evaluated. So it was me, my manager, and another trainee who I didn't know. The house we were heading towards was way out of the way, in the middle of nowhere. My town was old, though, so it was fairly common to go miles without anything. It took us around 15 to 20 minutes to get there. The house looked old, really old. It was an old 2-story home, and it was completely run down. The wood was chipping, some of the windows had boards on them. It was not a house you'd expect people to be living in. I remember asking my manager if we had to go up there, and he told both of us yes, but that he'd come with us and hand them the pizzas and sodas. I hesitantly got out of the car and noticed that the other guy, who was new, was very nervous as well about walking to that front door. We finally started making our way to it when the other trainee said he thought he saw someone watching us from the furthest window from us upstairs. Our manager told him he's just paranoid and that this shouldn't take more than a minute or two, making sure to tell us to stay calm and be nice. I don't know how I had the courage to ring the bell, but I did, which of course didn't work, so my manager pounded on the door. No answer. We waited about 15 seconds and knocked again, harder this time. Still no answer. We were all getting impatient, and there was a smell of something rotten. We couldn't tell if it was the house or if something inside had died. Finally, after about a minute of impatiently waiting, someone opens the door, but not completely. They opened the door only showing part of their face and asking who we were and what we wanted. My manager said we had their pizza. The guy quickly unlocked the door and acted all friendly towards us. It freaked the three of us out. It was an older gentleman, in his 50s at least. He told us it took him a while to open the door because it's hard for him to get around or something. Our manager handed him the receipt and asked if he was paying with cash or a check, and the man told us he'd be back with the money. He left the front door open, so I looked around to see what the house looked like inside. Empty, completely empty. No furniture or anything in that house, just the floor and a couple of blankets. Obviously, this guy was homeless and was just living here since no one else was. That's when we heard footsteps coming from upstairs. More than one person, too. That's when we got uncomfortable about the situation. The realization of what the other employee said became true. Someone was probably watching us as we walked to the front door. My manager yelled out if the man had the money yet, but he never got a response back. The footsteps stopped. Everything just stopped. It became silent. You could just hear the three of us breathing. My manager told us to stay at the front door in case the man came back, and that he'd go around the house to see if the man needed help or something. We nodded at him, and he walked towards the back. The two of us heard footsteps, but not from upstairs. They were coming from below us somehow. We both looked completely puzzled and confused and honestly uneasy about this entire situation. That's when we heard our manager scream and heard frantic running. He ran to the front of the house where both of us were and told us to go back into the car and that we're leaving. I've never driven a car faster in my life. My manager explained to us that when he was walking around to the back, he saw a group of people in the darkness surrounding a sort of makeshift campfire, but it was very small. He got closer to them and noticed in the middle was a baby deer. The group of men were sitting around laughing at it as if they found it funny. The minute he said that, my heart almost stopped. The new guy and I quit right after, and I heard the manager quit a month after this. I'd never worked a delivery job again. Obviously, we walked into some kind of cult meeting, and I'm just glad we left when we did. I'm going to tell you a story that still makes me angry to this day, even though it happened back when I was a kid. This was when I was about 12 years old or so. I went to the local school and was a shy kid, but I did have several friends. I remember there was this one kid at my school named Edward. We had some mutual friends and certainly knew who each other were, but I wouldn't say we were friends and we never really hung out. I didn't know a whole lot about Edward, but we had a class together and sat sort of near each other, so I would often hear him talking to other people. When I was talking with my friends, he would sometimes stop by and talk with our group. I remember one of my friends said that he got invited to Edward's birthday party that weekend. Then, to my surprise, the next day Edward invited me to his party. He told me his address and the time and said to bring a present for him. He wrote that information on a post-it note, I remember, and then gave it to me. I felt good for being invited to his party. As a shy kid, I did not get invited to a whole lot of birthday parties. Edward was not really known as that cool or popular, but he certainly had a lot more friends than I did, and I thought well of him. I hadn't known that he considered me to be a good enough friend to invite to his party. So when Friday came, Edward's party was that night. I had gone out with my mom the previous day and got Edward a good present. During the school day, one of my friends who was also invited told me that he wasn't going. I guess he had to go to his sister's recital or something. Anyways, that made me more nervous to go to Edward's party because I would no longer really know anybody else there that well. So that night, my mom drove me to Edward's house. It was going to be a sleepover, and she said that she would pick me up the next morning. I was dropped off right on time, and then I walked up to the house. I knocked on the door, and after a moment or two, Edward himself opened up the door. There was another kid with him who I did not recognize. He invited me inside, and I heard some other kids in another room, which sounded like it was at the other end of the house. Edward told me to follow him, and then he led me into the kitchen, which was at the back side of the house. Another kid then walked over from someplace else. Now it was Edward, me, and two other kids. Everyone else was still in some other room. There was a kitchen table with a bunch of presents on it. Edward told me to leave the present there, and I did. Then he told me to follow him. I thought he was going back to where everybody else was, but instead, he led me to the back door that was also in the kitchen. This led to the backyard. He told me to go outside, and I didn't know why, but I did. As soon as I was out the door, he slammed the door shut behind me and started laughing. His friends started laughing too. I thought that he was joking at first. I went back to the door and expected him to let me back inside, but then I heard him locking the door. He then said something like, "Later, loser," then he covered the window to the door and walked away laughing. At first, I didn't know if it was still a joke or what, but after standing outside for probably 5 minutes, I realized that it was no joke and he was not coming back. Then I felt really bad. I was too embarrassed to go knock on a door and try to get back inside. I didn't even want to anyways. I just wanted to go home, but I didn't have a cell phone back then. My mom wouldn't think to go back until the next morning. I was trying to figure out what to do. I ended up walking back into the street. I walked a ways down and eventually I ended up going to a random person's house. I knocked on the door, and luckily they answered. Then I asked to use a phone to call my parents, and I was able to. My mom then came to pick me up. When we got home, she was able to find out the number of Edward's mom, and she called her. I remember that Edward's mom claimed she had no idea that I was even invited. She drove Edward to our house later the next day and made him apologize to me in person, as well as give the present back. It didn't really make me feel that much better, though. I had been humiliated. After that, I never talked to Edward again. I saw him around in school the next year or two, but luckily we did not end up going to the same high school. When I was younger, I used to go to the library many times after school. This takes place when I was a freshman in high school. Back then, I did not have access to a computer with internet at home, so many times, when I was walking home from school, I would stop at the library. There was one that was roughly halfway back home from school and only a couple of blocks out of my way. I would do homework, play games on the internet, and go on Facebook and stuff. Most days, I would be there for a few hours and then walk the rest of the way back home. I went there on average maybe 2 or 3 times a week, but sometimes more or less. So, one day I went to the library after school and logged on to one of the computers. The library was pretty large, so large that it had 2 levels. Usually, there would be quite a few people there, but they were pretty spread out. I was on the computer and remember that I went on Facebook. When I did, I saw that I had a new friend request. It was from some random guy I didn't know. The profile picture was of a car, and I didn't recognize the name. But back then, I would automatically accept every friend request that I got. I didn't even care if I knew the person, so I accepted it and thought nothing more about it. Well, probably just about a minute after I accepted it, the guy sent me a message saying, "Hi." I responded back saying, "Hi," and was now wondering who he was. He responded, saying that he was in the library with me right now. This seemed kind of strange to me. I was not aware of knowing anybody at the library. I had never seen one of my friends from school there. The guy said that he was on the other side of the library and upstairs. I didn't really know what to think of it, and I don't remember exactly what I said, but the guy kept talking to me on Facebook. He soon started to ask me personal questions, so I decided to stop responding to him because he was coming across as a creep. I went on another internet tab and ignored it, but I kept seeing more notifications pop up that he was sending me more messages. This was really starting to creep me out, so I closed everything, logged off the computer, and then left. I had no idea who it was in the library. I walked straight home and hoped that I wouldn't encounter that man anymore. A couple of days later, I went back to the library again after school. Like most times, I found an open computer and logged on. I went on Facebook and saw several more messages from the guy. I didn't respond and just ignored them. He must have seen that I had logged on to Facebook. I know it shows other friends that are currently online. So he started sending me more messages. I didn't bother to look and continued to ignore him. Several minutes later, though, I suddenly felt a tap on my shoulder. I looked, and it was some guy I had never seen before. He was much older than me, had an uneven gray and brown beard, and was wearing a green hat. He then asked me why I wasn't responding to him. I was so surprised that I didn't say anything. The man then asked me to go with him. He said that he was leaving and motioned for me to get up. I said no to the man. He continued to stand there for about a minute before walking away. But the man only walked over towards the front of the library near the doors. I watched him sit down in a chair near the entrance and face me. I wanted to leave, but he was sitting right by the doors, and I would have to walk past him. He was just kind of watching me, and I felt like if I left, he would follow me or something. I stayed at the computer for a while. Every time I looked over towards the doors, I saw that the man was still there and often looking at me. I called my mom. Luckily, I had just recently gotten a cell phone. I told her about the situation and asked her to come and pick me up. She agreed. She had just gotten out of work, so it took her about 20 minutes to get there. But when she did, she walked into the library, and then we were both able to leave. When we got near the doors, the man kind of walked away. After leaving, my mom called the library and reported the whole thing. They were very quickly able to find out who the man was. The police even got involved, and the man ended up getting banned from that library. So, I was able to go back not too long after, and I never saw him again. Thankfully. This past New Year's Eve, I went away for the night with my two best friends and one of their moms. I was home for the holidays from college, and my friend Yarezi invited me to go to Palm Springs to celebrate New Year's with her mom and our friend Nadia. I didn't have any other plans, so I decided to go with them. We went to a cool city about an hour from where we live that is big on shopping and resorts. We planned to have a pretty calm night, watch the ball drop at a block party downtown, and have a few drinks at the bar. Since we're on the West Coast, the ball drop is at 9:30, so at around 8:30, we ventured from our hotel, walking to the block party about a mile away. On the way, we passed by a very lively bar. We decided to stop by and we spent 15 minutes dancing, but we didn't get any drinks. It was a gay bar, and Rezi and Nadia, being gay, were stoked on it and wanted to come back after the ball drop, even though it was about 90% men there. We continued on to the block party to get some dinner and a glass of champagne. The ball finally dropped and they had a DJ, so we spent about an hour there just dancing. After we got tired of it, we decided to head back to the bar and hang out there until midnight. Once we got there, Rezi's mom paid for a drink for each of us, but left soon after that because she was tired. It's about 10:30 at this point, and Rezi, Nadia, and I are enjoying our drinks and having fun dancing. Nadia tried some of my drink since it was one she hadn't had before. I constantly have my guard up when drinking in public, and I felt safe at this bar because it was 90% gay men who I thought would not have an interest in me. I went back to the bar to get a second drink, and that's the last thing I remember. The rest I've gathered from Rezi and Nadia. Almost immediately after getting my second drink, I asked Nadia to go to the bathroom with me because I wasn't feeling well, even though I was completely fine 10 minutes before. Once in the bathroom, I just collapsed on the floor and was almost unresponsive. Nadia, now worried, somehow dragged my lifeless body out to where Rezi was waiting for us. Security, seeing my condition and assuming I was wasted, asked us to leave. Rezi and Nadia decided to take me back to the hotel about half a mile away. By this point, I was unconscious, and there were barely sounds escaping from my mouth. They saw someone leave the bar at the same time as us who was walking near us, but they were preoccupied with trying to keep my lifeless body off the ground. At one point, I threw up all over myself, them, and the sidewalk. The next part of the story we had to get from Rezi because Nadia doesn't have much memory of this. Still struggling to carry me, the man they saw leave the bar approached them. He was hitting on Nadia, trying to get her to grab a drink with him. She was very agitated and told him to leave, saying her friend needed help right now. He didn't take no for an answer and continued to follow us down the street, asking if we wanted to get drinks with him and if he could help carry me and such. A middle-aged woman witnessing this came up and told the man off, saying something along the lines of, "Stop harassing these young women or I'm going to call the police." Thankfully, he left after that. Next, by some miracle, an EMT and his wife, enjoying the holiday, ran into us on the street. He checked me out to make sure something wasn't majorly wrong and then carried me the rest of the way to my motel and into the room since my friends could barely hold me up. They thanked him profusely, and him and his wife left. This is where Nadio's memory kicks back in a little bit. 5 minutes later, they get a knock on the door, and it's the EMT and his wife again. They came to let us know that a man followed us to the hotel, and they just saw him hop the gate and start to make his way to our room. My friends called hotel security, but they were unable to find him. My friends didn't get a glimpse of him, but I'm sure it was the same man from earlier. I spent the rest of the night vomiting everything in my body in dry heaving. After that, I woke up the next morning in a pile of pillows and blankets on the bathroom floor. My last memory was at the bar getting a second drink, and my friends filled me in on everything that happened. Feeling like crap, I thought I must have drunk way too much, but I've never blacked out before in my life, and the amount of drinks I had, only 2 in 2 hours, since I didn't get to my second at the bar, didn't add up to me being completely unconscious. We all decided that my first drink had to have been drugged since Nadia had some of it and had no memory of our walk even though she was fully functional. I'm sure that the man that was talking to Nadia and then followed us back was the one that slipped something in my drink. To this day, I don't really know how I could have been slipped something because I got my drink from the bar and never set it down. My best guess was that it was already in the cup. Thankfully, I had a good friend and kind strangers protecting me that night. It keeps me up at night thinking about what could have happened under different circumstances. For a very short period of my life, I want to say I was around 14 or 15. I lived in a fairly small house in Vermont. My family didn't live there long. It was located in the forest and far from almost everything, making any task that required leaving the house pretty inconvenient. However, there's one experience I had at that house in the time I lived there that I'll likely never forget. It happened in January. I only remember that because I can recall New Year's Day being just a few days earlier. My cousin Gwen and I were both still on school break at the time and had planned to spend the night at my place. This was something we would often do. We would typically stay up till 2 or 3 a.m. playing Xbox, watching movies, or something along those lines. This would all happen in the living room. This night, we had been watching a movie. I don't remember what movie it was, but that's not important. What I do remember is being maybe halfway through the movie when Gwen kept looking out the window just slightly to the right of where we were sitting. It got to the point where, like every minute, I could see his head move out of the corner of my eye. Now, I should mention that on that night there was a fairly bad snowstorm happening. At first, I just thought he'd been watching the snowfall until I realized just how long he had been staring out the window for. I asked him what he was looking at. He kept staring and responded, saying how he thought he saw something. This instantly filled me with anxiety. I think this was mostly due to where we lived. Wild animals weren't all that common, and like I mentioned earlier, we didn't really live near anything. So, someone on our property, especially at this hour and during a snowstorm, would be cause for concern. Nothing happened for a couple of minutes. I kept asking follow-up questions, but he just told me to be quiet, as if to be able to focus. That's when we saw it, the clear shadow of a person sprinting from one tree to the next. Both of us physically jumped in reaction. There was no sound, but the sheer sight alone was enough to startle us. Now, this was a good 200 feet out from the house, so we couldn't exactly tell if the person was coming closer or not. We both looked at each other and right back out the window, I guess as a way to confirm what we had just seen. A couple of minutes of this went by when it happened again, but this time much further to the left of where the first sighting had occurred. Slowly over time, the sightings became more frequent. It was clear by this point that there was more than just one person. Eventually, one of the figures got out from behind a tree, but this time instead of moving behind another one, it just stood there. After a couple of seconds, the figure started sprinting in our direction. This was enough to break us out of our sort of trance of disbelief, and we ran. I ran straight upstairs to wake up my dad, but by the time he got up and followed me downstairs, there was no one visible outside. Gwen and I both explained to him what we had seen. Typically, I don't think my dad would have believed us, but I guess he was able to see the genuine panic in our eyes. We all went around the house verifying all the doors and windows were locked. My dad then went outside armed with a weapon. He briefly walked around the house before returning inside, but he found nothing. That night, we convinced my dad to fall asleep in the living room with us. Come morning, the snowstorm had almost completely stopped. We went outside to better assess the situation in the daylight, and we found multiple sets of footprints in the snow next to the trees facing our living room's window. They were pretty filled in from the snowstorm, but still clearly visible and recognizable as footprints. There were even some around the house, like on top of the footprints my dad had made the night before. I even talked to my dad about it, and he said those had not been there when he went outside. Even more disturbing, our shed had been left completely open, with the only thing stolen being our knives we used for hunting. None of this, however, was enough to get my dad to call the cops. He always had this, we take care of our own, mentality, and I guess he just never saw calling 911 as an option. We moved out of that house 2 weeks later, not because of the incident, but rather because that just happened to be when we had planned to move. I was extremely grateful for this. At least as far as I know, nothing happened in those 2 weeks. This whole experience still freaks me out to this day. Seeing firsthand multiple people on your isolated property in the middle of the night and during a snowstorm is straight out of a nightmare, and I do my best not to think about it. It was a rainy Thanksgiving. We have a small family, so our family gatherings are tiny. It was my mom, my 2 sisters, our grandparents, and I for dinner at my mom's house. My older sister Nancy has been moved out for years. My younger sister Jamie and I still live at home with our mom. Our grandparents live 20 minutes away. Our dad's side of the family all live in a different town. We were all helping out with cooking and such, and our grandma was bringing over some food as well. We always do Thanksgiving dinner at 6 o'clock sharp. Our grandparents arrived at like 5 o'clock. We had to go out and help them walk through the rain up the front stoop to make sure they didn't slip. It was really bad out. Once they were here, we put the football game on in the living room, and I sat with my grandparents and watched football with my grandpa, who was a big Cowboys fan. My sisters were in the kitchen helping my mom with the food. The rainstorm created for a more comfortable and relaxing Thanksgiving evening. That is, at first. When it was time to set the table, I went to help. We were all at the table by 6 o'clock as per the usual. We had a giant selection of food for the small amount of people we were: turkey, leg of lamb, potatoes, stuffing, corn, cranberry sauce, cornbread, and more food I'm probably forgetting. We were all at the table eating, drinking wine, and talking before we migrated to the living room where we all watched the football game. Then, sometime before the game ended, the doorbell rang. It was still pouring outside, and we weren't expecting anyone else. Our mom said, "Oh no, what if that's your father?" Long story short, our parents don't speak, but the idea of our father coming to surprise us wasn't impossible. My mom told me to go check who it was, so I went to the door and yelled through it, "Who is it?" But the sound of the pouring rain on the front awning drowned out the sound of a male's voice on the other side. So I opened the door with the storm door still closed and locked. There was a black man on the other side of the door. He was in some really big rain jacket with the hood up. When I opened the door, he walked closer and yelled something through the door. I had to ask him to repeat it twice before I understood him to be asking for food, saying he's hungry. Then he said something along the lines of, "The Lord will give you good karma if you spare some food." I said, "1 second." I went to the living room and told my mom there's a possible homeless or just very hungry man asking for food at the front door. My mom said, "Close the door," while my grandma said, "Give him some food." I said I'll make a little paper plate of food for him from the leftovers. I went to the kitchen, grabbed a bunch of paper plates to account for the rain outside ruining them, and then sandwiched some of the leftovers together with them. Then I went to the front door where the guy was still standing. I held up the plate to show him, and he tried opening the door. I yelled, "Wait, it's locked," but I already was wary now after he tried opening the door. Regrettably, I still unlocked the door, and the second I started to push it open, he pulled it open with force and tried pushing his way through me. I instantly threw the food and held him back, yelling for my sisters to come help me. As Nancy came to help shut the door, I saw 2 more guys rushing up the front walkway to the door. I managed to push the man out enough to clear the door, and I helped my sister slam it shut. The second it was locked, I ran to the backyard door to make sure it was locked. I was the only able-bodied man in the house, and I felt like it was on me to protect the house. My family was in hysterics as we were brainstorming what to do. Not so shockingly, we settled for calling the police. My mom called while I kept going from window to window looking outside. It was hard to see out through the pouring rain, but through the backyard window, I saw a couple of men running through the grass to the back door. I'd imagine they tried opening the back door and failed, and then I saw them running through the grass again back to the gate. Then they were gone. When the police got here, the food that I dropped onto the front stoop was still just sitting there all scattered on the porch. Not that it wasn't obvious that those guys didn't come for the food, but it's something worth mentioning. Our Thanksgiving was almost turned into a complete nightmare if it weren't for my and my sister's quick reactions. I know my grandma had her heart in the right place wanting to help the seemingly needy, and I was influenced by her, but unfortunately, we live in a world where sometimes trying to do the right thing could bite you in the ass. We installed the doorbell camera soon after. So this happened a little over 2 years ago now. It was 2017, and I had just started a new job at a motel. It was low pay, but I needed an office job. One of my friends, John, got me this job. For a few days, I did training with the owner in the mornings. For 2 nights, John trained me. Our job was the 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift, nothing exciting, just checking guests in and doing paperwork. My boss, or the owner, went away with his wife on vacation for a week, which contributed to the swift training I had to endure. So it was my first night alone on the night shift. There was a monitor with security cameras around the motel's property and large glass windows all around the office building with a glass door. There was no night window like most motels have. It was fairly early in the night, at about 1 a.m. I was just doing my normal check-in paperwork when a man walked in and asked if we had any rooms available. Usually, if someone sketchy came in, my boss had me lie and say no. But he seemed normal at the moment, so without hesitation, I said yes. I began creating the reservation on the computer when I noticed he started swatting the air and making spitting noises as if he was being surrounded by flies. I tried to ignore it. As far as I was concerned, it wasn't my business, so I tried to check him into the room as quickly as possible. I gave him his key, and he was on his way. At this point in time, I could be described as very timid. I had a lot going on in my personal life, so I hope you can all understand my reaction to what happens next. The man came back from his room and slammed his hand on the glass door, causing me to jump, absolutely frightened. I looked up to see him just staring at me. He cracked the door and put his head through and said, "I can't get into my room. Why won't you let me into my room?" And my only defense is trying to be helpful, so I replied, "Maybe there's something wrong with your key. Let me give you another one." The look he had in his eyes was inexplicable. I felt like I was in absolute danger. I handed him his new key, and he went back to his room. I tried texting John because he's the one who trained me, though it was the middle of the night and he was asleep. I needed some guidance. With no reply from John, I noticed the man trudging down the stairs to come back. I went into absolute panic mode. I ran into the back office, locked the door, and pulled out my pocket knife. It's important to keep protection when working at night. I heard the man in the office yelling, "Hello? Hello? Why won't you let me into my room? Do you not like me?" Being an absolute idiot and not standing my ground or just calling the police when I was feeling scared, I decided to take the situation on alone. I replied, "I'm just on the phone. I'll be right out." I then started calling John over and over for help. No answer. I decided to take a few breaths and then step out of the office. The man was not there. He was in the bathroom. I started hearing him talking to himself angrily, saying, "Kill her, kill her." My heart sank. Still being an idiot and not calling the police, he came out, and I said, "Your key was broken. I'm sorry. Let me escort you to your room." He agreed. Thankfully, I was wearing a long-sleeved sweater, so with my arms down, I was able to hide my knife in my hand while holding it. I began to walk outside, and he seemed insistent on walking behind me. We began making our way to the staircase and up towards his room. I was sweating from how nervous I was, continuously looking behind me to make sure he wasn't going to make a move. He stopped at a room, and I stopped at his room a few doors down. I smiled and said, "Oh, that's the wrong room. This is your room," as it was clearly said on the door. This whole time, he was going to someone else's room and trying to open the door. After letting him into his room, I quickly ran back to the office and locked the door. I found out there was a lone woman staying in the other room he was trying to get into. The next guest I checked in was a police officer from a few towns over. I felt bad for confiding in him about the guy, but he seemed willing to keep an eye and ear out. The next night, the man came back, but I had the doors locked and told him we were all booked up. I explained to my boss what happened when he got back from vacation. However, he didn't take it very seriously. I continued to work there on the night shift for the next year, where many other strange encounters happened, but this was one of the worst. This story takes place when I was a junior in high school. For context, here's a little background information. Back in the day, I was a pretty involved student, took all the hard classes, and was in a few varsity sports. In one of these ways, I was always busy and didn't have much time for myself. Part of me was thankful for that. It provided me an escape from a world where my parents had recently parted ways and my older brother had just gone to college. It was just me and my little brother then. He also was a swimmer and a smart kid in his own right. We were really similar, even to this day, but probably because of the stress our family situation put on us at the time, we didn't get along well at all. One of those wet winter days in the Midwest, I'd put in my time at school and swim, and I still had to sit down for several hours of homework. This time, I had to write an essay for some advanced class that I wasn't really interested in. I dropped my swim bag at the door when I got home and looked around my house to see if anyone was home. Empty. Dad must be out with Carwin at swim practice. His club team had the slot at the pool after the high school team was done. I popped in a mouthful of Cheez-Its and headed down to the basement to my office to get some schoolwork done. The house was a middle-class two-story with an unfinished basement, with the exception of what I referred to as my office. From a career past, my dad used to work from home but no longer did. I was the only one who used this place, so my family, or what was left of it, just called it Azaria's office. So I made my way across the concrete floors and unattached carpet scraps down there to the one finished out room in the basement. I flicked on the CFL light. It was like any other night after practice. I still had hours of homework to do, so I turned on the computer and started typing away. I was typing for what seemed like an hour, trying to bring words to what the concept of hedonism and the picture of Dorian Gray meant to me as best I could, or as convincingly as I could. Out of the dark, I heard my little brother call out to me, "Azaria, Azaria, come up." Almost reflexively, I called back to him, "Carwin, I'm working. What do you need?" We would yell through the house like brothers do, but it took me a minute to realize I didn't hear him come home. I got no response, only for a couple of minutes, though. Again, I heard my little brother's voice sing out, "Azaria, Azaria, come up." It felt strange hearing those words carry across the dark concrete floor. He's supposed to be at swim practice. I called back out to him, asking if he needed anything, but again I received no answer. I thought about just starting my essay again, but the family situation was delicate at best, and I didn't want to be in trouble if my little brother actually needed something. I made the decision to get up and go find out for myself. I bounded up the basement staircase the only way a high schooler can, and I called out again for my brother, Carwin. "What's up? I'm really busy." I checked all around the main floor looking for my little brother or even signs he was home. No shoes, no backpack, so he wasn't home, and there was no car in the driveway either. The only reason my dad would be gone right now would be to pick him up. Satisfied, I turned back for the stairs when I heard my little brother's voice ring out again, "Azaria, Azaria, come up." This time, every hair on my body stood on end. It just didn't make sense. He had to be at practice, and if he really needed me, he would have come to me. I got to the base of the second floor stairs and called out to him one more time, "Carwin, what's going on? Are you okay?" For a minute, no answer. "Carwin, I'm really busy. Can you tell me what's up?" It was quiet for way too long as I stared up the dark staircase. Logically, I had no reason to believe anyone was up there until I heard Carwin's voice calmly speak this time, and not call out in his sing-song way those same 4 words, "Azaria, Azaria, come up." "What?" I asked under my breath. I couldn't comprehend the situation. I did a quick inventory of any probable scenario: break-in, wrong voice, a prank. I would have seen something at this point. It had to be Carwin, and maybe helping him would make me a good brother, so I began up the stairs. My heart pounded with each step, and I was about to make the landing to the dark second floor when I heard the buzz of the garage door motor. I ran back down the stairs and looked out the window. It was my father's sedan, and he and my little brother got out. I stumbled from the window to the hall where they would enter, and I felt my heart almost stop beating. I collapsed on the floor and just started to cry uncontrollably. I have always loved traveling, seeing new places, meeting new people, and staying in unique accommodations were my passions. So when I found a charming old house listed on Airbnb, I booked it without hesitation. It was a large Victorian-style home in a small, quiet town. The price was cheap, and the pictures showed a cozy, well-kept place with antique furniture and a lovely garden. I arrived on a chilly Thursday evening. The house was even more beautiful in person. Its white walls and dark wooden beams gave it a timeless look. The garden was filled with flowers, even in the late autumn weather. I rang the doorbell and was greeted by the host, Mrs. Hilda, a sweet elderly lady with kind eyes and a warm smile. She showed me around the house, explaining the rules and pointing out the amenities. Everything seemed perfect. After settling into my room, I decided to explore the house. The living room had a large fireplace, and the kitchen was stocked with everything I might need. There was a long hallway with several doors leading to different rooms. Mrs. Hilda mentioned that some areas were off-limits, like the basement. "It's old and dusty down there," she said. "Not much to see." That first night, I slept well. The bed was soft, and the room was quiet. But the next day, something strange happened. As I was having breakfast, I heard a noise coming from the basement. It sounded like a faint, muffled cry. I ignored it at first, thinking it was just the old house settling or perhaps a cat outside. But the noise continued, growing louder and more desperate. Curiosity got the better of me. I went to the basement door and pressed my ear against it. The crying was coming from inside. I knocked lightly, but there was no response. I tried the door, but it was locked. I felt a chill run down my spine. I found Mrs. Hilda in the garden, tending to her flowers. "Excuse me, Mrs. Hilda," I said, trying to sound casual. "I heard some noises coming from the basement. Is everything all right down there?" She looked at me with a strange expression. "Oh, that must be the wind," she said quickly. "This old house makes all sorts of noises." I wasn't convinced, but I didn't want to press her. Instead, I decided to investigate on my own. That evening, after Mrs. Hilda went to bed, I took a flashlight and quietly made my way to the basement door. The crying had started again, more desperate than before. I searched the house for a key and eventually found one in a drawer in the kitchen. My hands trembled as I unlocked the door. The basement was dark and cold. The air smelled musty, and cobwebs hung from the ceiling. I followed the sound of the crying, my heart pounding in my chest. At the far end of the basement, I found a small makeshift room. Inside, sitting on a dirty mattress, was a man. He looked thin and frail, with a long beard and sad eyes. His clothes were tattered, and he shivered in the cold. "Help me," he whispered, his voice hoarse. "Please help me." I was shocked. "Who are you?" I asked. "What are you doing here?" "My name is Yuri," he said. "I used to be a tenant here, but I lost my job and couldn't pay the rent. Mrs. Hilda said she would help me, but she locked me down here instead. Please help me get out." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. How could this sweet old lady do something so cruel? I knew I had to help him. I gave Yuri some of my food and a blanket. "I'll find a way to get you out," I promised. The next day, I tried to confront Mrs. Hilda, but she was nowhere to be found. I searched the house but found no sign of her. I called the police and explained the situation. They arrived quickly and searched the house. When they entered the basement, they found Yuri just as I had left him. Mrs. Hilda was found later that day in the nearby woods. She had been living a double life, posing as a kind old lady while keeping Yuri prisoner in her basement. The police took her into custody, and Yuri was taken to a hospital. He was weak and malnourished, but grateful to be free. The whole experience left me shaken. I couldn't believe how close I had come to staying in a house with such a dark secret. I left the town the next day, eager to put the whole ordeal behind me. But I will never forget Yuri's haunted eyes and the sound of his desperate cries. From then on, I was more careful about the places I stayed and the people I trusted. The world is full of surprises, and not all of them are good. I had learned that lesson the hard way. For the month of October in 2016, I worked at Party City as a seasonal job. It was pretty hectic for the Halloween season, obviously. I got stuck with the night shifts on weekdays since I didn't have early classes. The location I worked at changed its closing hours on weeknights to 11 p.m. during the Halloween season. My shift would start usually at 5 o'clock, and I'd work till close. The rush would die after 9 o'clock, and after 10 o'clock, there would hardly be anyone left in the store, especially on weekdays. On my shift on the day in question, I started work as what was referred to as a costume grabber. I would be told on a walkie-talkie what costume and what size to grab so that I could hand it to the customer, and they could try it on. After it quieted down and later on in my shift, I was told to start cleaning up the aisles, restocking, and bringing stuff either up from or down to the basement. That got tiring quickly because it was a lot of walking up and down stairs. Past 10 o'clock, there were only about 4 of us still working, a girl named Laura working the cash register, Drew cleaning aisles and stocking shelves, Jake the supervisor for the night, and then me. During the back and forth basement work, the basement was at least connected straight to the upstairs costume storage room, so it wasn't a super long walk from the basement. I took a 10-minute breather, then went to continue lugging boxes from the basement up to the costume storage room. The lights of the basement had been turned off by someone, I figured Jake. I flipped the light switch back on and down into the basement I went. As I was lifting a box of girls' costumes, I heard something fall on the other side of the basement. Not to make you think this basement was really big, it was just one big circle full of boxes with a big shelf in the middle. I put down the box I was holding and slowly peered my head around the shelf. There was someone in a white hooded robe costume with a scary monster mask. Of course, I jumped back at first, then I laughed, saying, "You got me." Whichever of my coworkers was in the costume didn't speak, though. They just tilted their head to the side a bit as if they were still messing with me. I had a feeling it was Jake at first, even though she would supervise some nights, she was a clown. But then I realized this person was way too tall to be Jake, so it had to be Drew. I tried approaching him to remove the mask. He just backed away from me, though. Then I looked down at the boots on his shoes, the dirty heavy work boots that I knew for a fact Drew wasn't wearing. I started getting the shivers. I went back up the stairs without running to avoid suspicion. I shut the basement door and went straight to Jake, who was talking to Laura by the register. I asked, "Where's Drew?" and he literally called, "What's up?" from a nearby aisle. That's when panic set in. I asked if there was anyone else working that night. She said everyone went home. So I told her someone was in the basement in a costume who didn't belong there. Drew and Jake came with me to the basement so I could prove it to them. But like any cliché horror scenario, whoever was down there was gone. There was a back exit in the upstairs costume room for unloading truck shipments. It was possible the intruder exited through there. Jake sped through the security footage of the past hour and didn't see anyone enter the costume room except for me, but there wasn't a camera in the basement or the actual costume room itself to check. Part of me felt like it was a prank and that if I went back down there, I'd find the person in the costume again. But my job was my job, and I had to get back down there to continue stalking the costume room. When I got back down there, I once again picked up the box of girl costumes I originally was trying to bring up. I got it to the stairs and stopped because I thought I may have heard the noise of a small plastic bag being slightly crumpled. Of course, I didn't want to stay down there to find out alone. I wasn't getting paid enough. My shift was almost over, so I lugged the heavy box up the stairs, dropped it in the costume room, and went back to the door we have to the basement to shut off the light. Before I did, I looked down the staircase, and at the bottom was that person in the white robe costume again, only this time without the mask. I saw his face, his smiling face looking up at me. I slammed the door shut and ran out to Jake and the rest, screaming for help. They came as fast as they could to the costume room, but the back exit door inside was wide open, as was the basement door. This time, for real, he was gone. The one camera on the outside delivery area didn't even catch him. I don't really know if that intruder managed to steal anything other than the costume he was wearing. For all I know, it could have been just one big Halloween prank, or he might have been in there looking to actually hurt someone. For all I knew, it was an armed robber, though, and I treated the situation as though my life were in danger.
I've worked as a nurse in multiple hospitals and facilities. Before the current hospital I work at, I worked at a geriatric hospital 40 minutes from my house. I had experience working with older patients before, so this was nothing new to me. I had been working at this hospital for only a couple of weeks that I will tell you why I quit my job at my old hospital. This was on my last shift at this hospital. I was working the graveyard shifts and running on negative hours of sleep. I was assigned to the Alzheimer's ward. The patients in this ward absolutely adored me. My presence as a young girl in her 20s among the residents, who were otherwise left to themselves to float around in their minds, I'm sure, saw me as a breath of fresh air, someone who could tie them to the now or to the everyday. If you're just left by yourself, you can mentally go to other places, but with someone else in your space, you're tied to that moment in time. I was dealing with a number of patients that night, but one was a little more restless than the others. Her name was Mary. This was my first night dealing with her, and she kept telling me any time I'd enter her room about the voices she kept hearing and the man dressed in black she kept seeing in the corner of the room. The other lady in her room requested her curtain be closed before my shift started so that Mary would leave her alone. Since I started my shift around 10 p.m., most of the patients were asleep by 11, but not Mary. Whenever she called me into the room, she'd be frightened of these alleged voices she was hearing and the man in black that kept staring at her in the corner of the room. Not gonna lie, it was creeping me out a little. I believed that in her mind she was seeing and hearing these things, and I sympathized with her because I imagined them to be very scary. But still, I tried my best to calm her down and get her to go to sleep. I didn't want to turn on the TV to calm her down because I wanted to be courteous of the other patient in the room. I held Mary's hands and told her it's okay to breathe and relax. I reminded her that she wasn't here alone and that I was always just a call away. This seemed to do the trick. Mary relaxed for a while, and the next time I came in the room, she was asleep. Once most, if not all, the patients were asleep, the night goes much slower. Time almost moves in reverse. An hour or two later, I was in the linen room stocking my cart when I heard something in the room. It was a relatively small, dead quiet room. I had the door closed, too. That's why hearing another noise was weird. I turned, saw nothing, and resumed stocking my cart. Then I felt what I can only describe as a hand on my shoulder. I looked at my shoulder, jumped, and screamed, but there was nothing there. No one was in the room, yet I knew I felt something large basically grab my shoulder. I went out into the hall for a second to peek my head. No other nurses were in sight. Dead quiet. I had nothing else to do but resume what I was doing. I continued stocking the cart until it was full. Then I turned to face the door, and I fell to the floor and started screaming as my heart immediately leapt into my throat. There was a man dressed in black standing outside the door, looking through the glass and smiling. My screams were loud enough to wake the entire ward. The man disappeared out of sight through the glass window of the door. Seconds later, the door opened and one of my fellow nurses came in to help me off the floor, as I was hysterical. I asked her if she saw the man dressed in black. Her response was, "What man? There's no one else here." We checked all the rooms in the ward. There wasn't anybody dressed in black in there. My screams woke Mary from whatever light sleep she must have been in. When I came into her room, she started talking about the voices again, this time mentioning the screams, which she didn't know were mine. I asked her what the man in black looked like, and if he was smiling. She looked at me, and I noticed her eyebrows point down as her expression changed to the most focused I'd seen her the entire day. She asked, "How did you know?" Even with my heart still racing, I felt it skip a beat as she said this. She started screaming now, screaming, "Get me out of here, he's coming." The other nurses came in and tried to calm her down. I was switched to a different ward that night with someone else, and I eventually ended up going home early because I was just so freaked out. I texted the head nurse that the experience had traumatized me and that I really didn't want to be in that building anymore. I got as friendly of a response as I could have hoped for. I've never been diagnosed with anything, nor have I ever dealt with hallucinations of any kind. I'm aware of the effects of lack of sleep, but this was next level. I don't know if my mind started playing tricks on me from what Mary was telling me all night, but the feeling of the hand on my shoulder, the image of the smiling man behind the glass door matching the description a patient kept giving multiple times, this was one of those once-in-a-lifetime, unexplainable supernatural occurrences. At least, I hope it was once in a lifetime.
Valentine's Day was coming up. My boyfriend and I had planned a cute dinner like most couples do. As we were walking into the restaurant, there's this couple outside weirdly staring at my boyfriend and me. I slightly shoved my boyfriend's arm as we got inside, and he gave out his name to be put on the wait list. The host said it would be a 45-minute wait and she would text us when our table was ready. My boyfriend said, "Let's go to the mini golf across the street." So, we're walking back to his car, and the lady from the couple stood up and held up her hand, introducing herself as Mrs. Mary. I found it really weird and looked at my boyfriend. The lady still had her hand out. I wasn't trying to be rude, so I gave her a shake. The lady went on to explain that she and her husband think we're a great-looking couple, and they're photographers. They think we would make great photos and asked us to follow them to their studio, as she believed the wait time would be long. She went on to say that she had no card on her, but their place was a 7-minute drive away and they could take us there as well. Red flags were going off, and my boyfriend politely declined, letting her know we had things to do. The look she gave was still one of the most haunting looks ever as she smiled and sat down next to her husband. As we got in the car, I told my boyfriend how creepy that interaction was and how the husband didn't even say a word. As we entered the mini-golf place, we were pretty surprised to find it empty. We laughed the situation off, but in reality, I was still creeped out. This place is not really huge. You can see the front door on all the levels. As we were on our 5th round, I heard the entrance bell ring. I turned to look and my heart sank. It was the same lady with her husband. She seemed to look around, and then, as we made eye contact, she gave me the creepiest smile. I let my boyfriend know, and he turned to look. As they were getting their things, I told my boyfriend I was uncomfortable and we should just go wait in the car, as 15 minutes had already passed, so it wouldn't be much longer. He agreed, and we turned around. They were right behind us, giving us the widest smiles. "Crazy how we both came to this spot," said Mrs. Mary. This time, the husband said, "We should face each other, Mary versus Robert." My boyfriend's heart sank in that moment, as his last name is Robert. We politely declined, not wanting to know how they knew that information, and we said we had to go. Both of their smiles faded as we rushed out of there. I told my boyfriend we should just call it a night and go back to his place since it was closer than mine, plus my parents wouldn't be home until Sunday morning. He said we would go after dinner and not let some random weird couple ruin the night for us. We waited about 15 minutes in his car, talking about how weird the situation was. He got a text from the restaurant saying our table was ready. We ate dinner, and he insisted on paying since it's Valentine's Day, as we usually split the bill. He went to the bathroom, and as I was waiting, I thought I saw that lady peeking out from around a corner. I convinced myself it was just in my head. My boyfriend got out and was ready to go. To get to his place, you have to take this long road surrounded by trees. As we started the drive, we noticed a car following behind. I let my boyfriend know, and we headed into a CVS parking lot. I had to use the restroom, and since it was going to be a drive, we both got out and went. When we came out, we didn't see that car that was potentially following us anywhere, so we made our way to his house. You know that road I talked about earlier, being surrounded by trees? Well, while we were driving on it, about 5 to 7 minutes onto this road, we heard a loud pop and my boyfriend stopped his car. His 2 front tires had popped. He put 2 and 2 together and ran to the car and said, "Get out, there's not much more time before they get here." He cut his engine, turned off the lights, and locked the door. I was so scared and confused, not knowing what was going on. I told him we should wait in the car, but he quickly got me and we ran into the woods. He told me to shush. We were hiding behind some trees and bushes. While we hid, he called the cops and quickly explained where we were and what was happening. The operator asked him to stay on the line, saying the cops would be there in a couple of minutes, but he said he couldn't stay on the line and hung up. As we stayed laying down, we heard a car engine coming up. My boyfriend said to lay flat, and he did too. We heard the engine stop and then the familiar voice of Mrs. Mary, if that was even her real name. She yelled, "We took too long." We heard a car door close and then a car quickly sped away. We stayed down until the cops got there, which was about 2 minutes later. We explained the situation and were told we would be contacted if something came up. I called my sister to come pick us up, and he called a tow truck for his car. For years later, nothing has come up, and we never found out what they wanted or who they were. We're now married with a crazy story to tell our kids. My wife and I got married in the Church of the Hofskirkja in Iceland in 2015. We invited all of our close friends and family, including the family that neither of us really liked because that's just what you're supposed to do. My wife Mika has this estranged aunt, Lucy, that no one in her family is really close with. She used to have serious drug problems, which spiraled her down a path that led to a rift between her and the rest of the family. Well, Aunt Lucy was invited to the wedding, and when she showed up, she surprisingly came with a date. But unsurprisingly, he didn't look like the kind of guy you want to bring home to mom and dad. Right from the first time I laid eyes on him, I knew he was different, not in a pleasant, quirky way. After the wedding ceremony, of course, came picture time. The bridesmaids, groomsmen, and my wife and I all went to this nice backyard section of the church campus to have pictures taken by the hired photographer. Some close family from both sides came along as well to watch, while most others went to the party hall. Lucy and her boyfriend came to watch us take pictures as well. This was when I first got his name Tom. The two of them were making everyone uncomfortable. Like, everyone in the bridal party would joke around and we genuinely laughed. Then either Lucy or Tom would yell out these weird, inappropriate things. They just kept doing it to the point where they created awkward silences, and all of us were just internally cringing, dreading what weird things they'd say next. It got very awkward very quickly, to the point I wanted them to leave altogether. Anyway, we eventually finished with pictures and migrated to the party hall connected to the church where food and drinks were being served. Being the groom, all the attention is on you at all times. You barely have a chance to sit down and gather your thoughts or even eat. Every second, I had someone else coming up to congratulate me, and eventually that person was Tom. He shook my hand again, his breath terrible and his arms scarred up. He wasn't wearing a long-sleeved shirt, rather a stained gray polo. He seemed like a filthy person all around. He started talking to me with this loud, almost demeaning tone. I did my best to just be polite, and eventually, he walked back to Lucy. This was the last time I saw him that day. Eventually, I saw Lucy sitting by herself at the table, so I asked Mika where that Tom guy went. She had no idea either. After a while of Lucy sitting by herself, Mika went up to her to ask her where her date was. Lucy didn't know she hadn't seen him in an hour. Lucy also explained that they met in rehab and that she had only gone out with him 2 times. Mika grew concerned with this man being here after hearing this. We asked our parents and some close family to look around for the man to confirm if he was still there or not. There was some concerning news when one of my relatives said that some of the gifts in the room where the gifts were being stored were missing. We immediately attributed this to Tom and had an employee ask over the microphone for everybody to keep an eye out for Tom. Lucy wanted to call his cell, but she couldn't find her phone. This put a slight damper on things, but we didn't let it ruin our wedding day. Our parents called the police and dealt with them on the side, with the help of Lucy giving information about Tom. After the wedding reception, a few close friends came back to our hotel room for a little after-party of sorts. Lucy texted Mika asking for our home address because she had to drop off her gift that she forgot to give. Mika responded, and then our good time was interrupted by a distressing phone call from Lucy's phone number. Mika turned off the music and put it on speakerphone. There was a male's breathing on the other end, horror movie-like, as if he was trying to creep us out. Mika kept asking where Lucy was to no avail. Eventually, the person on the other end hung up. Mika called her grandma, who was the only one close enough with Lucy to know where she would be, and she confirmed that Lucy was staying with her for the night. Lucy got on the phone and said she lost her phone at the wedding and didn't know her Apple ID or password, so she couldn't even track it with Find My iPhone. Our best guess was that it was that Tom guy. We were now concerned that he knew our address and that we weren't home. We were too drunk to go home, so we asked my dad to stay there for the night and watch the house. He gladly did so, and the next morning, he woke up to texts and missed calls from my dad. He said someone kept tapping on different windows of the house as if to be messing with them. He called the police, but they didn't find anyone. That same day, we went to the police station to see what could be done about pursuing Tom, who we suspected was the one behind all of this. But without video cameras catching the thief in, and given that Lucy's phone had been turned off or destroyed, there was little to nothing the police could do. Lucy told us that she and Tom had gotten into a verbal argument, and that he blamed us for whatever she was saying. He thought we didn't like him and, in his words, we sabotaged him. This just further led us to believe he was responsible for that weird phone call and coming to our house in an attempt to scare or harass us. We never saw or heard from that Tom guy again, and we have only started to further distance ourselves from Lucy after that. I live on a private canal in Florida with my family. I'll keep the rest of my location private. Basically, it's a 15-minute ride out of the canal into the ocean. We have a couple of jet skis and a boat, a 35-footer 2007 Proline Express, my dad's baby. He's the boat guy. The jet skis are for my sister and me. So, there are 4 of us in the house. My mom, dad, sister, and I. I'm 23, she's 26. Nothing I say in the story will be me bragging at all. I'm just stating facts to help put the story into perspective. We have a few houses around the country, one in California, one in New York, and one in Florida, our main house. I guess you could say our Florida house is our main house because it's where my sister and I grew up and went to school. It's a gated community. Our parents are gone a lot of the time, out of state, leaving the house to my sister and me and our dog. We have a nice house, and when we're alone, we sometimes have parties and large gatherings in the backyard because our house is the last house on the canal. Next to the house is a little marsh. The canal keeps going a little bit beyond the house, then cuts off in the marsh. So, in one direction, we have complete privacy from any neighbors. One really hot day, my sister and I took our jet skis out. Like I said, it's a 15-minute ride out of the canal where it opens up into a bay. Then we either ride in the bay or sometimes take it under the bridge and out into the ocean. Sometimes the ocean will be too choppy, though, so we usually ride in the bay. Depending on the tide, there's always a lot of boats hanging out in the bay area. After a while of riding around, we stopped in the middle of the bay to just chill out. Only minutes later, a medium-sized boat came over to us, and an older man driving it started making conversation with us. He had to be in his late 50s or early 60s. He was on the heavier side, had a bit of a gut, and had a beer in his hand as he's driving a boat. For the record, he basically opened up with asking about our jet skis and telling us about his jet skis and his huge house on the water. He invited us to come swim in his pool, and when we said no thanks, we have to head back soon, he asked where we're from. Like I said, I'm not bragging, but my sister and I are good looking, so we do get the occasional creepers talking to us. We were vague in answering his question and just said we were from the area. My sister did the honors of turning her jet ski on first, indicating we were leaving. We waved goodbye in as friendly a way as possible and started riding around again. We looked at each other and laughed when we got away from his boat. He was mildly creepy for inviting two girls who could be his daughters to swim in his pool, but we've seen worse. Not long after, we decided to call it a day and bring the skis in. We idled through the canal, and we were about 80% of the way there. We came to the part of the canal where it intersects with our canal, kind of like a T intersection, and we were now in our part of the canal when we noticed a boat not far behind us in the intersecting part we just passed. It looked like the boat of the man who stopped us before. He was just very slowly drifting forward, passing our canal. We didn't know if he followed us or if he lived down the intersecting canal, but we continued home and docked our jet skis. What happened next was where things got really weird. We were washing our jet skis, and we noticed the man's boat approaching our house in the canal. He stopped his boat right in front of our dock and started talking to us again, with his creepy smile, complimenting our house and backyard. My sister came out and said what was on both of our minds: "Why did you follow us here? That's really creepy." He replied that he lives in the community as well and just wanted to check our canal out. I think he got the hint that we weren't comfortable and didn't want to talk to him. He turned his boat around in the marshy area and waved goodbye to us. Neither of us waved back. There's a certain point where you cut the friendly act when people are so outwardly creepy and weird. That was one of those times. We called our dad and told him about the creep. He wasn't happy with us for not getting the registration on his boat, which neither of us thought to do. Sadly, things didn't end there. It was later that night that our dog started barking downstairs in the middle of the night. Both my sister and I woke up to it. I looked out my bedroom window to the backyard, and I swear to God, I saw a large person running across the yard towards the dock, then jumping into something in the water. I lifted the window and looked out, but I couldn't see anything. My sister and I ran downstairs to look out the back door with the lights on. Whoever it was gone, but we'd be kidding ourselves if we said we didn't know who it was. It had to be that creepy man who followed us home. I think having a big dog in the house was the only reason he didn't break into the house. We asked the neighbors on our canal if any of them had cameras that could see the boat from earlier, or perhaps anyone coming down the canal in the middle of the night. Our luck, no one in this gated community really has cameras, not in their backyards at least. Anytime we go out on the boat or jet skis now, I feel like in the back of our heads, we're always looking for that man and his boat. In our high school class, there was a kid named Jack who moved to our high school during freshman year. I guess he had a hard time breaking into any of the established friend groups. He had a few friends here and there from what I know, but he wasn't part of any particular groups. Then something really awkward happened one day during lunch. I had already asked my date, Eva, to prom, and she said yes. At lunch, we had a table of mixed guys and girls, and Eva was at the table. Here came Jack from whatever table he was sitting at, and like an awkward scene out of a movie, he tapped Eva on the shoulder and asked her to prom. The whole table went silent except for one kid who cheered sarcastically. Eva left in clear discomfort and said she's already going with me. I felt the second-hand embarrassment. Jack looked at me, and I didn't know what to think of the stare he gave me, but I could tell he was humiliated. He left without saying a word, and everyone laughed loudly. It was a horribly uncomfortable scenario all around. While I felt bad, I couldn't help but slightly laugh too. I mean, I have no idea what he thought was going to happen, especially with such a large audience of dudes at the table too. We watched as Jack actually left the cafeteria, and the teacher on lunch duty actually chased after him because you weren't allowed to leave without a pass, but Jack never came back into the lunchroom. I still wonder where he went. From there, on prom night, we had our group of 10 in the back of the limo. The same 10 of us sat at the table together when at the dance. Everything was going as prom should, but then eventually that night, one of my friends told me, "Don't look now," but Josh was at that table eyeballing you. I waited like 10 seconds before looking over, and I saw Jack shooting a dagger at, I guess, Eva and I. I decided I'd go talk to him, but as I walked over to him, he got up and hurried away out of the dance hall. That was super weird, but I wasn't gonna chase after him. I went over to the table he was sitting at and asked a couple of the kids if they came with Jack. And they said no, he kind of just sat there randomly and wasn't saying anything. I went back to my table, and like a typical high schooler, I told the whole table. It was definitely pretty freakish. After prom, Eva and I left with a friend who drove to go to a diner to eat a bunch of breakfast food at like 12 a.m. After that, we went to our friend Tommy's house. He had a massive backyard right next to a nature preserve, and he had a really cool fire pit. So we all circled the fire pit with a speaker playing music and some drinks. There were 6 of us total. Tommy, sitting across from me, pointed out to the woods and said he saw something in the woods. We all looked over, of course. We looked at the woods for a while, but when we didn't see anything, Tommy basically said, "I ate whatever." We continued to hang by the fire pit for a while. Eventually, one couple left, so it was just Eva, Tommy, his date, and myself left. Tommy was mid-sentence when he stopped speaking abruptly. I said, "What?" and I turned around and saw someone walking towards the light of the fire from the woods. It was someone in a tuxedo. He said to us, "Don't get up." As he got closer, we realized it was Jack. He was holding a hatchet or a small axe. He looked like he had been crying, but he also looked angry. Tommy and I told him to please put the axe down and just talk. Jack yelled at us to shut up and made us turn the music off. He began a rant about how soul-crushingly embarrassing what happened during lunch that day was and how he had been too embarrassed to come back to school after that because he thought it had been spread all over the school, but it really hadn't, and we tried to tell him that. Anytime we tried to speak, he'd scream, "Shut the fuck up," louder and louder, and he'd begin to raise the axe kind of. He then directed his attention to Eva and started going on about how he thought she was gorgeous and that she would only make fun of him with her friends, which again, that never happened. All these things only happened in his head. During this time that he was talking to Eva, Tommy was low-key and texted his dad something like, "Bring the gun to the backyard," making it clear we were in danger. Tommy's dad came out to the back door and yelled, "What's going on?" with his gun in his hand. Jack stopped talking, and I could see he was deciding in his head whether to run or not. He dropped the axe and ran back to the woods. Tommy's dad came running over with his gun, and all four of us couldn't tell him what happened quick enough. His dad said not to touch the axe, leave the fingerprints on it for the police. That hatchet, axe, whatever, was eventually the key to prosecuting Jack. After a few days, Jack had already been arrested, and so his fingerprints were in the system, and they matched the fingerprints on the axe. But when all four of us decided we didn't want to press charges on Jack, it was too late by that point. He got charged criminally. Tommy's friend said it was for menacing in the second degree. He didn't serve any jail time. I found Jack on Facebook shortly after this and reached out to him with a sincere message, not attacking him at all, and he read it. He never replied to it. I saw Jack one other time in the halls that year. He didn't look at me. None of us ever saw him again after graduation. There's an abandoned motel called Crescent Hotel. It's been abandoned for well over a decade. I do a lot of solo urban exploration, sometimes at night. Crescent Hotel is located in Eureka Springs, and during the day it gets scorching hot, too hot to be walking around with my backpack, so I chose to go to the motel during the night. It was very easy to get to. I parked on the side of the road and walked over. There really was no fence or anything to hop over, and there was no security. It was one of the easier structures to get to that I've explored for sure. In the back was a really deep pool with a ton of graffiti. I shined my flashlight up at the actual motel and noticed half of the upstairs room's doors were slid open slightly or just completely shattered. It was kind of creepy looking but also expected since the place had been abandoned for so long. Of course, other people have explored there. A part of the motel also looked like it had been engulfed in flames and partially burnt down. I looked around the outside for a little while. It was late at night, so there were no sounds of nearby passing traffic besides the sounds of my shoes stepping over various pieces of debris. At one point, my blood ran cold when I heard a voice from somewhere in the vicinity. It sounded like a female's voice. My first instinct in these scenarios is to assume it's some kind of security worker or somebody who may cause trouble for me, so I typically tend to walk out of sight and hide. That's what I did. I ran to one of the other rooms on the ground level and turned off my flashlight. I waited just a minute, and after hearing nothing, I turned it back on. I looked around this little room I was in. The walls were littered with graffiti. There was only one piece of furniture in here, a little dresser with 4 drawers on it and a dusty, dirty old mattress on the floor. I wondered if homeless people would come and sleep here, but honestly, it's just so far away from any real civilization that I doubted it. I left the room and continued around the motel. I would peek inside every little opening on the ground floor below the overhead walkway for the upper level rooms. Each room was pretty similar to the last with different miscellaneous graffiti and writings on the walls and old dilapidated furniture. Then I heard a crash-type sound from above, like something falling over. I felt my heart skip a beat. I went back outside and pointed my flashlight up at the walkway above, at the broken glass doors. I felt a rush as I decided to go up there and check out the rooms. What I felt like deep down was that there was an animal in one of the rooms, but there's always that chance that you run into other explorers or perhaps a homeless person in places like this. I made my way upstairs and peeked into each room that I passed. They were all similarly furnished with junk, debris, old mattresses, and odd pieces of old furniture. As I walked further down the walkway, a banging sound became audible. It got louder as I continued to walk. It was a consistent, slow banging, like thump, 2 seconds, thump, 2 seconds, thump. Someone was here. I approached the door to the room I was positive the sound was coming from. As I got closer, it stopped. Uh-oh, maybe they heard my footsteps. I announced to whoever was in there that I'm just an explorer and I mean no harm. I peeked into the room with the flashlight now off. It was almost pitch black in there, but I'm 50% certain I saw the shape of a person a little further into the room by the back wall. The room smelled like straight feces. I pulled my head out from the room to look down at my flashlight and turn it on, but in a careful position to not point the light right into the room right away. I aimed it down at first at the floor, then peered into the room again and slowly pointed the light into the room. I saw 2 pale, bare feet approaching me fast. In a muscle jerk reaction, I pointed the light up more to fully reveal this woman with a bloodied forehead and yellow gunk on her mouth, which was hanging open. It was a sight from a nightmare. I was out of there so quick. I heard the woman screaming as I was running away, and her screams didn't get much further away, which told me she was chasing after me. I ran down the stairs and back outside. I ran the entire way back to my car. I wasn't followed this far. I called one of my good friends, Oliver, who's also into urban exploration. I had invited him to come with me originally to this place, but he was unable to. I told him what just happened. We came to a weird and disturbing agreement that the thumping I was hearing was that woman banging her head on the wall, hence why her forehead was so bloody. When I asked if I should call the police, kind of just thinking out loud, he said definitely not, as I'd be admitting to trespassing. I actually drove around the immediate area by the Taco Bell and a few stores looking for a payphone so I could anonymously call the police about this deranged, dangerous woman. But obviously, payphones are really a thing of the past, so it was just a pointless effort. What I ended up doing was calling the non-emergency number and reporting the deranged woman, but also claiming I was not the one to find her. Rather, I heard someone else had run into her. I was as vague as possible and hung up because I didn't want to stick around there. I don't know if the police eventually went to investigate, but whatever was wrong with that woman, she should have been in a psych ward or something. In all of my years of exploring, I'd never encountered anything like that. I live in a pretty basic suburban town on Long Island, New York. My girlfriend Valerie and I recently started renting a small house, perfect for 2 to 4 people. We have a decent-sized backyard, and our house is on a very quiet street. One side of our house has a water drainage basin, as the county calls it, which is just a bunch of trees surrounding a sump. On the other side is our neighbor Neil, who lives with his wife. They're a bit older, in their 60s, and quiet. Then directly across the street is a little patch of woods that's in front of another water drainage basin. So for people who like privacy out front, our house is perfect. But then there's the backyard. Neil's house is blocked off by some bushes that the landlord planted years ago, so besides the house directly behind us over the fence, there are no other houses that could see into the yard. However, that one house looking into our backyard was all it took to genuinely make Valerie and I uncomfortable. As I'm writing this, it's currently the fall, so we've been doing fall cleanup the past few weeks in the front and backyard. I started noticing that any time we were out there, there were these two people standing at the upstairs window of the house behind us. It was a middle-aged man and woman. When I'd look up to that window, they'd keep looking and watching me. It got really uncomfortable to the point we pretended not to notice it, but we could only stomach doing this for so long. The leaves kept falling day by day, and the fall cleaning would need to continue. Valerie wouldn't want to be in the yard anymore because she was getting so creeped out at those two people who would watch us out the window without fail. So one foggy day while raking, I looked up at the window and once again, the two were standing at the big rectangular window. I decided to wave at them to see if they'd wave back. After a few seconds of smiling and waving, they didn't move. No reaction, but I could feel their stares and I could see their eyeballs looking at me. I turned away from the window and tried to continue raking, but after sneaking a peek back at the window a couple of minutes later and seeing them still there, I felt too awkward and weird being out there. I went inside. Valerie said we should go over and introduce ourselves. At first, I was hesitant about that, but I was persuaded to walk around the block with her to that house and ring the bell. We expected one of those people at the window to answer the door, but instead, the door cracked open just enough to see half of a person's head. It didn't look like either of those people who were always at the window. It was also super dark in the house to the point that it looked incredibly ominous and uncanny staring at half of that person's face. This guy looked a lot younger, like in his 22-year-old. Valerie and I tried to be friendly and introduce ourselves. The guy seemed very closed off though and not interested in speaking. He had a very, "what do you need" type of attitude about him. When I asked if he lives with anyone else here, like his parents, he said no. I mentioned the man and woman who were always at the window upstairs, and the guy on the other side of the door said he doesn't know who I'm talking about. Valerie and I felt really unsettled, so we just left. But weirdly, as we walked down the walkway back to the sidewalk, I noticed the guy behind the door was still peering half of his face through the cracked open door. I'm sure he watched us walk away until we were out of sight. That interaction was weirder and creepier than we were expecting. When we got back home, I went upstairs to our room. The upstairs of our house is only our master bedroom and the bathroom. It has two windows. One of the windows looks over to that house over the fence. I looked out the window to see those two people looking out the window again, and even at this distance, I felt like they were staring right at me. I shut the blinds and went down to tell Valerie. We agreed it was time to plant some arborvitaes to block their window from view. The only problem is it's already the fall, and it's too late to plant any kind of trees. We have to make it through winter. After a few days of not looking outside the bedroom window or going into the backyard, one night we heard a strange knocking sound from downstairs. I told Valerie to wait in bed while I went downstairs. The knocking got louder, and I quickly discovered it wasn't the sound of knocking on one of the doors, but rather on the glass of one of the backyard windows. The blinds of it were, of course, shut because we didn't want those creepy people looking into our living room at night. I approached it, and yes, it was 100% a fist knocking on the glass. I considered saying, "Who's there?" but I froze, and I was too scared. Instead, I flicked on the backyard light, and then the knocking stopped. I didn't even want to look out the window or door. I kept the light on and then went back upstairs to my room where I told Valerie about the creepy knocking. But I claimed that I chased whoever it was away. I exaggerated in fear of sounding like a coward. I also didn't want her to worry. We both imagined it to have been something to do with that house though. Nothing has happened since, but I'll have to update throughout the winter. Update: it's been 2 weeks, and we haven't seen those people at the window ever since. But last night, we heard yelling and screaming from that house. I had to open our window, and it became clear there were muffled yells coming from that house. The fact that we heard it through two sets of closed windows just goes to show how loud the yelling was. Then, out of nowhere, it just stopped and went quiet. We almost called the police, but ultimately didn't. I'll update again if anything else happens, but we're really getting creeped out here now. I rent out my South Carolina house on Airbnb whenever I'm not using it. It's a modest 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house by the beach. 2 of the bedrooms are guest rooms that are accessible to the renters, while I keep the master bedroom locked, as it contains my clothes and certain belongings. That room is essentially for me, and I have to keep my stuff somewhere instead of lugging it back and forth every time I go down there. I have a regular lock and then a deadbolt on the door, so no one is getting in there unless they chop the door down or break through the window. It's not like I keep anything super expensive in there, mainly just clothing. This was early last spring when it was still chilly up in Massachusetts, where I lived most of the year. I wanted to take a drive down to my South Carolina house for the week. For the most part, I work remotely, so I'm lucky to be able to do this when I want. Ordinarily, I would have my usual cleaning lady come and clean the house after each guest leaves. The cost of her service is baked into the price of the rental on Airbnb, but since I was going down right after the current renter left, I decided to pocket the cleaning lady's money and clean it myself. The last renter was a guy named Ramon. Through our messages, he told me he was renting with his fiancée and asked for good restaurants to eat at in the area. He seemed trustworthy. I always prefer to rent to couples or smaller groups of women as opposed to groups of young men because they're usually the ones who come, get drunk, and potentially damage the place. I started my drive very early in the morning. It was about a 16-hour drive, stopping only for a quick bite to eat and to use the bathroom. By the time I got to the house, it was about 10 o'clock at night. I went to unlock and open the front door first before going back to my car to grab my bags and go inside. I was shot from driving, so I didn't even bother checking the place out for a mess. I just went straight to my bedroom door to unlock it. I collapsed into the bed without brushing my teeth or anything. For those who haven't done it, a 16-hour straight drive will absolutely kill you. I crawled under the covers, and I was out like a baby in a matter of minutes. You'd think I'd have slept through the night, but no. I woke up in a black room, and the clock next to my bed read 11:30 p.m. I had only been asleep for a little more than an hour. Something woke me up. I grabbed my phone to check for any texts out of habit, then turned on the bedside lamp. I looked around the room and then got up and went out to the living room. I took this moment to start analyzing the place. I didn't notice a single thing out of place, not a pillow, not a can of beer, nothing. I went to the bedrooms. Both were void of any people, although the covers on a bed in one of the rooms seemed to have been moved. So yes, they did come. I thought they may have been the cleanest couple to have ever stayed in my place. I have a camera set up on the front porch of the house. I never really think to check it unless a customer is giving me any kind of hard time. But I was curious. I opened the app to the camera system on my phone and went to the movement history. It picked up on a man entering the house via the code lock 3 days earlier, just a man, though. He had no woman with him. Strange. I checked for any other movement updates from then until the moment I showed up, which it also caught on video, and there was nothing. I checked it over like 5 times and suddenly got the chills. I went to the Airbnb app to message Ramon, asking if he checked out okay. Even though it was late at night, I went to check the bedroom where I presumed he had slept. I started checking under the bed and in the closets. I was yanking the closet doors open as if I were ripping off a Band-Aid. Each time, I was greeted with an empty closet. I moved along to the second guest bedroom, and both twin beds in here were still neat and untouched. As I yanked open the last closet he could have been in, I saw that it was empty. I sat on one of the beds for a second to just stare at the conversation between Ramon and me. That's when I heard the master bedroom door click shut quietly, in a way that a person would have done it, not a draft. I went out to the living room and looked at the master bedroom door. I said, "Ramon, are you still in here?" with a shake in my voice. There was no response, but I could see the light was still on in the room through the bottom crack of the door. I got on all fours to look under the crack of the door, and I fell backwards when I saw 2 feet standing not far behind the door, maybe a couple of feet away. I went to the knife holder in the kitchen, planning to grab the biggest carving knife, but it was already taken. At this point, my only logical option was to leave the house and call 911, and that's what I did. I waited out front until the police showed up. Then, as we went inside, there was Ramon, waiting in the living room, no knife in hand. He spoke in this Portuguese accent, acting all innocent, saying he just needed a place to stay for one more night, which was complete. He denied ever picking up the knife, which was conveniently placed back in the knife holder. After 30 minutes of 2 police officers outside talking to Ramon and 2 inside talking to me, they actually let him go and told me I should contact Airbnb and try to work it out with them. I was just shocked. I felt like the police didn't do their job. After everyone left, I changed the lock code on the door and contacted Airbnb about what happened, though I didn't receive payment for the extra day Ramon squatted in my house. They did apparently ban him from ever using the app again, but it doesn't really feel like proper justice, especially considering he was potentially waiting to stab me in my own house, in my own bedroom. I've been a hunter for more than 20 years. My dad taught me, just like my grandpa taught him, the same as I taught my own son in turn. I've faced down grizzly bears, packs of hungry coyotes, even guys I suspected to be cartel tending to illegal grow sites. But they're things a man can deal with a can of bear mace, a warning shot. Only once have I come across something I didn't know how to deal with. Only once have I ever truly been frightened. When I hunt, I take dogs. They're a pair of big old Airedale Terriers, good hunting hounds and even better company. Just from the way they're acting, I can tell if there's a bear in the area or if we're still on the trail of that whitetail we've been tracking. Unfortunately, on the day in question, they couldn't pick up anything. I mean, that's not unusual at first. It normally takes an hour or 2 to really get a sense of what's been moving through the area, to kind of tune into the forest. But we walked for hours and hours and didn't find so much as a squirrel. The woods were eerily quiet that day, so reluctantly, I doubled back to a creek we'd passed and sat down to fish. The fish, however, were not so shy, and I managed to get one on the hook in record time. One of the joys of hunting smaller game is actually being able to eat whatever you've killed right there and then, and nothing tastes as good as fresh fried fish. So I tie my fishing line off on a tree, letting my dinner hang there in the evening sun while I get to work building a small cooking fire right there next to the lake. It took a little longer than I'd have liked thanks to recent summer rains, but soon I'd had the tinder crackling with smoke and flame. Then it was just a case of gutting that fish and tossing it in the pan with some Crisco. Gutting a fish is easy, but it sure ain't glamorous. Sometimes you pull out a parasite or 2 that's attached itself to the gills or guts, just 1 or 2 normally. But this thing had a mess of them in its belly. Its shimmering insides were black with writhing worms. It was sick, real sick. I tossed it on the fire and washed my hands off in the creek. I've never seen anything like that in all my years, but I wasn't scared. Disgusted, sure, but not scared. Not yet anyway. I kicked some dirt on the fire, whistled for the dogs, and began to walk back to the car. I decided that I'd make a point of stopping by the park ranger station to tell them about those parasites I'd seen inside the fish. Only, I never made it to the ranger station. My dogs are real good boys. They know not to make a lot of noise out in the woods, lest they scare the game away. The most I've ever seen them make noise is a kind of muted yapping whenever there's a grizzly in the area. So when we're about halfway back to my truck, one of them lets out this string of loud, angry barks. My first thought is that it's another person out here with another dog. Trigger is a friendly boy, but he barks up a storm whenever he sees or smells another hound. I tell him to hustle up, but he just keeps on barking for a moment or two before he did the weirdest thing. He slinks back towards me, tail between his legs, whining and yapping like I hadn't seen him since he was a puppy. I reached down to pet him, and he was shaking like a leaf. Then out of nowhere, he just peed right there on the ground. He didn't lift his leg like he normally does against a tree. The poor guy just let loose, almost like he didn't mean to. That's what got me thinking, what is it that had Trigger so scared? Whatever it was close enough for him to catch the thing's scent, big enough to make him freak out like that. I had no intention of hanging around to find out what it was. I started walking back in the direction of my truck a little faster than before. The dogs were bounding back and forth, barking into the woods behind us and yelping at me as if to say, "Hurry up, old man." I kept wheeling around with my rifle pressed into my shoulder, ready to fire at some mama grizzly who decided I was too much of a risk to her babies. But nothing came. I didn't even hear twigs snapping. No tree branches swaying. Whatever it was coming at us was moving totally silently. That was around the time I began to smell this real strong scent in the air, kind of like cat pee or something, only it had this awful rotten tinge to it. I don't think I'd run like that since high school. I was exhausted when I finally got back to my truck, dripping sweat from hauling my nearly 50-year-old self across half a mile of woodland. The dogs actually tried to scramble over me to get into the cab once I'd unlocked the door, and I may or may not have been speeding down that dirt road before I even closed the door. I couldn't take my mind off it the whole drive home, and the more I thought about it, the more it was obvious that something was terribly wrong with the woods around that area. Even in the middle of winter, when most of the birds and animals move south for warmer pastures, the woods are alive with the sounds of nature, hammering woodpeckers, the occasional high-pitched squeal of an elk, the screeching of birds of prey from above. They're never, ever quiet. But that day, the woods were completely silent. It reminded me of a documentary I'd seen on natural disasters. Before an earthquake or tsunami, all of the animals in an affected area seem to sense the oncoming danger and flee. This has been reported time and time again by the survivors of such events. Whatever was out there, the animals had sensed it, just like my dogs had, and it had scared them like the devil. I have no trouble admitting that I was terrified. Like I said, I've been a hunter for more than 20 years, and nothing has ever so much as made me jump. But something wasn't right about the woods that day, something that still makes my skin crawl to think about even to this day. I told a few old buddies of mine one time, but they just laughed and called it a campfire story. Some days, I really, really wish it was. This happened a few years ago. I was hosting a 4th of July party at my house. It wasn't actually the 4th, but it was the weekend of the 4th. I live in a smaller and older house not far outside of the city. A few coworkers had been to my place before, and somehow I got nominated to host the 4th of July party. There would be over 30 people coming, most likely about 20 coworkers, and many were bringing their significant others. My house has 2 stories and a small front yard and a small backyard as well. The entire backyard is basically just a patio. There's a few feet along the west side of it that's grass. The backyard is entirely fenced in aside from my driveway, which leads to an alley and then my garage. The property is pretty closed off from my neighbors. I got ready for the party by getting a bunch of food and drinks and things like that. I set up, and when the day came, a bunch of my coworkers started coming over. It was a nice and sunny day, and people could be outside or inside in the air conditioning. I remember that after the party started, things were going very well at first. Everybody seemed to be having a good time, and I was outside but then went in. I was talking with a few people in my house for a while when I went into the kitchen. One of my coworkers approached me and said that a weird guy was there. She thought that maybe I knew him and said that nobody outside seemed to know who he was. I was very confused, and I asked her to show me the guy. We both went over to the doorway leading out to the backyard. When we got there, a bunch of people were in the yard. At first, she couldn't spot him, but she was telling me that he was saying weird stuff and making some people uncomfortable. Overall, something seemed off about the guy. Finally, she located him and pointed the guy out. I then walked outside and got a better look. The man was somewhat large, had kind of messy hair that went past his ears, and was drinking a beer. I did not recognize this man at all. He was sort of standing by himself in the corner near where the alleyway was. He appeared to just kind of be watching people. I started walking over to approach the guy. I was going to ask him who he was, but when I got about 30 feet away from him, he looked right at me. The man then turned and quickly started walking away back down my narrow driveway, which went from the backyard to past my house in the street. Before making it out of the backyard area, though, he stopped, grabbed another beer out of a cooler, and then kept going. I never got to talk to the man, and he walked at a fast pace back down the driveway and then onto the connecting sidewalk. It was really strange. I figured that some random guy was walking by and must have seen there was a party and just stopped in for whatever reason. The neighborhood was pretty busy and did get quite a few people walking down the sidewalks throughout the day and stuff, but this was still really weird. I went around and asked a few people about the guy. Apparently, he was approaching some people and asking strange questions. I was also told that he was just staring at a few people and did not look away for a really long time. At least he was gone now, though. I was outside most of the rest of the party, and luckily, the man did not return. After people started leaving to go home, there was maybe an hour before it was just me. Then I started to clean everything up. Not a whole lot needed to be done, just take out the garbage, take in a few folding tables and some chairs, as well as the food and drinks. As I was doing this, I walked past my narrow driveway to take some garbage out. When I was on the driveway, I looked down it into the street. I noticed that standing right in the middle of my driveway where the sidewalk intersected was the same man. He was just standing there and staring at me, it appeared. I didn't know what to do, so I sort of waved. The man did not wave back. Then I continued to take out the garbage, which was at the back corner of my backyard. When I was walking back, though, I noticed the man was walking up my driveway towards me. I didn't know what he wanted, but I stayed there to meet him. When the man reached me, I said hi to him. The man asked me if he could use my bathroom quick. I really did not want this guy in my house, and I said no. Then I asked the man if he was at the party earlier. The man denied it and said no. Clearly, this was the same guy. He then asked once more if he could go inside my house really quick. I said no to the guy again, but he still didn't leave. By this point, I was getting kind of nervous. I didn't really know what to do or say. I wasn't quite done cleaning, but I wanted to go inside, so I said, "Well, I'll see you later." Then I turned and started walking back towards the back door of my house, but when I did, the man began to follow me. I knew that I couldn't go inside anymore, and I turned to walk in another direction. I figured that the man would continue to follow me, but he didn't. The guy walked right up to my back door, opened it up, and went inside. When I saw this, I started to follow him. And I yelled at him to stop, but I realized that maybe this guy could be dangerous. Instead, I went back to the end of the alley and went to my car, which was parked in front of the garage. Then I called the police. I waited there until they arrived. When they got there, the man was found hiding in my basement. It really creeped me out when I heard that. I really don't know who the guy was or why he wanted to go inside of my house, but I remembered back to earlier in the party when he walked away from me after I started to approach him. He seemed to know that I was the homeowner. If he was talking to a bunch of other people but then walked away from just me, that was odd. I wondered if he had seen me before or something. I'm really glad that I didn't go back into my house after him. I'm not sure what he was capable of. This particular story took place when I was in the Air Force and stationed in Louisiana. This story took place a few years after I had been stationed there. I first arrived at this base in 2005, and upon my arrival, I, along with many other new troops, were greeted with many different stories of horror. There were stories about a man in a top hat who walked a dark, long, and narrow dirt road on the outskirts of a storage facility area. There was another story about a crazy man who was hit by a patrol car and ran off into the woods next to the same place. But my story relates to a separate story that was told to me. It was my second night on shift, as I recall. I was posted with an airman who had been there for several years. He gave a rundown about some little girl who had been visiting her father when the storage area we were working in was being constructed, which was well before any of our time. The story went that the little girl was playing on some of the structures while her father was working but had fallen to her death by slipping off the edge at the top of the structure itself. Most of the story didn't make sense to me at the time, but regardless of the facts, it still scared the out of me. To make matters worse, the airman had taken me to the exact place where the supposed story took place. He would shut off the engine and turn off the music as we just sat there in silence. He startled me a few times, but nothing ever happened. Now skip forward about 3 years. I was scheduled to work that particular spot of the base this night. Keep in mind that I'd been visiting this spot for years now, but at this point, the storage area had been completely closed down except for a few minor areas, which required us to do physical drive-throughs and checks of this area. The shift itself started out rather shitty. Me and my Steven partner had been given a cattle truck to do this patrol, as our normal vehicle was in the shop for maintenance. Yeah, I'm not kidding, a cattle truck. I know this part doesn't seem very important to the story at the moment, but it will tie into the story eventually. So to save on time, let's skip forward a few hours. We were scheduled to do 3 random checks of the storage facility that night, and we had already completed 2 of the 3 prior without any issues. So, come about 4 o'clock in the morning, we decided to do our last check. Seeing as all the main maintenance guys had gone home for the night in this area, the only way to access the area was with 2 very large separate gates, which took forever to open. We piled in, locked the gates behind us, and continued on our way. Steven was driving during this check, and I was the spotter who used the flashlight to check the lock on each structure. An important detail that I left out, which may be necessary here, is that the story of the little girl had taken place on a road within the storage area, which we called Echo Street. By this point, everything was fine, and we had finished our rounds. Stephen made the final turn down Echo Street. We had both been pretty talkative during most of the night, and we were just shooting when I got an uneasy feeling. Something felt different, but I couldn't make out what it was. We were about halfway down the road when things became almost completely and frighteningly silent. Even the rumble of our cattle truck and the faint noise of the radio playing seemed to become less audible as we approached the structure from my previous story. And I must stress at this point that even telling or typing this part still brings a chill down my spine and makes my eyes tear up in fear. But as we approached the structure itself, I turned my head to the outside of the window opposite the structure, and out of my left ear, I heard a sound that nearly caused me to piss myself. It was the sound of a person groaning or moaning in distress, sort of like the moan of the girl from The Grudge. Yes, I'm very serious. The faint, creepy moan began to ring inside the cab of the truck between the two of us, in between the dark emptiness of the middle seat. I felt my blood turn cold, and I quickly turned to Stephen and yelled, "Dude, cut that out." Stephen turned to me with a confused look on his face. At this point, he began to take his foot off the accelerator and asked, "Am I going too fast?" I remained silent for a moment, with my hand in a pausing gesture, and I listened. I heard the noise again. My partner interrupted and asked, "What's wrong?" I quickly turned the music off without saying anything at first, and then I whispered to him, "Do you hear that?" He stopped the truck in confusion and listened closely. It was almost dead silent for a second or two when we both heard at this time that long, chilling groan of a woman. It echoed in my ears. It sounded like someone was struggling to breathe and taking in a giant breath of air while someone was trying to strangle them. The sound was beyond terrifying, and the fact that I wasn't the only one hearing it only made it more of a horrifying experience. I found myself beginning to ask him my original question again, but he quickly interrupted and said with a strong sound of fear in his voice, "What the is that?" We stupidly waited to see if we could hear it again. The rumble of the gates on the back of the truck was easily heard and recognized as they made a sort of metal-on-metal clatter, and the diesel engine had that typical rumble as well. But in between both the noises, we heard it again for the final time, that groan. It sounded even louder, but this time it sounded like it was coming from both inside and outside of the truck, like we were being surrounded by whatever was making that noise of distress. Without even making a peep, Stephen put the truck in drive, and he hauled our asses off that street quicker than I have ever gone on any other street, and that entire base veered us off the road to speed back. He nearly flipped the truck going around a curve, but it didn't bother us one bit. We were both in an unspoken agreement that we wanted to get out of there quickly. We got to the two gates again, and I hopped out of the truck as fast as I could. Stephen watched my back as I quickly opened both gates. He jumped back into the driver's seat, sped out, and waited for me to close both gates as well. Once we completed that task, we quickly returned to the main part of the base, and we requested to meet with our flight chief to tell him what had happened. When we finally met up with him, we expected him to think that we were both full of it or that we had just imagined the entire thing, being as it was so late into our 12-hour shift and we were both tired. But I clearly remember him saying to both of us, "I completely believe you." As a matter of fact, I had something like that happen to me twice, once in that same place and the other in that building behind you, as he pointed at our jailhouse. Again, I know that sounds completely cliché with that grudge-like moan we had heard, but it honestly happened, and it still brings those tears of fright into my eyes every time I tell it. I went back to that storage area only once after that, but I never went down that road again, and I never went after dark. 3 years ago, when I was broke, I moved to a new city for a job. This job was not the most well-paying job, but it was decent. Because I had no money going into it, I had to find a cheap place to live. I ended up going on Craigslist and finding a roommate there. I know that sounds sketchy, and the truth is that it is sketchy because the guy that I was roommates with was weird. At first, he seemed normal enough, but I never actually met him in person until I moved into the apartment. We had a 2-bedroom place right outside of the city. My roommate's name was Bellamy, and he was thin, had longer hair, and was about my age. The apartment that we got was not very nice. It was located in not the best neighborhood, and the building was old and a little bit run down. We had a living room, a small kitchen, and then a hallway where Bellamy's room was at one end. The bathroom was sort of across from Bellamy's room, and then my bedroom was at the other end of the hallway. I knew that living with Bellamy would be temporary, and as soon as I had enough money to move to a better place, I would. After meeting Bellamy and moving in, he just seemed a little bit strange. He was not that friendly, and for the most part, he stayed out of my way, which was nice, and I stayed out of his. Bellamy seemed to be a pretty private guy and didn't have much interest in being friends or anything, and that was fine. One thing he did, though, was forget to lock the main door of our apartment. There were like 5 different times where I know I locked the door, and then I would see it unlocked. I tried to talk to him about it once, and he kind of blew me off. This made me kind of mad because many times I would get up to use our only bathroom, which was right across from Bellamy's room, so I would have to walk by his door to use the bathroom. Bellamy would be in his bedroom when I was going to use the bathroom. A lot of times when I would start to approach, I would literally hear him locking his door. It was like he was afraid that I was going to try to go into his room, so he was locking it. I never once tried to enter his room. I never even knocked on his door, so it was annoying how he would always do that but seemingly forget to lock the front door of the apartment that we lived in. I would have liked to have the front door locked all the time. Luckily, though, my bedroom also had a lock on it. One night, I was sleeping but woke up in the middle of the night. The first thing that I remember after waking up is that I heard somebody right outside my bedroom door. My heart started racing, and I didn't know what to do. Whoever this person was already inside the apartment, probably because Bellamy left the door unlocked. I then heard this noise, like somebody was messing around with the lock on my door, maybe they were trying to pick it. This went on for like a minute, but luckily they didn't get in. I got my phone that was next to my bed and called the police. Then I turned on my bedroom light. When this happened, I heard whoever it was moving away from the door and seemingly back out towards the living room. I didn't leave my room until the police arrived. By then, I hadn't heard anything in a long time. I finally left my bedroom and saw that our front door was left unlocked again. The police came in and searched the place. While this was going on, Bellamy left his bedroom, apparently woken up by the motion. He said that he didn't see or hear anything. The police didn't find anybody and nothing was stolen or missing. I even remember when the police were there, Bellamy loudly said to me, "Are you sure you weren't dreaming the whole thing?" I found this comment to be a little bit rude because I knew that I wasn't. The police also heard him, and I didn't want them to think that I was just imagining the whole thing. The police advised us to keep our door locked, and then they left. After they left, I remember Bellamy asking me why I called the cops. It was like he was annoyed that I did. I said because he left the front door unlocked and somebody broke in. Bellamy claimed that he didn't leave it unlocked and said that our lock must be faulty, but I didn't believe him. I mean, somebody broke into our apartment and tried to get into my bedroom, and Bellamy just seemed annoyed by the whole thing. He didn't even seem that concerned. After that, we both went back to our rooms, and I went back to bed. I really couldn't wait to move out of there. Soon, I would have enough money saved up to do so. Several days went by and everything seemed to be going normally. Then one night, I was in my bedroom again. Now usually, I would hang out in my bedroom and then go to the bathroom and brush my teeth. Then I would return, lock my door, and go to sleep. That was my nightly routine. So, on this night, I believe it was a Friday because I didn't have work the next morning. I know that because I was staying up much later and watching YouTube videos on my phone. It was past the time that I usually went to sleep. I think it was after midnight. I was lying on my bed, and my lights were out, but my door was unlocked because I hadn't brushed my teeth yet. I remember all of a sudden seeing my bedroom door start to open. My headphones were in, so I didn't hear anything, but when I saw this, I took them out and looked to the door. After it slowly opened, I saw Bellamy entering. When he saw me staring right at him, he stopped, turned around, and then left. I yelled at him, asking what he wanted, but he quickly returned to his room. I thought this was really weird and also creepy, so I got up, brushed my teeth, then locked my door and went to bed. The next day, I asked Bellamy what he was doing, and he completely denied it. I couldn't believe it. He suggested that I was having another dream. This made me mad. But I didn't say anything. Instead, I realized that it was probably him the night I had called the police. I don't think anybody else even entered our apartment. I mean, nothing was stolen and nothing was messed up. Plus, the person went right for my room. So I started looking for a new place that same day. Within a week, I moved out. Ever since then, I haven't seen or heard from Bellamy, and I'm hoping that I never do. It was my first day of school after a terrible car accident. I was rejoining the life of a teenager. My drunk mom's reckless driving made me lose one of my legs. The teacher introduced me to the class, and I could tell people weren't welcoming. The students whispered about my appearance in the middle of the term, but I kept the accident a secret. If they knew I had a fake leg, they would make even more fun of me. During lunchtime, I was heading to my table carrying my food when I slipped and fell onto a popular girl named Emily. I spilled the pasta on her shiny new dress, and everyone started laughing. Weirdo. Hey, no need to be rude. Okay, or what? What are you gonna do, huh? She pushed me, and I couldn't keep my balance. This time, as I fell, my skirt went up to my knee, and everyone saw my prosthetic leg. Whoa, what is that? Are you even human, weirdo? People started taking my video. I was humiliated and traumatized. I wanted to smack that stupid girl, but my emotions got the best of me. I got up and ran away. I ran until my lungs gave up. When I stopped, I found myself standing in the woods. The school's backside led to the dense forest, and I was lost in it, not knowing where to go. I spotted this hiking trail. A humming sound was coming from the end of the trail. It was scary yet so alluring at the same time. I started following the trail. I had no idea where I was going, but I just couldn't stop myself from doing so. After 5 minutes of walking, I reached in front of a small mud hut. Smoke was coming from its windows. The humming had stopped by then. A rotten smell was making the air heavy. Being curious, I entered the hut. A gypsy woman was sitting near a fire pit with her eyes closed. The woman's partial face had burn wounds. On the fire pit was a small pot that had something black boiling in it. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes and smiled at me. So you want them to be nice to you? I don't know how she could tell, but I nodded my head. She grinned, flashing her remaining teeth, and told me to sit closer to the fire. I followed her instructions like a faithful puppy. She took out a box and opened it. My skin crawled when I got to see what was inside. It was the leg of a dead bird. The color had turned black over time. What would I do with this? You can solve your problems. It would grant you 3 wishes, but only with hellish consequences as punishment for tampering with fate. You can't change what has happened. Your wishes need to revolve around the present, but you must decide if you want this or not. I looked at the box and could feel my heart beating faster. What more do I have to lose? I took the box from her hand. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck. A storm is coming. You should go home before you get lost in the dark. I came out of her hut after putting the box in my backpack. I turned back for one last glance. To my shock, the hut was gone. The lady was nowhere. It was just an empty barren land in the middle of the woods. I couldn't sleep the entire night. All I could think was, what should I ask for my first wish? Then suddenly, a cruel plan came to mind. I opened the box and made my first wish. I wanted Emily to get humiliated at school. The next day, we were all sitting in our art class when Emily started behaving crazily. She picked up a scissor and began cutting her hair while laughing like a psycho. Other students got scared seeing her behave that way. Our art teacher tried to stop her, but she didn't let go of the scissor. I was sitting right next to her and watching her embarrass herself. My heart enjoyed the cruel deed I just pulled off when suddenly the scissors slipped from her hand and landed on my big toe. I got up screaming in pain. Emily was escorted out of the classroom, and I got immediate medical attention. The power of the dead bird's leg made me a little scared. To get my revenge, I ended up hurting myself as well, but then it was only a cut, so it didn't take me much more time to make my second wish. After Emily was out of the scene, it was decided no way she's going to be at the prom. I wanted to take this chance. I wished for Emily's boyfriend Jack to ask me to the prom. I wanted to ruin her and hurt her as much as possible, and my wish came true. While leaving for home, Jack came to me. He told me since Emily won't be going, he wanted a date for the prom and he wanted to take me. I obviously said yes. I appeared at the prom in a bluish-pink gown with Jack, but before we could walk onto the dance floor, I went to the washroom. I was ready for my third and final wish. I asked the dead bird's leg to make the prom night memorable for me, and that's all I wished for. That night, we danced and enjoyed ourselves. It was looking up for me, which is why I forgot about the malevolent consequence of the wishes. At the end of the prom, Jack and I got crowned as the prom king and queen. My wish came true. As I climbed up to the stage, I was all set to make my prom speech when suddenly something horrible happened. A bucket filled with foul-smelling pig blood landed on me from above. I was drenched in thick, gooey liquid. I looked at the audience, and all of their eyes were on me, just how I wished it to be. Suddenly, Catherine entered from backstage. She went psycho for stealing her boyfriend right before prom. It was she who tied the bucket above my head and was waiting for the right opportunity. That's when my head snapped. I jumped onto Catherine with my prom queen trophy and began hitting her on the head with it. People were trying to separate us, but I didn't stop. Instead, Catherine's heart stopped beating. My life got ruined, and now I'm waiting on death row. Every night, I wake up screaming to these nightmares where I see a dead bird's leg sitting on my face, scorching my skin with its sharp nails. My first big skiing trip ever was with my friends Audrey, Edith, and Louisa, and we all flew to Colorado. We rented an Airbnb in the town of Snowmass, right by Aspen Mountain Ski Resort. I had only been snowboarding one other time in my life at this point, and that consisted of riding down the bunny hill over and over. I was pretty bad. The first thing we did from the airport was Uber straight to the Airbnb. It was a spacious 4-bedroom house with a huge deck and a hot tub overlooking the Colorado countryside. Since it was nighttime already by the time we got there, we went out to some local bar on the first night, which was a Thursday. The next day, we went straight to the mountain via Uber. We got our rental equipment at the mountain to make things easier. It actually wasn't super crowded on the first day, probably because it was a work day. The next day, it got a lot more crowded. For some reason, I just couldn't really get the hang of it. I couldn't make it down a slope without falling at least a few times. At a certain point, I was so fed up that I just sat on the side of a slope to catch my breath and take a break. Meanwhile, a bunch of people zoomed past me, even little kids that made it look easy. Then came this man who seemed like he didn't really know what he was doing either. He came up to me and asked if I was okay and started trying to make conversation with me. It was the weirdest spot to make conversation, so after a few seconds of answering his questions, I got up and said, "Nice talking to you," and resumed trying to snowboard down the mountain. This mountain was a blue run, meaning it was a longer slope to get down and slightly more difficult than a green. I stopped again a little further down the mountain to take another break. I really wasn't having fun. To my dismay, I saw that guy from before approaching me again. He was inching closer to me with the same struggle I had been dealing with. He stopped right next to me, unstrapped from his snowboard, then sat a few feet from me. He started talking to me about how he's not used to so many pretty girls like me being here. This was super weird because I had on a ski mask and helmet, my face was practically covered. He asked who I was here with. I lied and said my boyfriend. He laughed and said he saw me come here with all girls. I looked at him and said, "Ew," really loud, and then got back on my snowboard and continued down the mountain. It's weird, but I snowboarded better than I ever had in that moment, perhaps because I had the proper motivation to just get down the mountain. When I got to the bottom, I immediately went to the lodge and sat at one of the tables, calling each of my friends. Edith was the first one to pick up. I explained what just happened and asked her to just come sit with me. A few minutes later, I saw her walking over to me. I had already texted our group chat, saying we should leave. It was already around 3 o'clock anyway, we'd been there a few hours. When Audrey and Louisa finished whatever run they were on, they met us back at the lodge. We returned our rental gear and then Ubered back to the Airbnb. We all showered and changed, then headed out to the village for dinner. We then went out to a few of the local bars afterward and got decently drunk. When we came back to the Airbnb, we all four went into the hot tub on the deck and drank more alcohol. After a while, we all eventually went to our rooms to go to sleep. I'm basically an insomniac, and I stayed up on my phone for over an hour, scrolling on Instagram. Even as I was still buzzed, I wasn't tired, and this was a very, very good thing that may have saved us. I heard footsteps out in the common area, either the living room or the kitchen. The Airbnb had wood floors throughout. Initially, I thought it was one of the girls going to the bathroom or getting water, but then I heard the doorknob to my door twisting. I sat up and was about to say one of their names, but I stopped myself because why would one of them be trying to come into my room? I instantly went to the group chat to text everyone and ask who that was. Nobody answered, they must have been asleep. I tiptoed to the door and put my ear up against it. I heard footsteps moving around. When it went quiet, I ever so quietly unlocked the door and twisted the doorknob. I pushed the door open as gently as I could and peeked into the living room. I looked from corner to corner until I saw a tall black silhouette walking from one door to the other. It was a man for sure. He was trying to get into one of our rooms. I wanted to scream out to my friends to warn them, but I stayed silent because I was too scared. I closed my door quietly and locked it. I prayed to God everyone had their doors locked. 4 girls in one Airbnb, though, of course, we did. I called 911 quietly and whispered the entire time into the phone. That's when I heard the light knocks on my bedroom door. I turned to the door and watched as the doorknob started to turn, but he couldn't open it. I kept saying, "Please hurry," into the phone. All the woman on the line kept saying back was, "They're almost here," and to remain quiet. It was entirely possible that the man on the other side of the door heard me whispering because he started pushing into the door. I heard shoves and bangs on the door, and I just couldn't help it anymore. I screamed, "Get out of here," followed by, "I'm on the phone with 911 right now." The banging stopped, and a voice on the other side said, "Okay, sweetheart," and then I heard his footsteps walking away. The 911 operator instructed me to stay in the room until police should arrive. I peeked outside the window, but it was simply too dark to see anything beyond a few feet in front of the window. My friends were awake now from my screams. I told them all to stay in their rooms. Police finally got there about 5 to 10 minutes later, and they came right into the Airbnb since the door was unlocked. Once it was confirmed the intruder was gone, we ensured every entry point was locked and secured, and then they left. Sleeping after that was difficult, of course. The idea came up that it was that creepy man from the mountain who was following me, and I do believe that's a possibility. The voice could have been a match, honestly. After working out a partial refund with the Airbnb host, we spent Sunday traveling the area instead of snowboarding again, and we stayed at a small motel Sunday night. We flew home Monday morning. About 3 months ago, I moved into an apartment with 2 other women so I could attend college. There's a list of things that make the building we live in not that great. For example, most apartment rooms face the corridor where people from the same floor as you will constantly walk left and right to get in or out of the building. So if you keep your windows open, anyone pacing outside can see into your room. But considering I spend most of my time at college, and the girls I live with and most of the neighbors are really nice, the things on that list don't really bother me that much. A few nights ago, while getting ready to go to bed, I could hear music playing from somewhere, mostly pop songs from the 2000s. Since we live in a student-friendly city full of frat houses and the like, I thought nothing of it. There were probably a bunch of parties going on, and the sound was coming from one of them. Or maybe it was just some drunk friends listening to it on the street. I got into bed and let a random video play on my phone so I could fall asleep, as I often do. But as I was starting to doze off, I started to hear drilling noises. At first, I thought I was just sleepy and hearing things, or maybe it was coming from my phone. But I paused the video and listened closely. There was definitely someone using a drill somewhere nearby. I got up and walked around the apartment, feeling confused. It was around 10:30 p.m., so there was no way that someone could be working still. The sound was louder at my bedroom window, so I opened it to check and quickly realized that it was coming from the neighboring apartment, the one that's closest to my window. At that moment, I realized that music was also coming from there. No one lives in that specific apartment, so my confusion only grew. But then I figured maybe someone had planned to rent it, talked it over with the landlord, and he ordered for something in it to be fixed. Still, the fact that they were doing it so late into a Thursday felt really strange. I went back to trying to sleep, but they wouldn't stop making noise. I was texting a friend and eventually started complaining about it, sending him audios and even a video directed at the window that all the noise was coming from. He said I should call the police because there was no way it was legal for someone to be doing this, especially in a building full of apartments. I decided against it since I just wanted to get some rest, and it was already past midnight by then. I forced myself to sleep through the drilling sounds, but a little past 1 o'clock in the morning, I woke up again, this time to hammering. Feeling stressed, but not enough to take action just yet, I tried to sleep once more, only to wake up again. This time, I didn't even check what time it was. I was totally fed up, so I just put on a robe and made my way to confront whoever it was. The window to the apartment was open, so I decided to talk to those people from there. The window was located above the stairs, though, so I would have to go down a few steps to get into view, and I'd look even shorter being seen from there. But that was the last thing on my mind. As soon as I got to the window, I felt most of the courage leave me. In that room, there were 4 men who all seemed to be around their 30s or 40s, and they all stopped whatever they were doing to look at me. Now only the song coming from the radio could be heard, and somehow it felt chilling to have all those other noises stop so abruptly. Even though that's everything I wanted just seconds earlier, I definitely didn't want to be the one thing these 4 men were focused on. Another thing that bothered me, but I didn't think about until the next day, was those men's peculiar choice of music. It just felt creepy to realize that middle-aged men were listening to stuff that teenagers or even preteens would be listening to. Anyway, none of them looked shocked to see me. They just had puzzled looks. Remembering why I was there in the first place, I said, "Excuse me, it's pretty late and most people here have work early in the morning. If it's not too much to ask, can you guys do this some other time?" Now, mind you, I'm a pretty short and puny 19-year-old who didn't even think to put on something other than a robe. So when 2 of those 40-something-year-old men came to the window and towered over me, looking up and down at my body almost like predators, I froze up and felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. They were both sweaty and had their mouths agape, and one of them had a hammer that looked quite heavy in his hand. They started smiling in a sick, twisted way, and I felt a sudden urge to throw up. Extremely unsettled, I started slowly making my way back to my apartment, not taking my eyes off the men, feeling like they might try to grab me. When I got to the last step of the stairs and close enough to the window, as soon as I was out of their view, I dashed to my front door, got inside, and locked it. One of the girls who lives with me was out of town that night, and I presumed the other one was asleep since she hadn't seen my text on our group chat asking them if anyone had moved into that apartment. I got back into my room and didn't hear any tools again. In reality, even the radio seemed to have been turned off. I wasn't really sure how to feel about that because now I wasn't angry, just disgusted and creeped out. I know I should have called the cops by then, but I was just too stressed to deal with that any longer. Checking the time, it was about 2:15 now. I got into bed again, tricking myself into thinking I wasn't scared, just craving some sleep. Eventually, I passed out. I woke up in the middle of the night again. This time it was around 3 o'clock, and I could hear no sounds coming from the apartment. Everything was quiet, and that quickly started to bother me. It was too quiet. I had to have heard or felt something in order to wake up. The silence was making me uneasy, and I had a feeling that someone might have been on the other side of my closed window. I tried not to think about it, but I couldn't get a peaceful sleep after that. The next morning, as I was going out, I went past the same window and noticed that it was closed. It was as if this previous night had never even happened. But I asked the girl who was home with me if she heard anything. She said she had woken up several times during the night but couldn't get up and do something about it due to sleep paralysis. Either way, that confirmed I wasn't delusional, those people really were there. But then how did they have the keys to the building and that apartment? Why did it seem like they didn't want to be seen during the day? What were they thinking of doing to me or maybe any passerby? It's been a week now, and thankfully I haven't seen those men again. Still, I have no idea who they were or what they were doing, and I'm honestly scared to even think about the possibility that they might come back or still be lurking around. Foreign off this chick that was a little unstable to say the least. She'd probably kill me if she heard what I was about to say using her real name, so for my own sake, I'm going to refer to her as Jane. To make a long backstory short, she came from a messed up family, and her dad was sort of at the center of a lot of her problems. When he finally died, she told me she went to the funeral just so she could find out where he was buried. A few days later, in the middle of the night, Jane called to ask me to take her to the cemetery to smash his gravestone. Although that was something I would never do to anyone, no matter how much I hated them, I could understand why Jane would want to do something like that against her father's memory. She didn't have a license, so I picked her up and we drove to the cemetery. When I parked the car in the visitor lot outside, she pulled a hammer and a handful of grocery bags out of her purse. She said she just wanted to go in, smash it up into a bunch of small pieces, bag it up, and leave. Obviously, I knew that we were breaking at least one law by trespassing into the cemetery after dark, but this was all right with me. I just told her I would keep an eye out for anyone in the area while she did what she needed to do. On that note, we got out and hurried over to the grave. Jane knew exactly where it was, so it took us no time at all, but I was still extremely nervous about the whole thing. It wasn't just the threat of being arrested, but the vibe of the cemetery itself. I really felt like I wasn't supposed to be there, like we were disturbing all those dead people by marching through in the middle of the night. I kept my hat on straight and tried to give Jane space. At first, she spent a minute kneeling on top of the relatively fresh grave, whispering a bunch of curses and crying just from the sheer intensity of whatever emotion she was feeling. But then, without warning, she started screaming and striking the headstone. The first time caught me so off guard that it sent chills through my whole body. I spun around and was about to tell her to quiet down, but at first glance, I knew she wasn't going to hear me. She was going absolutely berserk on this stone, screaming and wailing at the top of her lungs. Each time she hit it with the hammer, only a small piece would break off. I realized we were going to be there for a while if it went on at this pace, and she was making so much god-awful noise I was terrified that somebody in the nearby neighborhood would hear us. I also thought about how blood-curdling it would feel to be walking by the graveyard and hear Jane's banshee-like shrieking in the distance, and to be unsure if she was like a ghost or a serial killer or something. My instincts set in and I became more concerned about my own safety than anything else. Here was this completely unhinged, crazy person violently thrashing her way through a mixture of grief and unhealed trauma, seeing red with total tunnel vision, and I was alone with her, surrounded by darkness and dead people. I was worried that if I got near her, she would forget it was me and think I was the ghost of her father and start trying to kill me or something, so I backed away. However, it wasn't long before the deep-seated rage within Jane started to wear off a bit and she became tired. She then stopped and looked at the progress she had made. 2/3 of the headstone was still intact, but she was already exhausted. That's when she looked back at me, and for the first time, I saw the look of unveiled insanity in Jane's eyes. I'd always known Jane had a few screws loose, but this was next-level crazy. All her movements were sudden and jarring. She stood and shoved the hammer into my chest, telling me to take it and finish the job. I protested at first, not wanting to get roped further into what I thought was Jane's thing she needed to do, but as soon as I did, She grabbed me by the ears and yanked my head down so that my face was less than an inch away from hers. She then screamed so loud that it practically ruptured my eardrums. She demanded that I break the gravestone for her, or she'd use the hammer on me and bury my body next to her father's. Seeing that I was in too deep to back out, I reluctantly accepted the task and committed myself to making short work of it. Of course, I was stronger than Jane, but I wasn't nearly as uninhibited. What happened next, though, made me all the more sure that I shouldn't have tried to fight her or anything. As I was hacking away at the stone, managing to break off bigger pieces, she was standing behind me laughing like an absolute maniac. She was cheering me on the way I imagine a witch would encourage another witch to their first human sacrifice. I tried my best to ignore her, but it was impossible. I glanced over my shoulder and saw that she had pulled out a knife, which sent another chill down my spine. Before I knew it, she knelt behind me and straddled my back, throwing her arms over my shoulders, whispering little pure evil into my ears. I froze up and stopped swinging the hammer because I didn't want to hit her. She told me I was almost done. Then she did something I'll never forget. Both of her hands were out in front of me, one of which held the knife right before my eyes. She put the blade to her palm and sliced it open, creating a fountain of blood which quickly spilled down her wrist. Then she whispered some kind of satanic blessing in tongues and smeared her bloody hand over my face, from my forehead down to my chin, then across my throat until she finally rested her hand with a vice grip at the base of my neck. She asked me if I could taste the blood, and I said I could. She took pleasure in this, and then she finally let go of me to stand on the grave again. Then she screamed out at the top of her lungs that these would be the final tears she would ever cry over her father. As she looked up into the night sky with her eyes open, she put her hand up to the moon and clenched her fist, squeezing the wound to form drops of blood which fell down upon her eyes and face. I watched this whole thing, stunned out of my mind, until she looked back at me with her face full of bloody tears and growled at me to finish the job. Of course, I was thoroughly terrified of Jane by this point and I was ready to leave. I just did as she said. At last, when the whole thing was smashed to bits, I convinced Jane that we needed to go. Thankfully, she seemed ready, but the entire time we were picking up the pieces and bagging them, she was giggling. When it was all cleaned up, we ran back to my car, somehow going through this whole entire ordeal without anyone seeing us or calling the cops on us. I drove Jane back home and I dropped her off. As she got out of my car, she tried to drag me out to spend the night with her. I'd been waiting for that night for months, but by then I knew where that would go. I knew it would be no good for me, so I made up some excuse about having to work the next day in the morning. I cut off all contact and I've been avoiding her out of fear ever since. Ever since I was a little kid, all the older men in my family would take me fishing every opportunity they got. It was like some family ritual. I, being the youngest, meant that I was next in line to become an expert like all of them claimed to be. The ones who took it the most seriously were my dad and his brother Eugene. Our houses were decked out like the ones you've probably seen on fishing shows. I won't go into detail, but if you took a step into my house, you'd instantly be able to tell my parents spend more time on the water than on the land. This is actually his story, not mine. My dad's a pretty hard guy to scare, but let me tell you, whenever he tells the story, it's like he's a different person. He doesn't like talking about it, but every so often at a family gathering or a special occasion, one of my relatives will ask him to tell it, and he will. My dad's name is Gwyn. He was fishing with my uncle Eugene and their close friends Clytus, Dylan, and Lagan. They had set out early before the sun had even broken the horizon, heading to a remote spot they had all agreed was prime fishing territory. This place was a couple of hours boat ride from the nearest marina, tucked away in a secluded cove-type area that few bothered to explore. It was known among them for its abundant bass and the occasional pike. The day started like any other fishing trip, with the boat cutting smoothly through the mist rising off the water, everyone sharing stories and jokes over the hum of the engine. They anchored the boat in a familiar cove surrounded by dense forest. Lagan was the first to crack open a beer, even though it was so early in the morning. My dad tells me all the time that Lagan is his wild friend, the one who tends to drink a little more than he should. They fished for hours, the only sounds being the occasional splash of a lure hitting the water and their own laughter, oh, and the occasional crunch of empty beer cans that they were drinking like water. As the day wore on, they had their fair share of catches, each one sparking a small celebration. As dusk approached, the light began to wane. A dense fog rolled in from the water. My dad describes it as the boat literally being swallowed by fog. Clytus, who was the most experienced fisherman of the group, kept saying that he had never seen fog so thick. That's how unnatural it was. Dylan, the jester of the group, was almost as drunk as Lagan, both of whom were seemingly unfazed by the fog that had ensnared them. It was starting to get dark. They had originally thought that they could just wait out the fog, but it didn't seem to be going anywhere. My dad and Clytus agreed that Eugene should just try to drive the boat out of the cove and into the open ocean, where the fog probably wouldn't be as dense. Eugene agreed, but even though he was typically the most cautious, he only narrowly avoided colliding with the shore. He refused to risk further damage to his prized boat. They reluctantly came to terms with the fact that they'd probably have to spend the night on the boat. My dad made the point that they'd need to tell their families about the situation, and of course, they had drifted into an area of the cove that had no signal. My dad needed to handle some business at work, so neglecting the problem was not an option. He offered to go ashore in search of a signal, and Clytus and Dylan said they'd join him. Eugene would stay back to guard the boat and an increasingly inebriated Lagan. My dad, Dylan, and Clytus made their way over to the shore and jumped out of the boat, only getting slightly wet. My dad made a point of snagging the emergency flares in the boat, just in case they got lost and needed to signal Eugene to come find them. The three of them made their way into the pitch-black woods, lit only by the shine of their phone flashlights. My dad and his friends have all done their fair share of camping, so it wasn't like a forest scared them too much. They began trekking uphill, hoping that higher ground would give them a better chance of finding a signal. My dad always made a point of emphasizing how dark yet eerily foggy the forest was. You could practically feel yourself slicing through the fog just as they were adjusting to the dense atmosphere. A series of strange clicking noises began to permeate the silence, first emerging from directly in front of them before encircling them completely. These sounds were unlike any forest sounds they were familiar with. It was rhythmic yet erratic, as if someone was tapping out a code meant only for the woods themselves. The distinctiveness of the noise made one thing clear: it was human-made. The realization that they weren't alone hit them like a freight train. Clytus, the most seasoned of the trio when it came to outdoor survival, whispered urgently for them to turn off their flashlights. "Don't give away our position," he hissed, with a note of genuine concern in his voice. As the lights switched off, the darkness became thicker than the fog. The clicking noises stopped abruptly, replaced by a silence that seemed to weigh on their chests. Time lost meaning as they stood there, frozen, unsure of their next move. I'm sure they were all thinking the same thing. The idea that they might have stumbled upon some kind of clandestine gathering or a woods cult was terrifying. Then, as suddenly as it had stopped, the silence was broken by rustling noises, this time much closer. Then silence again. And then a guttural scream echoed through the trees, a sound so primal and full of anguish that it rooted them to the spot. Before they could process what was happening, rapid stomping noises thundered through the woods towards them. The three men took off back the way they had come, acting on fear and pure instinct. My dad fired the flare gun behind them. The flare cut through the fog, lighting the woods up for a moment. The woods were as clear as day, and the sight that met their eyes was nothing short of horrifying. Illuminated by the flare's red glow was a pack of more than 10 individuals dressed in what could only be described as tribal attire. Some of them brandished wooden spears, but the light from the flare only lasted a split second. Dylan screamed and almost stumbled, but Clytus quickly grabbed his arm to keep him upright. My dad describes this part as the most overwhelming feeling of pure terror he has ever experienced. The forest seemed to fight against them as they fled, ducking under branches and jumping over roots. By some miracle, they emerged from the tree line, panting and disoriented but alive. They screamed at Eugene to start the engine, the urgency in their voices leaving no room for question. Eugene complied immediately, and the boat lurched forward just as their pursuers reached the shoreline. In the chaos, my dad fired the last flare into the air back towards the shore. For a split second, as the flare's light pierced the fog, they saw their pursuers at the water's edge. It was freakish. There must have been at least 15 of them just standing motionless at the water's edge. The flare's light faded, and it was dark again. Eugene managed to get a safe distance away and stop the boat again. After the engine was off, the only sounds were Dylan, my dad, and Clytus's breathing. My dad says he wasn't able to process what had happened for nearly an hour. He was functioning off pure adrenaline and survival instincts. They ended up taking turns keeping watch while the others slept and left first thing in the morning as soon as the fog dissipated. Funnily enough, Lagan had passed out before everything went down and doesn't remember any of the details of that night. I still get shivers down my spine when I tell this story. I can only imagine what my dad must feel when he thinks back to it. About 7 years ago, on my way home from my parents' house, I experienced something truly terrifying. I was 22, young, naive, and well, dumb. I had just moved into my first apartment, becoming the first in my family to leave our sleepy old train town. I visited home every Sunday to see my family, do laundry, and enjoy Sunday dinner. I lived about 45 minutes up the highway, so I generally headed home by 6 p.m. On this particular night, there was a relentless summer thunderstorm that had been pouring down rain all day. Just as I was packing up to leave after dinner, my cousins dropped in, so I ended up sticking around for a few more hours to visit. I left my mom's around 10 p.m. in the pouring rain. This was the first time after moving out that I encountered something that truly scared me. I never told anyone about this, possibly out of pride. Everyone always gave me trouble about living alone as a single female in a new area. Anyway, here it goes. I left my parents' house around 10 p.m. in the pouring rain. I'm driving down the service road that leads out of town and eventually turns into the on-ramp to the highway. As you leave town, the service road turns into one lane right in front of a quarry train loading station. I'm not really clear on what that place is, but it always gave me the creeps. If you're unfortunate enough to pass through when a train is crossing the road to load, you'll be stuck there for a while. Once the road passes the tracks, it turns back into 2 lanes and goes up a steep hill. As I'm approaching the quarry, I can make out the orange lights on a red cab 18-wheeler sitting in the quarry parking lot. Mind you, it's pouring rain, visibility is low, so I can't make out the trucker until I'm pretty close to him. As soon as I can see it's a trucker, he pulls out into the road. I had to slam on my brakes to avoid hitting the trailer on the back of the truck. I skid around on the road until I regained control of the car. Now I'm stuck behind this dummy who just pulled out without paying attention. I keep my distance because I'm flustered. For the record, my headlights were on, so if he had been paying attention, he should have seen me. Honestly, with the heavy rain and low visibility, who knows? So, I'm behind this guy as we cross the tracks and begin to climb the steep hill. Despite it turning into 2 lanes on the hill, he's driving right up the middle of the 2 lanes. Figuring he didn't realize it was 2 lanes, I just putter along behind him, keeping my distance. As soon as he reaches the peak of the hill and the road levels out, he moves over to the right lane. Yes, finally. So, I move over and begin to pass him. As soon as I get past the front of the truck, he swerves behind me quite abruptly and begins flashing his high beams at me. Usually, when someone flashes their lights behind you in our area, it means turn on your lights, but mine were already on. I checked as soon as he started flashing at me. Weirded out, I put my blinker on and safely change lanes to get out of his way. He follows my lane change and begins laying on his horn. The honking startled me, and I began to get a lot more flustered. What the hell did this guy want? I moved out of his way and my headlights were on. Why didn't I just speed up and zip away, you may be asking. Well, I grew up in this area. It had been raining heavily all day, and I knew that the service road floods a little in heavy rain, both on the shoulders and in random spots in the middle of the lanes. It's a small Midwestern town, our roads are shitty. I had already skidded and nearly wrecked once, and I wasn't about to floor it on this bumpy, flooded service road and risk wrecking again. There is nothing between that quarry and the highway, just about 4 or 5 miles of wooded area. If I wrecked, it would have been just him and me. This went on for the next 4 or 5 miles to the highway. He began tailgating me in addition to the high beams and honking. Once the tailgating began, I was in tears. I didn't know what this guy wanted from me. I was just trying to stay out of his way and get home safely. That's all I wanted. I changed lanes 2 more times, making 3 total. He followed me from lane to lane. As we approached the highway, I floored it. He couldn't accelerate quickly enough to keep up, and I lost him finally. As soon as I realized I'd lost him and was safe on the highway, I just lost it. I was a hysterical wreck. There is only one exit after getting on the highway to stop in the small town the highway runs through. After that, it's all wooded for a good 30 minutes. Here's a more structured and coherent version of your text with appropriate pauses. I thought about getting off at that exit to calm down and pull myself together, but I just wanted to go home, so I sped right past it. I should have stopped. Once the city was no longer visible in my rearview mirror, I felt much calmer. I managed to scramble my cell out of my purse and put it in my lap just in case. The rain led up to a drizzle the further I went, but I was still pretty on edge. There weren't many other cars on the highway, and most of them were truckers. I'm cruising along in the center lane when the truck next to me in the passing lane begins blaring the horn and moves into my lane, forcing me over to the 3rd lane. He continued moving over, nearly forcing me off the highway. I sped up and changed lanes right in front of him so that I'm back in the center lane. I slowed down until I was in line with the front cab. I double-clicked the home button on my phone, camera shortcut, and rolled down my window, starting to take pictures of the cabbie. I think the flashes made him realize what I was doing, and he began slowing down until he was behind me again. I got a lot of pictures. I sped up and lost sight of him behind me. I was satisfied I managed to get pictures, but I was so angry at this point. I pulled over onto the shoulder of the highway and waited for him. I just wanted to get behind him so I could get a picture of the license plate and report this. Sadly, he was on to me for sure. I noticed headlights behind me a long way back, but behind me nonetheless, on the shoulder of the highway. I waited, keeping an eye on the truckers passing me by, just to be sure I didn't miss him. I noticed a shadow pass through the headlights of the truck, which spooked me quite a bit. Did he get out of the cab? I didn't stick around to find out. I just took off and got home as quickly as possible. The pictures were a total failure. It was still drizzling, the flash combined with the drizzle just resulted in washing out the pictures. I could see the red cab, but no matter what filters I used, there was no making out exactly what the cab said. Red cab trucker, you're the reason I have a dash cam in my car. My family owns a property in Vermont that we use in the wintertime for skiing and snowboarding. It's at the top of a hill surrounded by woods. The nearest neighbors are up the road, but separated enough where you can't see their houses from our property. There's a big shed outside that we keep a lot of our snowboarding gear along with general lawn care stuff like shovels, rakes, and everything like that. We keep the shed locked whenever we aren't up there. Once we unlock it, though, we keep it unlocked for the entirety of our visits, as we don't really worry too much about people coming and stealing anything while we're there. The actual house is pretty nicely sized. It's technically 3 floors, with the 3rd floor being a loft master bedroom, which is reserved for my parents, and my siblings and I aren't allowed to use it. This one weekend, I was heading up there with this girl Gloria, who I was going to be teaching how to snowboard as she had never been before. We had a beginner board up there that she used, along with all the proper equipment. On our property, since it's on a steep hill, we actually made our own little custom slope that we'd sometimes snowboard or sled down for fun. So before taking her to the actual mountain, I suggested I teach her the basics on the hill. We put on all of our gear and rode up to the top of the hill. I slowly started descending, showing her the basic movements. When she made her first attempt, she right away fell, as expected. But she was persistent and kept trying and getting back up each time. We made it to the bottom of the hill. She'd get a little better, and then we'd walk back up and do it again. At some point, we both heard a male voice call out from the woods, presumably at us. It said, "Hello." We started looking around, confused as hell. All we saw were a bunch of trees and a white sheet of snow covering the floor of the woods. You'd think it would be easier to spot someone or something when it's just a sheet of white surrounding you, but nope, we didn't see anyone in the woods. I yelled out, "Is someone there?" Nothing. Now just the dead silence of a secluded place in the winter. Gloria and I were slightly disturbed, so we walked back up to the house and went inside. I didn't think it could be the neighbors because I didn't see the driveway to the one we passed shoveled, and the neighbors further up the hill would have no reason to come down like that. I told her it must have been some random person going for a hike in the woods. That was the least scary possibility. The next thing we did was go out to my favorite nearby diner. Then we went shopping for basic groceries to get us through the next few days. Since it was a bit late now, we were going to spend the rest of the night just chilling at the house. We ate dinner and then chilled by the fire pit out back. At some point, we both heard the distinct sound of shoes stepping in snow not far away. I turned off the music for a second, but with the sound of the crackling fire, it still wasn't dead silence. By this point, whatever we heard had stopped. I asked for her phone so I could use both my and her phone's flashlights to point into the woods. Again, like earlier, I called out, "Is someone there?" which scared Gloria. She asked to go inside, so we did. We didn't go back outside that night. The next morning, I woke up to Gloria getting out of bed. I was still tired, so I went back to sleep. When I woke up again, she was still not in the bed anymore. I looked at the time, and it was already like 9 a.m., so I got up and opened the curtain to the window. I looked out at the shed outside. The door was open, and I saw the breath of someone being blown from behind the door to the shed. I wondered what Gloria was doing out there. I opened the window and yelled Gloria's name, but when she called back, her voice came from inside the house, right in the living room. I got goosebumps. I kept watching the escaping breath of whoever was in our shed blow out the door. I yelled outside, "Yo, who's in my shed?" A few seconds later, I shut the window and ran out to the living room to find Gloria watching TV, or rather now she was more so just standing in front of the couch, concerned. I looked out the back door and saw the back of somebody dressed in black running into the woods. I looked for my boots, but by the time I put them on, it was too late to chase him. I went to check the shed to see if anything was stolen, but it seemed everything was there. I relocked the shed just to be safe. I saw the footprints of that person lead from the woods to the shed, then back to the woods again. I wasn't about to follow the footprints, though. After nerves calmed a bit, we ate breakfast, then headed for the mountain, and we had a whole day of snowboarding. Gloria picked it up surprisingly well, and we planned to have one more day at it tomorrow. After we got back to the house, we cooked a steak dinner, then watched a movie. We didn't want to sit out in the dark again after last night and earlier that day. In the middle of that night, I woke up to Gloria shaking me. She explained why, then she told me to listen. We sat in silence for about 30 seconds before we heard, "Help me," in a very long drawn-out voice from outside. Gloria was in hysterics. Then we heard the voice again. I went over to the window and she begged me not to open the curtain. I said I was just going to take a peek. I gently lifted one corner of the curtain to peek outside. I don't know what I was expecting to see except for total blackness. I cracked the window open and a gust of cold air hit me in the face. I listened, intending on getting a better idea of where this voice was coming from. Then I suddenly heard footsteps in the snow getting much louder very quickly. They were coming toward the window. I quickly pulled it down and relocked it. Whoever it was had already seen me, though. The knock on the window confirmed it. I looked over at Gloria, who was hiding under the blanket making faint crying noises. I told her to just stay quiet. Our best response was to not respond or acknowledge them. There was never another tap at the window, nor were there any more calls from outside. It was a long couple of hours after that of not sleeping. Eventually, though, we got so tired that we did end up just falling asleep. The next morning, I checked around the house and there were footprints literally surrounding the house. Someone, or multiple people, had been circling the house, apparently going from window to window. We decided we'd leave early because clearly someone was stalking us from the moment we got there. I locked everything back away in the shed, then we packed the car and back to Rhode Island we went. For those curious, nothing was broken into or stolen the next time any of us went back up there. So truthfully, I don't even really have a guess as to what that person out there wanted, but it was most definitely the same person stalking the house from the moment we got there. It might have been multiple people. When you're up in an isolated place like that, realizing you're not alone is the scariest thing imaginable. When I was 18, I threw a house party at my parents' house for Halloween. It was a closed invite. When I was 18, I threw a house party at my parents' house for Halloween. It was a closed invite, meaning I told people not to bring strangers. That was a rule my parents gave me. They were not at the house that weekend, which was why I was able to throw the party, with another rule being the place needed to be even cleaner than it was before the party. I invited around 50 people, and probably around 40 ended up showing up. The party started around 6 o'clock. It was starting to get dark out. It would be partially in the backyard and partially on the first floor. My parents left me money for refreshments like sodas and food to leave in the kitchen for people to take. I told my parents it would be a non-alcoholic party, but I think they knew that was a load. My friend, who's a few years older than me, brought his DJ equipment to DJ, and the party was in full swing by dark. Everyone seemed to listen and not bring strangers because I recognized everyone. Just about everyone came up to me and greeted me after entering. I didn't drink too much because it was my party, and I wanted to be somewhat responsible, but everyone else was getting drunker the later the night went. Eventually, one of my friends came out of the house after getting food, and he asked who that guy in the skeleton bodysuit inside the house was. I didn't recall seeing anyone in a bodysuit costume, so I went inside the house, where there were a few people hanging out in the kitchen. I asked if they saw someone wearing a skeleton bodysuit, and someone told me, yeah, it seemed like he was snooping around the house. I grew concerned when I heard this and asked if anyone invited him or knew who it was. No one inside knew him. I looked around the house and then found him. He was walking down the stairs. I asked, "Who are you?" and he said, "Mike." I was using the bathroom upstairs. It was a really deep voice. He sounded older. His frame was also a bit larger, not muscular, just a stockier-looking build. I asked who invited you, and he said, "Tom." I didn't know a single Tom, so I asked, "Who's Tom?" Then I just asked him if he could take his mask off. He didn't listen or even respond. "Tom." I didn't know a single Tom, so I asked, "Who's Tom?" Then I just asked him if he could take his mask off. He didn't listen or even respond. He just walked past me towards the front door, then he left. I ran upstairs to check if any of the rooms had been gone through and if anything had been stolen. All the doors upstairs, except for the bathroom door, were closed, and after a quick look, it seemed nothing was stolen. So I went to lock the front door, and then I told a bunch of my friends about how weird that just was. I went outside to ask a few friends if they knew who invited the skeleton guy, and not a single person knew who it was. Eventually, I gave it a rest. The party was winding down around midnight. Most people were starting to leave. A few close friends stayed behind a little later to help clean up. After all was said and done, it was a successful party. When everyone was gone, I started getting ready for bed. One of my friends, Vinny, stayed over on the couch downstairs. After brushing my teeth and changing into pajamas, I decided to go hang out with Vinny in the living room for a while. We had some drinks and just watched funny YouTube videos on TV. My little sister, who was 14, was asleep by now. She didn't hang outside with the party because she was too young. We were being quiet so as not to wake her, but when Vinny and I both heard noises from upstairs, it seemed that we woke. After brushing my teeth and changing into pajamas, I decided to go hang out with Vinny in the living room for a while. We had some drinks and just watched funny YouTube videos on TV. My little sister, who was 14, was asleep by now. She didn't hang outside with the party because she was too young. We were being quiet so as not to wake her, but when Vinny and I both heard noises from upstairs, it seemed that we woke her up. I was expecting the sounds, which sounded like footsteps, to move to the bathroom or something. I got a little confused when I never heard my sister's door open. I decided to go upstairs just to check on her. I knocked on her door, and she didn't answer. I opened it a crack and saw that she was sleeping. So what were those sounds I was hearing then? I went to my parents' room and realized the door wasn't clicked shut. I was able to just push it open without twisting the doorknob, which was odd because I made sure their door was closed before the party. I looked inside the room without turning on the lights. Then, as I backed out of the room, I looked through the crack of the door, and on the other side, I saw that guy in the skeleton bodysuit. I made no mistake, I knew what I was looking at. I'm impressed with myself for not running or screaming. I pretended I didn't see him and pulled the door closed. Then I went downstairs and told Vinny that the guy from before is in the house. I had him call 911 and tell them that there's an intruder in the house while I tiptoed back upstairs to my sister's room, went inside, and shook her to wake her up. I explained to her what was going on and made sure she would be quiet while following me downstairs. She did a good job not freaking out either. When we were downstairs, we met Vinny in the kitchen by the back door, where we went outside to the backyard. Then we cut through the side to the front and went to our neighbor's house, ringing the bell at least 3 times. Our neighbor let us wait with him for the police, but at some point before the police got there, that guy escaped through our parents' bedroom window. I know because the window was now open. Their closet door was also open, where my dad keeps his safe. It's as if it were someone who knew about the safe being there that tried breaking into it or just taking the whole safe out from the floor. It was obvious how the man broke in. He simply just walked into the party. Again, it could have been any number of people, though we never found out who it was. But it was someone who knew I was having a party, someone older, and someone who knew about my parents' safe. My sister ended up telling our parents about it, and obviously, that was the last party I was ever allowed to throw at their house. That guy escaped through our parents' bedroom window. I know because the window was now open. Their closet door was also open, where my dad keeps his safe. It's as if it were someone who knew about the safe being there that tried breaking into it or just taking the whole safe out from the floor. It was obvious how the man broke in. He simply just walked into the party. Again, it could have been any number of people, though we never found out who it was. But it was someone who knew I was having a party, someone older, and someone who knew about my parents' safe. My sister ended up telling our parents about it, and obviously, that was the last party I was ever allowed to throw at their house. I was still in college when this happened. I went to a big party school in upstate New York. I wasn't in a sorority, but I attended a lot of the frat parties still. I had a heavy drinking phase in college, unfortunately, but I guess it's good that I got it out of my system. There was an upcoming frat party that my friends Verity and Ellie wanted to go to. I was not one to ever say no to a party unless I was already deathly hungover, and even then, I'd sometimes be known to still go out. I was living in a house off campus with 3 other girls. We were not a sorority house or team house or anything like that, just 4 friends renting a house together. I believe it was a Adam Sandler party that we were going to. The house was about 20 minutes away from campus. We pre-gamed pretty heavily at our house and then called an Uber, which we all split. On the Uber ride there, we pre-gamed some more, which was a recipe for disaster. By the time we showed up to the party, I was borderline blacked out. I barely remember the layout of that house. I'd never been to a frat party besides that night. It's weird, I have short spans of memory from that night. I vaguely remember the outside, that there were a bunch of frat guys standing out front of the house, and then I remember the DJ in the living room and the 2 beer pong tables in the kitchen. I was later told that I played beer pong with some random frat guy and ended up talking to him in a corner for a big chunk of the night. But after that, nobody knows where I went. I couldn't even tell you the last thing I remember before waking up sleeping on the grass on the side of the road. In a daze, my head was throbbing. I had to still be somewhat intoxicated. It was pitch black outside. I was laying by a bunch of trees, like a wooded area apart from the university. There wasn't much up there besides woods and the occasional little town. There were a couple of light posts further down the road, so I wasn't just laying in complete darkness. I patted down my pockets looking for my phone and had a meltdown when I realized my pockets were empty. I was also missing my crossbody bag. I had absolutely nothing on me and started to freak out. I couldn't even call for help, let alone check the time or where I was. I looked around the immediate area by where I was sleeping, nothing. My white shirt was stained with dirt, but that was the least of my worries. I started walking down the road closer to the light posts and began to realize there were no buildings in sight. I was on some completely random back road. I leaned on the light pole for a few minutes, wondering what to do. I decided I'd wait for someone to pass by and ask for help. It took a long time, though at least 20 minutes, before I noticed headlights down the road. I stepped out onto the road, waving my arms and jumping, trying to ensure I got their attention. The cars slowed to a stop on the side of the road. I approached the car, and the guy inside rolled down the window. Once he asked me if I was all right, I told him I was stranded without a phone and needed a ride home. He told me to get in, and I did, making sure to let him know how much I appreciated it. He, of course, asked me about my predicament, how I found myself stranded on the side of the road. I told him I was at a party, and the next thing I remembered was waking up on the side of the road. In hindsight, I should not have said any of that. I should have been as vague as possible and not let this guy know that I got completely trashed and was vulnerable. He asked why I didn't call for help, and I told him I lost my cell phone too. I looked back at him for a second, and this was the first time I really analyzed his features. He was about 40, not the best-looking guy, with a thin goatee and a big nose. I gave him my address to put into his house as he drove. He put the address in, and then I heard him say under his breath, "Okay, here we go." I asked how far away we were, and he said about 15 minutes. That sounded about right, since the frat house was about 15 minutes from our house. I thought things would go smoothly. I'd get dropped off at the house where Ellie and Verity would be waiting for me with my belongings. But nothing can ever go that smoothly. The man spoke in a gentle voice basically the entire time. He was asking basic questions. At first, his soft voice was almost, in a weird way, off-putting, like why was he talking in an almost whisper in the car? We drove on and on for what seemed like over 15 minutes on the same road. I started to get concerned and asked him how much further we had. He didn't respond right away, so I said, "Sir," and he went, I repeated my question, and he said in his soft voice, "Not far." This wasn't right. Our house is in town, yet we were still on the same back road with nothing but trees everywhere. I started noticing in my peripheral vision that he would look at me multiple times, like he'd move his whole head to stare at me for a few seconds and then look back at the road. I was starting to feel sick. I asked him if he put the right address in, and he said yes. Then he asked, "What color underwear are you wearing?" as he put his hand on my knee and started rubbing it. I moved it away and told him in a desperate voice to please not hurt me. I just wanted to get home safe. He said, "Why would I hurt you?" After saying this, he pulled onto the grass on the side of the road and put the car in park. He was about to lean over towards me and do something, like put his arms around me, but I didn't let him. I opened the door and ran into the woods. Luckily, I was wearing my Air Forces, so I didn't have a hard time running in the woods. I ran only just enough to be out of sight from the car. When I could no longer see its headlights, I heard the man for the first time raising his voice. He yelled into the woods, "Where you at?" "I just want to." I put my hands over my mouth, not only to muffle my breathing but because of pure fear. I waited and waited until I heard a car door slam shut and the sound of a car speeding off. I waited a few more moments before walking back to the road, confirming he was gone. I felt truly helpless. I didn't want to run into that man again, but I also needed someone else to help me. I waited just at the edge of the woods for another car to come, and eventually, one did. I saw the headlights approaching from afar, but I waited until I was sure it was a different car before jumping out and waving my arms and yelling. The car came to a stop. It was another man, a little older. I sat in the back seat. This time, I was so shaken up that I hardly spoke apart from answering whatever questions about my predicament he asked. Thankfully, this man dropped me off at the house. It was like 4 a.m. at this point. My friends were still awake waiting for me. They had my phone and my bag. They were contemplating calling the police if I didn't come back by morning. No one had any clue who I left with or how I ended up on the side of the road. The boy I was with claims he wasn't the one who left with me. In fact, there's no solid proof that I even left with anyone, but that leaves no explanation for how I ended up sleeping on the side of the road. I cut back heavily on the drinking after this night and never want to be in a situation again where I have to hitchhike. Looks like there's a storm approaching. I glanced out the window of the car and looked behind us as my fiancée, Kiva, came out of the shop with a bag of snacks for our trip. The sky looked gray just a few feet behind us down the road. I heard low rumbling as Kiva opened the driver's side door and got in. "Do you think the roads will get bad?" I asked her. She glanced behind us for a few seconds before turning on the engine. The 80s station we had been listening to on our road trip turned on, and the music filled the car as Kiva pulled out of the gas station parking lot. "We can always pull over if they do," she replied. "Don't you think we should fill up on gas soon?" I asked. "I think we should be fine for now." I glanced over at the dashboard. "There's a quarter of a tank left," I noted. "Babe, it's fine. Trust me. You worry too much. Besides, that's more than a quarter." I sighed as I tried not to let it bug me. I hated getting lower than half a tank in my own car. It stressed me out to no end. We pulled out onto the road, and I grabbed my phone. As I opened the weather app, I looked at the forecast for the day, sunny with a high of 95. That couldn't be right. I made sure that I had cell service before opening the app again, thinking that maybe it would refresh. It didn't, and the forecast still said the same. "Huh," I said. "That's weird." "What's weird?" Kiva asked. I looked in the side mirror at the darkening skies behind me. The clouds were catching up to us quickly. "Melanie," I glanced back at Kiva. "The weather app says it's supposed to be sunny today. Maybe the app is down." "Yeah, maybe," I replied. We continued down the road and stopped at a red light. I shifted in my seat so I could look behind us at the approaching storm. I could see the dark clouds moving across the sky, heading directly towards us. I turned back to face the road ahead of us when suddenly the sound of thunder boomed across the sky. I jumped as it was followed by a flash of lightning. All of a sudden, a scream erupted behind us. "What was that?" Kiva asked. Oh my God, what the," someone yelled. The people in the cars around us began to roll down their windows to get a better view of whatever was happening. Kiva shifted the car into park and undid her seatbelt as she opened the door and stepped out of the car. I followed, walking between the traffic. As I followed Kiva, there was a crowd forming a few feet away where an old woman was crying and shouting nonsense. I looked up at the sky again and noticed that the gray clouds were even closer now, and I couldn't see anything in the distance anymore. I glanced back towards the car and then up at the traffic light, which was now green. No one was driving off yet, though, as everyone had gotten out of their cars to investigate. Suddenly, the loud sound of crushing metal caught my attention. As I looked towards the sound, a white pickup truck had been almost completely crushed. I squinted to get a closer look and noticed that there seemed to have been a person inside the truck when it was flattened, and their blood and insides covered the windshield. I looked away quickly as I took deep breaths, trying not to gag. Other people had started to walk toward the crushed truck, and some were gagging and backing up as they realized what they were seeing. "What did?" someone screamed again. The sound of crushing metal was heard, and the second car had been crushed. This time, it had only been the hood of the car that had been crushed, and the driver ran out to look at the damage. "Get back in your cars now," someone screamed. I locked eyes with Kiva, and we ran to the car, getting in and slamming the doors shut. As Kiva shifted back into drive and managed to pull in between the cars and speed through the intersection, I kept looking behind us as the clouds continued to approach. I could see raindrops now. Some of the people had made it away just in time, and others got caught in the rain. The sound of multiple cars being crushed filled the street as Kiva sped down the road. Luckily for us, it was mainly empty. I held on to the armrest as Kiva kept speeding. "Is that the rain doing that?" I asked, glancing back again. "I think so," Kiva muttered. She continued to drive, hyper-focused on the road. I glanced over at the speedometer. She was going almost 90. I looked over at the side of the road as we passed a speed limit sign but said nothing. I looked back at the approaching storm. The rain had picked up excessively, and all of the trees and stop lights had been crushed. They were now crumpled up in the middle of the road, blocking anyone else from escaping the storm. As I glanced down in the rearview mirror, I noticed that most of the road was gone too. There were giant holes everywhere, making it impossible to drive on. My body flung forward as Kiva hit the brakes. All of a sudden, the sound of the screeching brakes and the tires on the road filled my ears as she tried to stop the car. She exclaimed, and the car finally came to a stop. I looked over at her. "Why are you stopping?" She motioned towards the road where there was a giant tree branch blocking the way. "Help me move it, hurry." I jumped out of the car and helped her push the branch out of the way. As we pushed, I couldn't help but glance toward the storm, which was still rapidly approaching. The rain was also picking up, and it seemed like we were right, the rain was to blame. I used all my strength to push on the branch as Kiva pulled, and we finally got it out of the way. We ran back to the car and I glanced back to see the rain approaching. As the first drop of rain landed on the roof of a small convenience store on the side of the road, it all crumbled to the ground. I slid into the seat of the car. "What do you think happens if it lands on someone?" I asked. Kiva turned to look at me. She opened her mouth to speak but didn't get to, as she glanced out one of the back windows. I followed her gaze and saw a man walking down the side of the road. In a split second, the rain caught up. 1 second he was there, and the next second, there was a splatter of blood and human insides on the sidewalk. "I guess that's your answer," Kiva said as she started driving again. I turned around in my seat to keep an eye on the storm. It seemed that the winds had started to pick up, and I could hear them whistling as Kiva continued to drive. "It's getting faster," I replied. She said nothing, but I could feel the speed of the car picking up. We'd been on the road for about half an hour now, and the storm seemed to consistently pick up speed with each second that passed. I couldn't stop myself from looking back at the approaching storm and all of the damage that the rain had done. We'd seen it crush a few more people as it passed through. I don't know how long this storm is going to last or how far out it's going to travel, I thought. But I'm hoping that I can at least warn a few people. Maybe you can make a plan to outrun it. We're going to run out of gas soon, and there's no way that we would have enough time to stop and fill up on gas without the storm catching up to us and crushing our car, and then us. I don't know what we're going to do. We haven't even passed another car that we could potentially steal to try to outrun the storm. I don't know if anyone will even see this or how this will even help, but if you start to see the storm approaching, start running. This is a story I'm not proud of, mostly for my naivety. When I was in middle school and early high school, I didn't know how to talk to girls at all at school, but that's a lot of boys in middle school. I wasn't shy in general. I had friends and did normal things an 8th grader would do. I just had never kissed a girl or anything. Some of my friends at the time claimed they had already gone further than that with girls, and I was starting to feel pressure. But I was still having trouble approaching girls in that way. The mentality went from boys making fun of girls to suddenly liking them in a matter of like a year. I was a pretty big gamer in middle school and early high school. This was when I was in 8th grade. I was like 13. My voice was still probably a bit prepubescent sounding. It was 2009. I played a lot of console games and computer MMORPG games. My favorite console games at the time were GTA 4 and Call of Duty, and my favorite computer game was this MMORPG called Ganu. It was this online game where you would level up by killing monsters, and the more you leveled up, the higher level monsters and hunting grounds you'd be able to tackle. The online community in this game was very active, and there were tons of players. My older brother used to play it a little bit too. I played it more for sure though. I was in a guild and town and everything. I don't remember how it happened, but I befriended this female player who was a higher level than me. Her username was Pokimane. Anytime I'd sign in and she was on, she'd message me and vice versa. We would join parties together, which meant we'd share EXP on whatever monsters we killed, and we just chatted for hours. She knew a lot about me, including my age and my town and some personal family details she would open up to me too. Eventually, she told me her name was Karina. It was weird feeling such a connection with a girl when really, I knew nothing about her appearance or her voice. It truly was like having a pen pal, but better. It was interesting enough that we both lived in Texas state. She lived about an hour from me. After a few weeks, or maybe even a month, we started talking about maybe meeting one day. To do this, though, we'd have to exchange numbers. At the time, I didn't actually have a cell phone yet. I only had an iPod Touch. However, I was able to download a texting app that allowed me to send messages to people with cell phones. Through this app, I was able to send her a picture of myself. It was definitely this cringy 8th grade boy selfie of me trying to look good looking. She called me cute, and then she sent back a picture of herself. She looked a couple of years older than me, like 15, which was the age she told me she was. Based on the picture, I found her very attractive. This was around the time our messages became more flirtatious and romantic. But we were both minors, so neither of us could just drive an hour away. However, she apparently had a solution for this. She told me her sister had friends that lived around me, and she could probably get a ride to me. This was exciting news for my little 13-year-old self. I wanted to wait for a day and night when my parents wouldn't be home, so I'd have the house to myself. This was about a week later, I believe. My parents were going to the Hamptons for the whole weekend, so it would just be my brother and me home. My brother was 18, so I asked him to please just go out for the night with friends so that I could be alone with Karina. I gave Karina my address and told her to come that Saturday whenever she wanted. She said she'd be coming a little later, like at night. She didn't give me an exact time. At that point, we still had never spoken on the phone. I still hadn't heard her voice. I was so nervous all day that I couldn't even play video games. I was busy cleaning my room, making things look cool, fixing my appearance, and even rehearsing things to say in the initial moments of meeting. Then I got a message from Karina saying she's here. I sprang up and ran to the front door. I looked through the peephole and didn't see anyone. She then said, "You can come out to the front door." I opened the door and stepped onto the front porch. I looked around, and the street was dark and quiet, no cars, no people. I went back inside and shut the door. I messaged her back saying, "I don't see you." She replied, "Oh, I must have the wrong house. Give me a minute." That was a bit weird. I locked the door and sat on the living room couch, nervously waiting and playing games on my iPod. I got a message from her again. She said she's here and to come outside. I replied, "Ring the bell so I know you're at the right house." Then the doorbell rang. My nerves really set in. I walked to the door, looked through the peephole, and didn't see anyone. I said, "Karina." Through the peephole, I saw a hand reach towards the door and knock. I said, "Karina," again as I kept looking through the peephole. Everything felt like it instantly crumbled on top of me as this bald, creepy-looking short guy stepped in front of the peephole and then said through the door, "Hey, it's Pokemon. I want to talk." I ran away from the door with my hands over my mouth, truly speechless. The person I'd been talking to all this time was a creepy grown man. I was disgusted and scared. I went to call my brother's cell phone, he didn't pick up. The doorbell kept ringing. I went to my bedroom and locked myself in. I held the house phone in my grasp, considering calling my parents but too embarrassed to do so. My room was the only other room in the house with the lights on. I have a big window in my room that overlooks the whole side yard of our corner house. I turned off my lamp and slightly kinked the blind just a crack, and I saw that guy on the other side trying to look in. He started to knock on the window and said through the closed window how much of a connection we clearly have and that we could at least be friends. I responded with nothing. I called my brother again, and he picked up this time. I said, "Please come home right now." The Karina person was a grown man the entire time, and he's at my window right now. My brother's always been pretty big, even as a teenager. I'd feel safer with him being here. He said he was coming home with his friends right now. We stayed on the phone so I could tell him if anything happened. I ran to my parents' bedroom upstairs and hid there. The man was blowing up my message app, saying he would like to talk and that there was a reason he had to lie about who he was. When my brother got home, he told me he saw the guy outside. My brother and his 3 friends confronted the creepy short man outside. I went outside then to watch the 4 of them intimidate the man, calling him a sicko. The man's defense was that he was concerned for my well-being, inviting strangers from online over, and that this was supposed to be a learning lesson. I refuted this claim by asking him why he would say that we could be good friends at my window when my brother and his friends started pushing the man. He started quickly walking to his car. My brother kicked the guy's tail light while one of his friends threw a rock at his window. He sped off down the road, never to be seen again. This was humiliating and disturbing, but at the same time, I was really grateful for my brother and his friends coming to my aid. They potentially saved me from a seriously sick creep breaking into the house. It's still painful and uncomfortable realizing all that time I spent opening up to who I thought was a girl my own age on a game was some creepy grown man with a different agenda. The story isn't actually my own experience. It happened to my older brother and sister. I do have a bit of context to give so the whole thing will make sense, so please bear with me. My family and I grew up in Southeast Alaska. The area we used to live in was primarily a fishing and tourist town that was settled in between some mountains and a channel that led out to the sea. During the summer months, loads of tourists would flock to the town we lived in to see the beautiful mountains and the glacier that our town was known for. The only two ways to really get to the area were by taking a ferry or flying in on a plane because you couldn't really drive through the mountains. There were also several smaller towns and settlements scattered through the mountain range nearby, mostly made up of little cabins and old houses. These were almost exclusively populated by elderly folks who had bought property in the areas for when they wanted to go on fishing trips, and my grandparents were among them. At the time, my grandpa owned several small bush planes that he would use to fly people between these tiny towns as a small business. He also used a blue shack in one of these towns that me and my siblings still to this day affectionately refer to as the Blue Cabin because it was painted a shade of peeling baby blue. My grandpa and grandma had owned the cabin for years before I was born, and they often took us out to it for a week or two during the summers when I was a kid. This is where the story takes place. It had been several years since me and my siblings had gone on a trip to the cabin because of some personal problems my mom had been having with her dad. A couple of years before the story took place, I can't exactly remember why, my mom had been out of town for a long trip, and during her absence, my grandpa had offered to fly us out to the cabin for a weekend. Me, my dad, and my two older siblings all leapt at the opportunity to revisit such a nostalgic place. So, after packing some basics, cue a montage of all of us meeting at the airport, the 2-hour flight in a cramped bush plane that I remember being much bigger, and quickly finding ourselves riding through the tiny town we would be staying in my grandpa's dinky old truck headed for the Blue Cabin. We got ourselves nice and settled with the ridiculous amount of spiders that would be sharing the cabin with us for the next couple of days, and my grandpa left us to enjoy our weekend. Now, I can't quite remember what me and my dad were doing, probably walking on the beach, when my brother and sister had decided to take one of the 2 four-wheelers my grandpa kept at the cabin for a ride through one of the trails in the forest surrounding the town. It was around sundown, and at some point, while they were re-exploring the dirt trails that we used to drive down as kids, they spotted an old house through the trees. Now, this wasn't super uncommon for this tiny town because most of the houses or cabins were old as balls and were also unoccupied all year round, save for a couple of months in the summer when the owners came to fish. This house, however, looked absolutely decrepit. It had a metric ton of moss and dead leaves everywhere, and it looked like it had been abandoned for at least 20 years. Seeing as I wasn't there, I have no idea what the thought process was exactly, but they ended up driving the four-wheeler down the incredibly narrow driveway that connected the house to the main trail and then parked it before making their way to the shabby building. They walked around the perimeter looking for a way inside for a bit. The only way in turned out to be the front door, which was locked, so they ended up kicking it in. According to them, they figured it had been abandoned for such a long time that no one would care. My brother kicked in the door so hard that the deadbolt broke right off, which I suspect was only so easy because of its age and poor upkeep. They stepped inside to find a dusty, weathered kitchen. They described it as having looked as if people had left intending to come back but seemingly never did. There were cans of beans out on the counter, some of them open and buzzing with flies. There was a pot of old, nasty water sitting on the stove, and there was also a collection of very niche holiday mugs on a shelf, the kind someone's grandma might keep. As they walked through the kitchen, they kept hearing this brief chirping noise from somewhere upstairs. They figured it was one of two things, either a bird or an aggravated squirrel upset that someone was intruding on its territory, or some type of alarm. They were rather skeptical of the latter option because the house had been abandoned for years with no power or water, and anything powered by battery was probably long dead. They didn't think too much of it, though, and they just kept wandering deeper into the house. Past the kitchen was a living room with an old pump piano, some musty furniture, and on a wall beside that was a staircase that led upstairs. There were some old bookshelves as well, full of books about how to build your own nuclear bunkers. They kept periodically hearing that quiet chirping from somewhere above them, but they just kept ignoring it. My brother had taken one of the old books and was flipping through it, describing the contents to my sister, who had walked over to the old piano and had begun absent-mindedly pressing on the keys. As soon as she pressed the second key, suddenly the chirping from upstairs sounded again, but this time it was louder and lasted a bit longer. The best way my sister said she could describe it was that it sounded like a high-pitched, piercing, metallic garbling sound that lasted no more than about 2.5 seconds. My brother and sister froze in place, bricks. They had no idea what was upstairs that had just made that noise, but it had freaked them out bad enough that they just looked at each other thinking, "We need to run." They both immediately started booking it out of the house to the four-wheeler. Apparently, my brother was so scared that he didn't even bother turning it around to face the road. He just drove it backwards until they pulled all the way out of the driveway. In his haste to run away, my brother hadn't even bothered to reshelve the book. He had just had it in his hand the whole time he was running away. They talked about what they thought the noise could have been once they got back to the cabin, and my brother was convinced that it was a ghost that he had angered by taking the book off the shelf. He thought that meant he had to return it, but since it was already really dark out, they decided to just do it the next day. My sister was unconvinced that it was supernatural, but she was curious about what had made the noise, so she agreed to go again the next morning. They had told me about the house and the sound, and they brought me along this time. We carefully retraced their route through the house, occasionally hearing the same quiet chirps from upstairs. When we managed the nerve to go up, we discovered it was an old smoke detector that had been running on low batteries for probably 2 decades and was having weird technical malfunctions, hence the metallic garbling from the day before. We had a good laugh about it, but we kept exploring. We ended up finding some other cool things upstairs, more books, letters, and a check to someone for $2,000. We honestly debated if we could cash it, but it was already addressed to someone. Unfortunately, we learned from some old letters that we had found in the desk drawers in the master bedroom that the house was owned by an elderly couple. If I'm remembering correctly, the husband had served in the military when he was a bit younger, and he was a survivalist nut, hence the books on nuclear bunkers. They had a son who had been expecting a baby on the way, but right before it was due, the man who owned the house was diagnosed with cancer and had to be moved to a place with a proper hospital. His wife went to live with her son for a while her husband was in recovery, and I guess they just never came back. I don't know what ever happened to him, but the fact that he never came back isn't amazing. I hope he got the medical treatment that he needed and that he got to pass peacefully of old age. Anyway, I know the story might not be terrifying, but it certainly scared the crap out of me and my siblings when they heard the smoke detector. As much as it was fun exploring that abandoned house, we were kind of young and stupid, and I don't recommend people do that kind of thing. If you can't be convinced not to, then wear a face mask to protect yourself from spores or asbestos, and always bring something to defend yourself with in case squatters are living in the abandoned buildings. Anyway, I hope you all enjoyed this story and stay safe, everyone. I've been a night owl my whole life, so I work night shifts exclusively. I really don't work well with other people, whether they're my coworkers or not, so I picked a job I could do completely on my own. I became a nighttime janitor for my local school district after I graduated from high school. Schools have always had nightly cleaning as part of health codes in most areas, but obviously, in recent years, it's become much more important. My first job was in a fairly large K through 12 school. There were a couple of daytime custodians as well, but at night it was just me and one other person splitting the school down the middle. My coworker and I barely ever interacted, which I appreciated a lot. Every single night, all the floors get mopped, revacuumed, every desk, table, and door handle is disinfected, and every toilet, urinal, and sink also gets cleaned. It takes a full 8-hour shift to accomplish, and for that entire time, I don't talk to a single person. It's great, honestly. Most of my coworkers are women, and they don't want me talking to them either. When I tell people about my job, a lot of them think the hardest part is cleaning up after the messes left by the students. For the most part, I guess they are right, but I always tell them I would rather plunge and clean 10 clogged and traumatized toilets every single night than ever have to work directly with another human being all day long, especially a horde of minors. These days, there's one example I give of why I say that. It was the night after Halloween. I came in for my usual shift and got started without even saying hello to my coworker. We started on opposite ends and met in the middle, so we would only see each other when we were finishing up. The first hour was mostly normal except for one obvious thing out of the ordinary. I always keep my music at a low volume on my headphones, but from outside them, I kept hearing things. Usually, all the other faculty are gone by 8 p.m., but sometimes there's somebody who stays late. I couldn't decide what I was hearing through my music, but I wasn't in the mood to turn it off, so I just ignored it. A little while later, I took a break from mopping to change the water in the bucket. I was gone for about 5 minutes, but on my way back to where I stopped, I walked past one of the hallways I had just mopped and noticed the wet floor sign had fallen over. For legal reasons, I had to step over the wet floor and stand it back up, then mop back over my tracks. Annoyed, I walked over to it but froze for a moment when something else caught my eye. There was another set of tracks in the water, leading to and from the sign. They were little footprints, something a kid would make. After I stood the sign back up, I followed the tracks, knowing I would have to mop over those too, basically redoing the whole hallway. The tracks ran all the way to the end, where there was a flight of stairs up to the second floor. From there, they dried up pretty quickly. I stormed up the stairs and got to the second floor, but nobody was there. I took my phone out of my pocket and paused my music so I would be able to hear if anyone was running around. Right as I looked down, I saw a flash of movement at the end of the hallway. I also heard a bunch of footsteps echoing across the empty school, so I started making my way to the end of the hall. By the time I got there, I still couldn't see anyone, but then I heard a little kid laughing. It felt like I was in a horror movie, but at that point, I was more annoyed than scared. I stood there looking around for a few seconds until I heard a crash from the first floor. I rushed downstairs and nearly flipped my lid when I saw the mop bucket I had just refilled was knocked over. The water was spilling everywhere in a huge pool. I absolutely swore my head off as I went back to the nearest janitor's closet for a dry mop and a bunch of towels. It took me half an hour to clean up that mess and then another 15 minutes to redo the hallway that got messed up, which meant my break was down to 15 minutes. However, I was so pissed off that I walked to the other side of the school and interrupted my coworker to ask if she had been messing with me. She looked completely dumbfounded and innocent. She asked if I was all right or needed any help, but to that, I just walked away. I set up again and got back to work. Another hour passed, and I managed to make up some lost progress. I was angrily powering through it, debating in my head the whole time about what I should do. I thought about reporting it to the school or maybe just calling the police myself, but in the end, I figured I would seem crazy to everyone, just like I did to my coworker, so nothing happened. Again, until 11 o'clock, out of nowhere, the lights shut off in the whole school. It was pitch black for about 3 seconds until the emergency lights turned on, giving everything a reddish hue. It came as a shock to me, and to be honest, I was worried. I tried to tell myself it was a malfunction or maybe some kids messing around, but my mind was going to all sorts of possibilities. I had keys to the electrical room where the light switches were, and I was the closest to it, so I stopped what I was doing and marched over. I was pissed off about losing more time and missing out on my entire break. But halfway there, something pushed those concerns out of my head. I heard the most blood-curdling scream of my life, the panic shriek of my coworker echoing endlessly. I stopped in my tracks, feeling like I had just been hit by an electric shock. Seconds later, I heard the sound of a door opening really loudly, like someone was ramming through it from the inside. I hoped it was my coworker escaping and not somebody else making their way into the school. I forced myself to keep going and finally made it to the electrical room. I was right outside the door trying to find the right key when I noticed that it was already cracked open. I pushed it open slowly, afraid of what I might see, and a shape appeared in front of me, standing unnaturally in the darkness. My blood ran cold. It could have been anyone. I gave up on trying to turn on the lights and instead reached over for my phone in my pocket. However, as soon as I moved, the figure bolted forward and slammed the door in my face. I cursed and jumped back, stumbling until my back hit the wall behind me. Once I regained my balance, I started running. I wanted to leave, but for once in my life, I thought about the well-being of somebody else and ran to the other side of the school to find my coworker. After checking a few of her hallways, I finally found her mop bucket sitting alone in the middle of the floor next to a bathroom. Without hesitation, I rushed over to it, hoping not to see any evidence that she had been hurt. Nothing seemed unusual except for the fact that she was nowhere to be found. I looked all around in the dim lighting, but as far as I could tell, I was alone. But not completely alone. The sound of a laughing child echoed in the distance again, striking fear into my chest. I clutched the handle of the mop, for lack of anything else to defend myself with, and lifted it out of the bucket, holding the end of the handle out like a spear. I faced the direction of the laughter, looking down the hallway so intently I got tunnel vision. In a moment of sheer terror, someone whispered, "Hello," into my ear. I turned around and, without thinking, jabbed the handle of the mop into their chest with all my might. I heard a grunt as the person who snuck up on me hit the ground and vomited only a second later. I shouted at them to tell me who they were, but then they started to cry. I could tell they were trying to hold it back, but they couldn't. Gradually, my eyes made out what I was looking at. It was a student kneeling on the floor. Suddenly, all my fear of danger was replaced with the fear of losing my job for hitting a student. However, as things shook out over the next few days, it turned out all right. Two twins in the 9th grade and their little brother got the idea to keep the spirit of Halloween going and prank the overnighters in the school by hiding in the lockers. There was one set of lockers in the whole building that wasn't in use and had no locks or ties on them, and those kids were skinny enough to fit in there and hide. After doing their after-school activities, they managed to avoid being expelled, probably from crying a lot. The school district understood my actions and let me keep my job, but I was transferred to a different school. All in all, this is why I don't like people, especially kids.